I go faster, faster, your plan turned to a disaster. Go after every investor, I show you who is the master. Big weapon on me, suppressor. Now I walk crooked like Lester. I calculated, professor. You ain't the king, you a jester. I don't know what's a break, both feet on the gas. And if you drive me crazy, throw you under the bus. And this shit goes way deeper than the motherfucking bus. I gave him everything they wanted, but it wasn't enough. And now I'm getting it up and never giving it up. Both feet on the gas, I ain't planning to stop. And if it fishes out the water, it was starting to flop. A fully automatic weapon on me is not a prop. I don't do drugs, just racing lines. Them snakes make me go demon time. And if this is my final ride, make sure I'm first at the finish line. Sometimes there is no other way. My best friend turned to enemies. I'm out of this world, so give me space. People don't fuck around when they see my face. I don't fuck around when they see my car. And now you hide, now you run, but won't make it far. I counting all these blue faces like it's avatar. And this shit goes over your head like a crossbar. And if you ain't control, you ain't going fast enough. Who's behind it doesn't matter because I'm number one. I'm hunting all my ups, I'm not on the run. I go demon mode if you're fucking with my loved ones. Big guns, fully automatic with a big drum. Play dumb, motherfucking streets where I come from. Walk one, taking out them drugs, I feel numb. On one, I need some water from Zum. Hold on, I need more money than Sultan. Go on, my necklace is gold on. Walk one, taking out them drugs, I feel numb. On one, I need some water from Zum. Gas, gas, motherfucker too fast. Mask up, I ain't never giving up. It's a set up, motherfuckers upset. You are fucking now with the best. Driving like I am possessed. My cars do be foreign, my engine is roaring. I go speed of light and I'm gone in the morning. The walls they have ears and the streets do be talking. I run this shit even though I'm just walking. Roaring engine with a new extension. Getting rid of the ups, that is still the mission. Number one, that is the only position. I don't like to talk, bitch, I'm no politician. Feet on the gas and I don't choose a break. Pushing a button and I go to space. I go too fast, I cannot feel my face. I never crash, this is part of the race. I'm underground with the rats and the snakes. Not every superhero wears a cape. This is God's so I'm on with the Drake. Finishing first, yeah, whatever it takes. Big gun, fully automatic with a big drum. Play dumb, motherfucking streets where I come from. Walk one, taking out them drugs, I feel numb. On one, I need some water from Zum. Hold on, I need more money than Sultan. Go on, my necklace is gold on. Walk one, taking out them drugs, I feel numb. On one, I need some water from Zum. Gas, gas, motherfucker too fast. Mask up.
Yeah, guys, welcome to another brand new, amazingly, realistically wonderful live stream. कैसे हो सब लोग guys? क्या हाल चाल है? What's up? थोड़ा आवाज करो chat में. We are back again in just 2 or 3 minutes, and now we are back for the हमारा first half of the day. जो हमने स्ट्रीम करी वो कंप्लीट हो गई विद द आरपी, एंड नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू बी वॉचिंग एन अमेजिंगली रियलिस्टिकली वंडरफुल महाभारत ऑफ वैलोरेंट सीन, जो कि आज होने वाला है. जेंजी वर्सेस पेपर एक्स एंड सेंटिनल्स वर्सेस लाउड. भाई आज जो सीन होगा वो सीन होगा. आज के सीन में जो मजा आएगा वो मजा मैं इस भारत में हर एक इंसान को देना चाहता हूं. तो देखो मेरी स्ट्रीम आज की. भाई मैं पोल डाल रहा हूं, हु इज गोइंग टू विन टुडेज मैच. जेंजी पेपर एक्स. हम तो पेपर एक्स के सपोर्ट में भाई. मैं तो पेपर एक्स के सपोर्ट में. बंटी भाई हाँ कर रहा हूं. बंटी भाई 2 मिनट. ले लो पुच्ची. अर्श भाई लव यू. चैलेंज करो. आओ यार चैलेंज कंटिन्यू करते हैं जो हमको बंटी भाई ने दिया था. रुको, फ्लिप कॉइन. इसके बाद हम जाएंगे मैच देखने के लिए. थोड़ी देर में मैच चालू हो जाएगा. वैसे मैच चालू हुआ या नहीं एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ. ओह नहीं हुआ अभी तक, टाइम है. लाइक कर दो चैट सब लोग फटाफट. एंड वाह क्या लाइन है. जो सीन होगा वो होगा. तो क्या भाई डेंजर होगा. जो होगा वो बहुत ही डेंजर होगा बेबी. आओ हमको 5 चांस करने हैं. राइट 5 चांस करने हैं बंटी भाई. उसमें से जो भी हम जीतेंगे, हेलो सिद्धांत, उसमें से जो भी हम जीतेंगे वो हमको वो करना है. ठीक है, हमको गेस करना है. मतलब हाँ उसका इंटू 100 होगा. ठीक है ओके. टेल्स. क्या किस्मत है रे बाबा, क्या किस्मत है रे मेरा. क्या कहाँ से भाड़े पे लेके आया हो क्या है किसी का किस्मत भाई. एक और हेड जाएगा, फिर से हेड जाएगा। अबे यार भाई क्या बकचोदी है भाई। फिर से टेल्स आएगा, फिर से टेल्स आएगा। चलो एक आया। अभी इतना टेल्स आया है ना, तो अभी तो पक्का हेड्स आएगा। लेट्स गो। हमने दो 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 वो कर दिया, दो कर दिया। बैड लक ओपी भाई, बैड लक तो एकदम ही ओपी है भाई। दो हो गया, दो करेक्ट आंसर है, दो करेक्ट आंसर। 4-2। ये लास्ट वाला, ये लास्ट है चैट, ये लास्ट है राकेश भाई। 2-2 नहीं हुआ ना, 4-2 हुआ है ना। 4 हमने ट्राई किए, उसमें से 2 राइट हुए। ओके बराबर, समझ गया। अभी ये होगा as per the calculation of the main hemoglobin of the universe, my mind says it is going to be amazingly tails. थंबनेल में पूरा रणबीर कपूर प्रो मैक्स, क्या है फायर मचा, मचा में मचा, द ओनली मचा, सारे मचा लोग का बाप फायर मचा। कैसे हो फायर भाई? वेलकम वेलकम बच्ची। हेलो माया। 200 जीता ना? हाँ
No rematches on deck, and we want to know which match you think will go.
ट्विच पे देखते हैं अपन, समझ रहे हो? असली लोग ट्विच पे देखते हैं।
Also, make sure to use the hashtags Master Madrid and VCT so we can feature you guys on the broadcast as well. Keep those tweets coming. Keep those tweets.
भाई हैशटैग मास्टर्स मैड्रिड तो डालना भूल ही गया मैं टाइटल में। वंस अ टट्टी ऑलवेज अ टट्टी। तीन बटन और खोल दे, मजा नहीं आ रहा है। अब अच्छा लग रहा है क्या वायर भाई? VCT Masters Madrid। वैलोरेंट का कॉन्सेप्ट एक्सप्लेन करना जरूर राकेश भाई। सो बेसिकली 5v5 होता है, एक मैप होता है, उसमें 5v5 होता है, ठीक है। एंड जैसे कि मैप्स होते हैं बहुत सारे, डिफरेंट मैप्स होते हैं, जैसे कि एसेंट समझ लो, एसेंट मैप, ठीक है। तो इमेजिन करो ये मैप है, ये एसेंट मैप है, यहाँ पे 5 लोग खेल रहे हैं ए साइड पे, और ए साइड में नहीं सॉरी टी स्पॉन पे, और कुछ लोग खेलेंगे सी टी स्पॉन पे। टी स्पॉन इज टेररिस्ट, सिटी इज काउंटर टेररिस्ट, ऐसे याद रखने का, ठीक है। यहाँ पे 5 लोग खेलेंगे, यहाँ पे 5 लोग खेलेंगे। एबिलिटीज़ रहती है, अलग अलग एजेंट्स है, अराउंड 33 एजेंट्स है। 33 एजेंट्स में से कुछ भी एजेंट्स चूज़ करने का जो उस मैप के लिए प्रेफरेबल रहेंगे। अभी आप जैसे जैसे स्ट्रीम देखोगे, जैसे जैसे आप गेम खेलोगे वैलोरेंट, तभी आपको उस हिसाब से समझ में आएगा कि एक्चुअल में कौन कौन से एजेंट्स जो है पर्टिकुलर कौन कौन से मैप के लिए यूज़ होते हैं। हर एक एजेंट की अलग अलग एबिलिटी है, कोई सेंटिनल है, कोई कंट्रोलर है, कोई इनिशिएटर है, कोई ड्यूलिस्ट है, और कोई कुछ तो भूल गया, तो वो रहता है, ठीक है। तो उस हिसाब से वो लोग वो करते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं। तो हर एक टीम में एक दो, कभी दो डबल इनिशिएटर होता है, तो एक स्मोकर लगता है, कंट्रोलर लगता है, एक सेंटिनल लगता है, वैसे चीज़ें, इनिशिएटर भी लगता है, तो वो सारी चीज़ें लगती है, जिससे कि इनिशिएटर रिवील करता है या फिर इन्फॉर्मेशन देता है। ड्यूलिस्ट जो है अंदर जाके स्पेस बनाता है मैप में, जिससे कि बाकी सारे आपके एजेंट्स जो है वो एंटर करके किल्स ले सके और ना साइट को टेक ओवर करके प्लांट कर सके बॉम्ब। जैसे CS होता है, CSGO देखा है, वैसे CSGO का जैसा ही कॉन्सेप्ट है कि भाई आपको जाकर के बॉम्ब प्लांट करना है, बट इसमें यही है कि आपके पास एबिलिटीज़ रहेगी अलग अलग एजेंट्स के द्वारा, एंड हर एक एजेंट की अलग अलग एबिलिटीज़ एंड अल्टीमेट्स है। तो ये है, अभी ये सिर्फ ये एक मैप दिखाया, और भी अलग अलग डिफरेंट मैप्स है। तो आज जो है वर्ल्ड के, अभी जो देख रहे हो आप लोग, जो जिनको नहीं पता, जो खाली आरपी देखते हैं बहुत टाइम से आ रहे हैं, एंड इफ यू गाइज आर न्यू टू द वैलोरेंट, तो जस्ट टू लेट यू गाइज नो दैट PRX, GENG, Loud and Sentinel, these 4 teams are the best teams out इन द होल वैलोरेंट सीन, तो तुम लोगों को देखने को भी मज़ा आएगा एंड बहुत एकदम फन वाला माहौल रहेगा एंड बहुत ऐसा महाभारत हो रहा है ना वैसे, क्योंकि एक से एक प्लेयर्स है चारों के चारों टीम में। जिमी का एजेंट सिलेक्शन स्क्रीन बस एक एजेंट है वैसे, सोवा। हाँ, और मेरा एजेंट है सोवा क्योंकि बिकॉज आई लव सोवा, मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
And GENG on the other hand, they came out swinging this season. They had really clear identity the entire time they were playing in Pacific. They are a structured
The OG is back baby। जिमी आजकल तुझे देख देख के बोर मार रहा है, अच्छी है। पेपर PRX स्पेसिफिक फाइनल्स का बदला लेगी आज भाई, आज होने वाला है स्कीम ब्रो। ब्रो आज स्कीम होने वाला है ब्रो, आज तो मजा आने वाला है ब्रो।
Well, this is the thing about PRX, of course. They thought
ये समथिंग भाई आज तो मजा आएगा समथिंग को, और 4 सेकंड को देख के। एक मिनट मेरे को यहाँ पे करने दो।
However, we did hear from Coach Alex after the press
So,
conference.
और हम वॉच पार्टी इसलिए कर रहे हैं बिकॉज हमको स्पेसिफिकली वैलोरेंट के साइड से परमिशन मिला है कि हम लोग ये स्ट्रीम कर सके। तो वी आर लकी इनफ कि हमको वैलोरेंट के साइड से हम रिकॉग्नाइज्ड है एज अ वैलोरेंट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड स्ट्रीमर है, जिस हिसाब से हमको वैलोरेंट के साइड से इतना परमिशन मिला है कि दे अलाउ अस टू स्ट्रीम देयर स्ट्रीम ऑन आवर स्ट्रीम।
Top 5 performance so far at this event. Quietly, Karen, Texture more so the headliner, but
GPay UPI आया क्या?
really
नहीं है।
for PaperX is around who is that front line, right? With all this kind of composition shifting, and I don't want to say losing themselves a little bit, but trying to figure out what the
Tens my favorite
gaming is, which
भाई टेंस का तो रात को होएगा भाई, सिद्धांत भाई रात को होएगा टेंस के साथ बकचोदी। लाइक करो चैट,
sustainable improvement.
टेंस वाली सीन तो रात को होगी भाई, बहुत मजा आएगा भाई, बहुत मजा आएगा। PS गोल का है, हटा दिया।
Hey Mindfreak, what's going
भाई
on?
वो
Feeling
बकचोदी
good?
करते कुछ लोग, बच्चे लोग।
All right, so GENG, of course, gave a very strong performance against PRX in the Pacific Finals, which wasn't too long ago. What do you think is different with PRX this time around, and why shouldn't GENG assume that they're fighting the same team?
I think I should
क्या
really
लगता है
do the
चैट?
same, like,
नहीं, on the genuine basis, what do you guys think? आज कौन जीतेगा, जेंजी और पेपर एक्स? बिकॉज इसके पीछे मेरा बहुत बड़ा बिकॉज डाल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जेंजी ने लास्ट अभी कुछ टाइम पहले, ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ है, उन्होंने खतरनाक परफॉर्मेंस दी है, मतलब गांड फाड़ परफॉर्मेंस दी है। और पेपर एक्स का कारमाइन कॉप्स के साथ एकदम कट टू कट नेक टू नेक परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है भाई, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट कारमाइन कॉप्स ने हरा दिया था इसको, क्या बोलते हैं, पेपर एक्स को, ठीक है। तो मेरे को ऐसा फीलिंग आ रहा है हल्का हल्का कि भाई पेपर एक्स स्ट्रगल कर रही थी, या तो फिर उस दिन चल नहीं रही थी वो, आज का पता नहीं, बट CSK जीतेगा। राकेश भाई, अदर देन वैलोरेंट एंड GTRP कौन से गेम्स खेलते हो भाई आप? मैं भाई फिलहाल 2 गेम्स पे फोकस कर रहा हूँ। RCB जिसको तू सपोर्ट करेगा उसके ओपोनेंट वाली जीतेगी भाई। आज तो मैं
I mean, they're saying they lack confidence. They're at a 6 out of 10 right now.
But I don't know why I have a feeling that GENG might win.
Don't really make a lot of sense from the outside looking in, and then we get to interviews and they're like, yeah, we kind of don't know what we're doing at times, but it worked.
Yeah, but that then brings us to the question you were asking earlier, Mike, of like, what is the next step for this team? Because that's what Alex.
Shivam, तेरे 2 rupees आ गए थे मेरे को।
Logic out the window because it's PaperX. So it's
chances of PaperX winning will be high if Monia and 4 second gets the frag. भाई मोनिया, भाई मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ चैट, मोनिया has to pick Raze because he plays Raze amazing भाई, खतरनाक कुत्ता माफिक खेलता है वो Raze, ठीक है। उसको है ना भाई रेस खेलना चाहिए, मेरे को फीलिंग आती है ऐसा, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि उसको रेस खेलना चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच बंटी भाई फॉर द 200 ऑन गूगल पे, थैंक यू सो मच बंटी भाई, लव फ्रॉम HF। थैंक यू सो मच बंटी भाई, लव यू, थैंक यू सो मच। पेपर एक्स जीतेगी आज, समथिंग मोनिया 4 सेकंड, इजी भाई। मोनिया भाई को मारना पड़ेगा, मोनू भाई पागल हो जाते हैं, मालूम है ना, मोनू भाई कभी कभार फिर बाद में सीन कर देते भाई, तो वो नहीं चाहिए अपने को। थैंक यू सो मच शिवम फॉर द 2 रुपीज। अरे 2 रुपीज ही है तू, क्योंकि मोनिया भाई फिर पागल हो जाते हैं। अरे एक का मैंने डाला नहीं है ऊपर वाला एक बार 4 सेकंड पंप अप हो गया फिर उसको word.exe चालू हो जाएगा भाई बहुत डेंजर मारेगा फिर वो
Masters Madrid, this guy has showed up and looked incredible.
वैसे जब से गोल हटाया है तब से गोल आगे बढ़ रहा है हाँ भाई उल्टा हो रहा है सीन बट ठीक है मैंने जानबूझ के हटा दिया यार वो कुछ बच्चे लोग
on all of them, while also being a big voice in this team, Mike.
फीलिंग आ रही है मेरे को कि
this is an indicator for kind of maybe rethinking some of the composition.
हो सकता है
having
chances
a different place within the team, putting Forsaken back in. I don't want to say the driving seat now that Jing's gone, but maybe building some.
I don't understand some foreigners' words. अरे मैं हूँ ना यहाँ पे समझाने के लिए चीजें don't worry.
Could be the key for Paper.
And we've seen
इसीलिए तो
that,
मैं
right?
स्ट्रीम
They're
कर रहा
switching
हूँ
him onto Raze on maps. They're
कि
giving
मैं आप
him
लोगों
those
को समझा
moments
सकूँ
where
कुछ
he
चीजें
can be
जो आप लोगों को समझ में
confident.
नहीं आ
And
रही
these are the things we have to walk away from. That is why PaperX is a contender, because they have players.
something ने तो middle finger दिखा दी थी
having a bad tournament.
Harddisk के
You still
सामने
have
आई नो
Forsaken. You still
यार
have
मेरे
Manya.
को
You still have guys who will step up.
यार वो किधर है
Even against the best.
मिम्मी नहीं है यहाँ चैट शिट यार नहीं देखनी मेरे को बट मिम्मी नहीं है यार चैट
I don't think you can get a higher praise, Hypog, on a raise than saying that you look like Jing.
Yeah, that's up there with some of the best accolades you can receive. Again, it comes down to the sustainability for me. Is what is the go-to? What is kind of the I guess the new form of these compositions, and whether or not Forsaken switching on to Raze is something they adopt across the rest of the map pool, or not something now with picking up the Gecko more and more, if that's something that he tries to adopt a little more, what is the change?
Yeah, the last time texture caused him a lot of problems back at the Pacific final. And speaking of texture, let's send it back to Mika Fabs, who was waiting to hear from texture. Actually, check this out.
Hey Texture, come over here for a bit. Hope you're feeling good because today is going to be a big day. This is the strongest that GENG has looked so far. A lot of people think the same thing. What do you think contributes to the team's success here at this tournament? And we have Eric here to help with some translation.
지금 현재 젠지가 정말 좋은 경기력을 보이고 있는데 지금까지 젠지가 이런 성과를 거둘 수 있는 데 있어서 가장 큰 요인은 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
그냥 저희끼리 소통 잘하고 그냥 총 잘 쏘는 거 그게 다인 것 같습니다.
Honestly, I think it's just
अंदर जी
us
में बीच में है
talking
मिम्मी
really well and hitting our shots really well.
अरे वो मिम्मी नहीं है गाइस
All right, well, eager to see what you guys have prepared.
अरे गलत मिम्मी को कर दिया भाई
I mean, this is the thing with PaperX. They had a bit of confidence issues. They admit they're struggling, but Mimi, GENG are on the other side of the scale. They look and feel great right now.
Yeah, and in particular, all of the win conditions from Pacific have
अरे वो
continued.
कौन थी वो मिम्मी थी ना चैट
Is Karen as a rookie going to be able to show up and look incredible? He's done that. Is Texture going to be able to maintain this
मिम्मी
performance?
कौन थी
He's shown up. He's
वो
done
थी
that.
भाई जो
I
उसके
think
जैसे
there
दिख रही
can be,
थी
though, an argument made that
लूसीफर
even
में जैसे
some
जो है
weaker
उसके जैसी दिख रही
opposition,
थी
right? They played teams when they
What?
weren't at their height. It was loud in their first match of this event. It was
ये
an
वाला
EG
तो भाई
who
मैंने भी
was
देखा है
really looking like they were crumbling towards the end of that series. But I think that's not what I focus on. What I focus on is that they're on an international stage. They're playing against a variety of different
काकुआ
styles,
करके
a variety
काकुआ
of
हाँ
different
काकुआ
opponents, and I think
ब्रो
they're doing still
काकुआ
a very good job of maintaining
अभी
the
डालता फिर से
structured style that they perfected in Pacific while still having the individuals to pop up when they need them.
Sure, I mean, I would counter that by saying bringing a team like this with, I guess, the international experience that some of these teams do have, to come out and beat Loud, regardless of form, qualifying to Madrid, Loud, that's got to be a big bonus for them. And the key thing for me is seeing the energy on stage. It matches how GENG looked at regional as well. I mean, their opening series-wise, they struggled versus Secret, but still, the energy was super high. Karen was having standout performances time and time again. Munchkin and Texture alongside that. For me, they're looking very comfortable.
I mean, let's talk about Karen a bit more, because on day one we did say, how does he compare to the other rookies? We had a lot of exciting prospects coming from every single region, and now we've seen him in the group stage. How does he compare?
हेरेटिक्स काकुआ करके काकुआ नहीं है काकुका है ना वो काकुका
He could even look better in some of these games. He's still winning these clutches. He's still a consistent fragger.
भाई ये देखो
Is his presence on the stage. You look at these clips. Every time his team is losing, this guy's standing up. He's screaming at the opponent. He's bringing the energy. He's such a young guy. This is his first global event. He's a guy they found in ranked, but he's bringing the vibe against the best. And having a player like that is so important for any team.
And he's dropping some cold lines as well. Was it before Loud? He's like, yeah, well, they won a championship when I wasn't even playing. Exactly. So he's coming out here. He's got the energy. He's you know, transcending that to the rest of his team as well.
मेरे को बस अभी एक ही चीज दिख रही है, वो है PS5. अपने को लेने का है PS5 चाहे जो हो जाए. जल्दी वो भी.
Obviously outside of Julius at any international event.
साल एंड होने से पहले तो मुझे I feel मेरे को लगता है कि मैं कर ही लूँगा PS5 का arrangement.
Demon 1 probably last year was the next best thing, but
कोई इंडियन टीम्स है क्या? इंडियन टीम्स थी ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स, बट वो कब का आउट होगी? मतलब मास्टर्स में तो आई नहीं है अभी तक. पैसिफिक में थी और आउट हुई. पैसिफिक में आउट हुई थी ना चैट? हाँ पैसिफिक में आउट हुई थी बराबर.
Earlier we asked you if today's regional matches would go the distance.
Global esports थी राकेश भाई.
You believe the Sentinels versus Lava
Mimi is so my type. Why?
I think both games will.
कितने पैसे हो गए PS5 के?
That would have been me for sure. No shock to see
पूछना पड़ेगा मैनेजर को, चेक करना पड़ेगा. मैंने उसको कंटिन्यूअसली भेज कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे भी आइडिया नहीं है.
Who do you think's going to 2-0?
Oh
yeah, exactly.
That's a tough call.
Probably GENG.
I feel like
जो भी आता है मैं उसको भेज देता हूँ.
But still, I feel like general fan sentiment has been very high on PRX still.
Yeah.
I think around 20 के तो हो गए होंगे, hopefully.
But first, let's find out today's map pool and check in with Victoria and our coaches.
चलो भाई वीटो हो रहा है. Let's go chat. Vito baby Vito.
All right, welcome to the first map select presented by Omen of playoffs at Masters Madrid. GENG, you are the higher seed as you came into playoffs 2-0 from Swiss. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So PRX, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Icebox.
Icebox. Your ban?
Sunset.
Sunset. And map number 1 from PRX?
Split.
Split. Side on split.
भाई sunset ban कर दिया
Attack
शांति.
and map number 2.
मतलब एक तो Ascent आ ही रहा है.
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bans starting with PRX. We have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Don't Ascent. Don't Ascent.
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze.
Good,
Your
baby,
ban, you
good.
have Ascent and Bind.
Don't Ascent. Don't Ascent. Bind कर दे. Bind कर दे भाई, कर दे bind. नहीं bind मत करना, फिर bind रख भाई. PRX का bind अच्छा है. Ascent ban कर दे, चलेगा. Ascent ban कर दे, bind अच्छा है PRX का.
ये ban bind.
Ban Bind.
भाई मेरे को लगा ही था.
Ascent, PRX side on Ascent.
भाई
Attack. All right, good luck, T-Buff.
उनको पता है भाई कि उनको पता था ना चैट कि इनका बाइंड
we've
अच्छा
seen
है.
these maps already when they played against each other last time, not in the same order, and a Mimi Split is going to come up first, the one that PRX did actually manage to win.
Yeah, for Split, honestly, that's a map I don't have too many questions about. Both these teams play very sane comps. They've both been rocking with the double duels. I think what we should be fixating on this series is Lotus, because PRX have struggled to figure that map out. We were talking about it earlier, Mike, but last time they played that double duelist, double controller with no Viper, no Killjoy, they got ripped to pieces by K-Core, and K-Core is excellent at Lotus.
danger
But I think that
scenes
map
होने
to
वाले
me is
हैं.
the pinnacle of where
रुको, मेरे को थोड़ा
PRX is
ऊपर
still
करना
trying to find
पड़ेगा ये.
themselves, where they don't have a comp that really works. I think that weakness in the map pool could really be exploited today.
Absolutely agree with that. I mean, it was a real head scratcher to see the way that they played that comp as well. It wasn't as if, you know, we've got the Sky, you know, we're going to front load some of these rounds and be hyper aggressive, guarantee that we're in our sights, let the Astra kind of flourish it in a post plant scenario. But it's a bit concerning if they don't change that. The next question then becomes like, where do they go again? Have they now had the time to re-prep? We know PRX can turn around comps very, very quickly, but it just feels like such a big gap between where they were versus KC and where they need to be to make Lotus not a glaring concern in their map pool.
I will also say, though, Alex in the press conference, he said the Lotus comp that they did end up coming out with against KC, it was a Hail Mary. He was like, we are struggling, we are losing, we had to do something.
गुस्सा हो जाता है भाई. डेंजर. एक छोटी गलती पे गुस्सा होता है वो. एक छोटी गलती पे. छोटा सा भी गलती करता है ना कोई, भरता है भाई सीधा. I believe PRX को टेक्सचर लेना चाहिए था as a replacement for GENG.
the maps that they have no business winning, they continue to win in this event.
And that's the thing. That's the hot topic right now. Is like,
but
you
ठीक
guys
है.
keep Darren PRX.
अभी उन लोग को इसमें कौन आया है?
It's the logical
Replacement
thing
में.
to do.
It's the logical thing to do, but they are the
Moniet
team
है.
to define
Moniet या फिर वो है ना? क्या है
that-
उसका नाम?
That Lotus comp is the one that's a bit out the window. In my eyes, that's a little too far past it to really justify. But also not taking nothing away from Carmine Core being a fantastic Lotus team. Maybe was
Carmine Core उसके तो भाई
exponentially more so than another team.
I want to pull out from the map veto for a second and just talk about this rematch. I mean, first of all, yes, he's correct. But also for GENG, think about what this would mean. If they could beat PaperX a second time, for so many of those players, it's their first time on an international stage. It's their biggest match ever. They made it to playoffs when so many people doubted them, and now they're again playing basically the kings of their region. If they could beat them a second time,
भाई लोग PaperX को सबसे ज़्यादा वोट कर रहे हैं. भाई PaperX के fans देख रहे chat. Danger fans. शायद से मोनू ही है. हाँ. Fans देखो भाई PaperX के.
Onto the international stage or players individually, you talk about
Danger.
What does it? And claiming an international veteran like PaperX would be the second leg to closing out the grand finals.
इतना कम लोग नहीं है भाई. बहुत लोग हैं. 30,000 लोग हैं बच्ची. सुदान भाई 30,000 लोग.
Also shout out to Ulus.
अभी तो और बढ़ेगा ये.
Currently hyping out the GENG
PaperX GG है. हाँ क्या मीर? अबे PaperX जीतेगी. देख तू भाई मीर.
I think GENG's gonna win today. I feel like they're favored in this matchup. I think especially looking at this map pool, seeing that Lotus has made its way in. GENG have just been so consistent throughout 2024.
PaperX को
Their
support
players
मत
have
कर.
been
क्यों
stepping
भाई?
up to a new level, and it really
Support
feels like
करेंगे भाई.
at some point the
अगर
PaperX
आज
manager
PaperX नहीं
will be
जीते
able
ना
to
chat,
This
मैं
is-
पनौती
it
लिख
comes
दूंगा
back to the
पक्का.
same old for me. My heart says PaperX.
कल की
head
स्ट्रीम पे
says
मैं पनौती
GENG.
लिख के आऊंगा अपने
I
आप
think
पे.
as well if some of these individuals on GENG continue their performance or even start improving on the performance we've seen far bubbling up with the tournament now coming into playoffs a little bit more
भाई
pressure.
अगर overall तुम watch parties के देखो ना,
pull out some comp changes or really switch up the way they've been
actual
playing.
Valorant
If
के
they've got
channel से
exactly the
ज़्यादा
detail of
watching.
the games we've seen already here in Madrid.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We do have also another curse.
इसको
We
आ
got
रही होती है,
the
तारिक को.
9-3 curse. We have a few curses in
Tarik,
this tournament.
Tarik.
But whenever there's a rematch, whenever that
GENG
happens,
going
it does
home
feel
today.
like the team that's lost before is somewhat
हाँ
favored
GENG
going
going
into
home.
it.
ये बहुत
Yeah,
सही
there
बोला.
certainly is. I think there's a pressure to do more, to
PaperX
improve,
जीतेगी.
to look back on that match and learn from it. And
अरे
PaperX
माँ
is a lot
मत
better
कर
than
कसम
that.
से.
The individuals have stepped up. They've gotten closer
30
to
के on
finding
Valo
their
live,
identity
30 के on
again
Tarik,
throughout
and
this
बाकी सब
tournament.
भी
I
देख रहे हैं.
think
सबसे ज़्यादा
that
watching
this
पे
is
सिर्फ
a
teams की
moment
रहती
for
है.
PaperX that if they
उसके
can
बाद
dispatch GENG here, make
Valorant
it on forward.
scene में तो
This is fine with
हमारे
me, where it
Binks
can
भैया
kind
के
of
ज़्यादा
dispel
रहती
the
है.
doubts that everyone has had around
उसको
this
15,000
or
तक
if
जाती
they
है.
can do it again.
और आज ज़्यादा
If
जाएगी
they just
उसको.
have to rely on these hero plays, especially if they can
आज
do
epic match
so
है.
dominantly or in two against GENG, which I think will be really tough against a good opponent.
I don't think this is a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any world where that happens. But if they can come out here and get a confidence win, not only is that people looking at them better, but for themselves, right? They're still rating themselves a 6 out of 10.
Exactly.
They're still low confidence. I
They're
think
always
they
a
need
10
a
out
win
of
उसका
10.
नाम क्या है? एक मिम्मी है.
No bias on the desk
no.
here at all. But no, I absolutely agree. I think as well, it's really
Hey,
telling.
nice watch, dude.
To hear PaperX talk the way they haven't spent these last few days trying to
मेल आया भाई तेरे को.
because that's the level of extreme I think you need to go to. To hear Alex saying W Gaming's run its course, we need something else. Now's the time to pull it out.
And as you said, Mimi, this might just be the one that actually gives them the confidence that they need. We are down to our final 4 teams. So let's get the playoffs started. It's GENG versus
Start भाई लोग start.
Sentinels. Take
Start
it
भाई लोग.
loud. Day 6 of Masters Madrid.
चलो भाई लोग चलो.
Right now.
Bye Jim bye bye Rakesh bye. Take care. See you. भाई गेमिंग इंडिया में बहुत लेट आया है, बताए क्या? बाहर सही जगह पे तो अभी तक ऐसा मतलब पहले से एकदम
high five each other real quick.
I remember playing against you guys in scrims back in Iceland.
Yeah.
It's been a while since that.
It's been a hot minute. Yeah.
I remember you guys were insane back then. I'm super happy you guys are here representing the NA with us. It's good for a change.
Nobody is standing in Loud's way as Loud make their way to the playoffs easily.
Com certeza, acho que essa
Loud एक बार
partida
जीत
foi
चुकी है ना
o
चैट
nosso
जी मैं आज
pico
तेरे
de
साथ वॉच पार्टी
performance
देख
até
रहा हूँ
agora
पर थोड़ा
no
एंटरटेनमेंट
nosso time
करना
novo.
ऑब्वियसली बेबी राइट को स्पिन से ही इतना पैसा मिल जाता है कि पूरी लीग स्पॉन्सर कर देते
At this point, everyone wants to beat
गेमर
us.
बनने का
So
काम चल
far,
रहा है
it hasn't worked out for
Done
them,
by.
and I don't think it will.
पहले अपना लाइफ सेटल
Tá só
करना
muito
उसके
secar,
बाद
tá
गेमर
sendo
बनना
muito
भाई
boa.
नहीं
Eu
तो
acho que
बहुत
ele
सीन
nasceu pra
होगा
jogar com
लाउड 2 बार
eles.
जीती है ना
At the end of the
Sadak
day,
bhai, danger
anyone
hai bhai
can
bahut.
take it and win it. It's Valorant, so
It's true.
just who plays better that day.
나도 선글라스 낀데.
भाई बैठ के मेरी चड्डी गीली होगी भाई
원태가 되게 깔끔하고 좋아요.
깔끔한데 이 선글라스가 저팔계. 안돼.
जेनेसिस अब क्रिंज लगता है भाई बंडल ही करता रहता है
Can we win the Masters between me and Genji? I mean, definitely. And even if we don't make it far, I hope they do win the trophy for us for the Asia Pacific League.
Last game against GENG was a pack final, and we didn't manage to win.
이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는
हर्ष उसको जाने ही नहीं देते समझ रहे हो उसको जाने का मन भी होगा ना तो एक्स्ट्रा सैलरी देके उसको मना रुका देते कि वो उतना वर्थ प्लेयर है ना वर्थ
너무
प्लेयर है वो
이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
समझ रहे हो
Monyet played very well, especially with his
ये
calls
Watchparty
and
तो
stuff. Like, he's
contract पे
very
कर रहा है
confident, unlike the
मतलब
previous matches.
contract मतलब परमिशन है अपने पास
I'm very proud of him. Our new kid in the block is ready. You're not gonna meet the same PRX.
일단 저희가 이제 딱히 증명을
जैसे
해야
बाकी
될
जितने
필요는
streamers
없는 것 같고
only streamers with the permission can do watch party other
유시다의
from watch
그것도
मतलब permission
없는 것
from
같아요.
riot other than that they don't they will never because उन लोगों को सीधा claim लगेगा copyright जोर से और सीधा block होएगा भाई इन लोग का ये वाला एंट्री बहुत सेक्सी है यार ओए होए होए क्या एंट्री करते रहे लोग भाई ये मेरे को गाना कोई ला कर दे दो यार क्या गाना है भाई ये
We've seen this matchup before, and last time GENG became the king
भाई
of
मेरे
the
को
city.
भी
But this
Watch
is a
out के
different
हिसाब से
stage,
मिलते हैं
and a
दूसरे गेम
stage
से
that
बाहर के
PRX have conquered over and over again.
These teams, they have faced in Pacific, but then that was GENG proving themselves for their first time. People could write that off as an upset, as a one-time run, but now they're here in Madrid. They've done it again. They've made it to playoffs. They have another chance.
Mirano's
if they can beat
song
PRX
name.
today, they can cement
Claim
themselves
लगता है क्या
as the best team from Pacific coming into this event, as a team who could compete for that title.
Let's
But
go.
they're up against a PRX that no matter how logical you think about them, no matter what you think is going to happen with this team, they always surprise. They always find that miracle, and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, PRX is the definition of any given
Copyright song
Sunday,
है सारे
really, of
stream
what
किया
you get on the
There
day,
is 4
especially now
seconds.
we're thrown
4
into the
seconds
mix
is
of
this.
potentials for
अभी
composition
आएगा,
changes to come out. PRX looking back at their previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it. GENG now don't necessarily have a very familiar opponent in that regard.
What other team will play a comp for the first time?
NA
after scrimming
लोग का
it once and
PRX का
then
तो
show
NA है
up
ना
and
chat
look terrible in the first half?
के एशियन
When did
कंट्रीज
this
से
happen? Not
नहीं
just
PRX तो
saying
एशियन
that.
कंट्रीज से
Not
राइट
to the same level though, man. They show up, they make a miracle happen, and then you'll talk them after and like, yeah, we just
I guess something is from somewhere else.
They're ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, on the veins of Navi Angel, he does currently hold the record for the most agents played in a single tournament. But Forsaken is
Korean
one
team
away. If he just whips out a 7th, a different agent
play
here,
I mean, we see, yeah, we
ये
see
4 है chat वहाँ पे देखो वहाँ पे हो रहा
half the amount of maps too, because Angel did it in
on
20.
the other side.
Oh, okay.
And he has been creating a lot of the stuff here, and at least
भाई मेरा नेट जाके
individually,
वापस
he's
आया
been
भाई
doing well.
नेट
He's on
जाके
form.
वापस आया
Yeah, definitely. I think just to double on from that, the real test for Gen G would be as well if PaperX do completely, especially the fact that we're starting where we are to start on split. If that composition gets changed, it'll be another validation for Gen G to come out, obviously prep out the window and just perform bread and butter valorant, which they've shown.
Russian है something.
Hey,
Russian नहीं है.
So far here in Madrid in terms of curveballs coming
अच्छा
their
something
way.
is from
They do
Russia.
that
Okay,
versus
okay.
a team like PaperX that are willing to just kind of push all in on a comp first time, bringing out.
मेरे को लगा बाकी सारे पूरे टीम वालों को रशियन बोल रहे
The thing is, normally when we say that on a desk or on a cast about, oh, you have to do it against PaperX, that's the exception. Gen G is used to that. They've played this team twice before.
4 सेकंड ने रेज लिया है, समथिंग ने जेट लिया है. एक इनिशिएटर, दो भाई. Double duelist, double controller setup.
Moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works.
और इन लोगों ने भी सेम लिया है.
Yeah, and I guess as well banning the madness.
Bro, it's the same.
As well coming out from the split, which was
exactly
the
same
iteration that Gen G played against last time in the regional finals.
Same comp भाई. Danger.
Head to head between
अब Alex सोच रहा होगा मैं जो अभी तो
on the other side out from Karon. Both those guys have come out in their debut in
mirror comp भाई एकदम mirror comp.
Incredible. They're both on
मैच स्पेन में मैड्रिड में है ना. मैड्रिड किधर आया? स्पेन में.
The two loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very
Bye, let's go, chat.
These two teams.
Bye,
It's
halka sa.
Richmond and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure they played.
मैड्रिड कैपिटल ऑफ स्पेन. हाँ तो स्पेन में हो रहा है भाई. मेरे को नहीं मालूम है मैं कभी गया नहीं ना तो मेरे को पता नहीं मैड्रिड किधर आया. जाऊंगा तो पक्का बताऊंगा. पक्का. Guys, mod है क्या chat में कोई? mod है क्या? जल्दी बताओ chat. mod है क्या?
That's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of situation. I
mod है क्या chat में कोई?
mind over
जल्दी
mental,
बताओ.
because the way that PaperX play is insane. So you kind
Casanova
of have to
slash
almost center
Mausidal
yourself and
MAUSI.
do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is yes, they've played
Slash
each other
Mausidal
before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like it if Pacific were able to win. They have never managed to win an international event, and it's almost cruel that they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now, but it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment, and even from what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Yeah. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
we'll see. So what?
CR7 by Madrid बोलते हैं.
I'd be scared of them just as much.
Well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going to see Split popping
Work
up.
नहीं कर रहा है क्या?
Actually, for the whole series, Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first 3 maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, the Gen G won dominantly. Now, the reality is, coming into Split, Tom, it's not exactly the same, because PaperX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru, himself and something were diving in, taking so much space and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where Gen G just got demolished on this map. So for PaperX, I understand why they've come in and changed the concept.
because उसको access नहीं मिला ढंग से. आने दो उसको.
So they're bringing a new comp and a new philosophy on how to handle Split. Question is, will Gen G be able to deal with it this time?
prediction दे जिमी भाई.
Spooky going on.
It also seemed like at least for
मैं तुम लोगों को बताता हूँ, ठीक है? First half होगा 7-5. 7-5 will be the first half. 7 will of PaperX and 5 of Gen G, and मैच खत्म होगा on 13-10. 13-10 पे मैच खत्म होगा. ठीक है, चलो लेट्स सी गाइस. तुम लोग भी अपना अपना दे दो, चलो ठीक है, आ जाओ. अपना अपना प्रेडिक्शन डालो चैट.
As boring as it is, where we are just going to go the duelists of the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch. The amount of times the PaperX has got absolutely because of Forsaken just having life games.
दोनों गेम्स मस्त है अभी अब.
It's every time he plays Split, he has a somewhat
तेरा
else's
11.
life game. It's
मेरे
not
को तेरा
the
10
same
लग रहा
game.
है.
It is okay for anyone else. That would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right? Split last time went to PaperX. Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0. But I'm expecting a
13-11. GENG over.
The best of the best.
Let's go, guys. Start of the match. 13-9 in favor of PRX. Okay. Let's go. First round at
things off. Both teams with the majority of their players set up outside.
Full stack जा रही है भाई ये
run
push
pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of
ये good nade बे.
Something. And Mindfreak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great start for PaperX.
And Munchkin's in danger as well. He tried to jump away.
मोनिया भाई पागल full पागल मोनिया भाई.
Yet caught him. And for GENG, 2 versus 5, barely any damage done. At least they've still got the spike. But they have to hope for some serious
W first round निकल लिया. Let's go.
Running forward, or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can
बदला लेना पड़ेगा PaperX
no need for panic on the defensive side. They're just going to hunker down and wait for GENG to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the
भाई बहुत सारे लोग GENG को भी support कर रहे हैं.
On this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of GENG. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawless start.
वो लोग भी छोड़ा नहीं ना? वो लोग वहीं पे वो लोग नहीं भाई rotation देखी क्या मतलब है first round है भाई. Typical Mumbai lobby.
I would favor to GENG even more so.
भाई को जाने का भाई वापस यहीं पे जाके मरते हैं ना भाई next round भी हार के तीसरे round से मारेंगे.
I'll be honest, I didn't like it. It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like PaperX have to win. The problem is throughout this tournament, I've said that. And then they've won the other map. Because that's just how they are. They just manage to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just frag through a map. And that is rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people...
और full 5-stack B पे चल रहा है.
At least from the games we've had, Tom, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents. GENG, they've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied. The one now blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all for GENG, gaining some ground, now winning some more fights. And with heals up, okay, it looks like they've tidied it up eventually. But that got very scary for a moment.
I would love to see Forsaken
something, baby,
something. Because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team. Now that would be ridiculous to even attempt,
crazy. But do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. He just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that, again, if you're talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered the question himself.
Well, it looks like we're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of him. Looking to take someone down. He got the shot off. 10 HP left on Meteor. But that's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill the player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up. So that it's actually not that problematic for what was
something out हो गया ना.
You can already see.
ये मेरे को लग रहा है.
Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind this purchase is.
ये जाएंगे A. जाएंगे A. क्योंकि Sky mid पे है वो खाली information लेने आए लोग खाली mid पे मेरे को feeling आ रहा है. क्योंकि Spike A पे ये लोग खाली A पे B पे information लेने आए. या फिर information लेकर के उनको बोलेंगे कि B आ जाओ. हाँ यही हो रहा है B आ रहे हैं लोग.
They have the skill to do it, but they're always, especially in these sort of rounds, very careful.
And it looks like caution's paid off.
भाई सब लोग एक चल दिए भाई.
Nade on A has sold it to PaperX, who are now running the
भाई
gamble.
B खाली B दे दिया है.
Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PaperX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they're on the exact other side of the map. So for PaperX, you know, it's hard to get back into with these weapons as well. Especially pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already Mindfreak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already, and there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by GENG, even with a little bit of chaos.
फर्स्ट राउंड
Yeah, I
गाइस
mean,
फर्स्ट
they
पर
spread
एक राउंड
themselves
जीती
out
हुआ है
there.
बस
Lots
एक
of
राउंड हुआ
space, so
है
even when that judge gets up
एक
close,
राउंड
he's
हुआ है
only
भाई
getting the
लोग
one, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of
इन लोग
position.
साइड इतना जल्द पूरा ही छोड़ रहे हैं भाई
It's a fairly bog
रिटेक कर
standard
लो यार
start to the game. Pistol win
मुंबई
for
सर्वर
PRX,
जैसा खेल रहे
fire
आवाज
up,
आया उधर
and they
भागो
lose.
पूरा
I
राइट
mean,
राइट
one
छोड़
thing
के
I will say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed, but yet
Shot by
one
good
and
trade.
drop the B site under threat. But GENG back off.
इन
The
लोग ने
whole
अच्छा ट्रेड
time
लिया
they've been leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one, but one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're GENG. They don't know that Mind Freak's still very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on
तो
the
ले पे
defensive side, so they have.
चलो है स्काई और वाइपर दोनों है रोकने के लिए काम आ जाएंगे
In towards this
A पे
A site. Forsaken still with the judge, is just going to make sure he keeps control in mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get caught. He's switching between utility. Finally, will pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing. And while there is the floor of the judge, not going to find anything more. And for something, I hope to God he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the
भाई
possible, winnable, but
इकोनॉमी के लावण्य लाल होने वाले भाई
a few more orbs picked up, something like that. Maybe risk it with the blade storm, but even then, the op is just
हाँ अक्षित कुछ होगा
doesn't want to throw it out. And for GENG, I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's
like करो chat and subscribe
so
करो
spread out, already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe.
इकोनॉमी की धजिया उड़ेगी
Start hightailing it in that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on paper.
Exactly,
it's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in GENG's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against CDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression.
नहीं बाय राउंड नहीं
At this
है
point,
भाई अगर यहाँ पे समथिंग दो पिक निकालता है ना ऑपरेटर से नहीं बट वो बी पे है कोई एनीवेज कुछ पर उसको लोग नहीं रोक पाएंगे अभी सीन होगा ये तो कंट्रोल में नहीं आने वाला
I liked what I saw last round. I haven't caught it in the replay, Tom, but a fist bump into a high five. Let's see how many high fives there are for GENG after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was perfect. Deadly from Divide. And he's
जो बोल रहा हूँ उसका उल्टा हो रहा है मामो.
And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of
something by निकाल सकते हैं.
It's only something left, but he has that op. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the
shot!
What a shot! But Lucky was close by. Ready for that play.
Shot तारे.
Found for GENG. They're running away with this early.
Operator भी गिर गई.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested.
Shot
that was
भाई.
a decent stack up in the early stages for PRX. Just basically.
Sneaky था around no info. भाई उसने.
Managing to dodge some
भाई उन लोगों ने
shots
अच्छा eco निकाला यार. Good eco by the way guys. Good eco.
Bringing it down to just one player surviving.
Operator गया but
a little bit more honest for GENG, and well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem though is he's not going to be able to have it this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of GENG sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a blade storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, PRX have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken.
अभी भी प्लान इन लोग का यही जाने का है वैसे खाली इन लोग इससे इन्फॉर्मेशन निकालेंगे स्काई से मिड पे फ्लैश डाल के इन्फॉर्मेशन तो निकालेगी वो प्लान जाने का ये पे ही है.
Still hasn't happened though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, GENG have a lot of credits built up. If PRX lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Oh, maybe
Bye.
that's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realization's there eventually. Mindfreak can win this battle. It could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed.
Dawai, nice!
Has done well. Bringing back
nice. Equal पे लेके आया दवाई भाई.
To the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin.
Again.
Teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Vipers.
डाल देता वहाँ पे.
He's just teamed up with his teammate. He's just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise.
वहीं
The
था वो.
march continues on for GENG.
डाल देता यार.
GENG are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for PRX burned up in that round to try and gain some semblance of an advantage. And Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screens, waiting
भाई
for
वो
the
लोग
swing.
क्या खेल रहे हैं? Smoke से वो जा रहा है मिड से. Walk करके और ये लोग smoke में wait कर रहे हैं उससे खांचे में से देख के. भाई देखो full trash talking चल रही है.
We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. GENG have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's doubled the rounds, but it's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and
अभी इन लोगों को खेलने दो. ये लोग जीतेंगे ना, ये लोग जीत रहे होंगे ना, फिर बाद में कौन उठेगा मालूम है क्या? दवाई उठेगा trash talk करने के लिए. अरे दवाई नहीं सॉरी मोनिया भाई उठेंगे ट्रैश टॉक करने के लिए. मोनिया उठेगा भाई फिर तो भरेगा वो. एलेक्स चिल्लाएगा. इन लोगों को थोड़ा सा तो है ना कम्युनिकेशन में ना सीन हो रहा है. मिड पे मिड का पीक फालतू का दे रहे वो लोग. कौन जीता? टाइम है अभी राकेश भाई, टाइम है जीतने को, अभी टाइम है. अभी मैच चलता है अच्छा खासा 30 मिनट 45 मिनट तो चलता है. और अगर और इंटेंस गया तो 1 घंटा चलेगा मैच. अभी चल रहा है स्कोर 2-4. भाई मेरे को ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा इन लोग को मिड समथिंग को फालतू में मिड पे मारा है.
It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright.
एल्बो में तो मारना चाहिए था, कंफर्म था ही वही तो. अरे वही तो भाई, मैं भी होता तो मैं एल्बो मारता भाई. अब ये
versus PRX, but PRX also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons, like we said, and close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mindfreak has at least picked up one, but Karen is making this one look easy. 3 kills already under his belt, 40 HP, and he's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mindfreak dropped. That's his 4th kill of the round. The confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that PRX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on GENG. They're farming credits by the minute, but something has picked up one more. 3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
आप भी दूसरे एजेंट ट्राई करो. नहीं भाई
against any other team maybe it'd have a
सोवा को
chance.
बेस्ट बनाऊंगा.
It's so good just playing off of each
इको राउंड था ठीक है चैट.
They don't even lose another member of the squad.
इनकी कैरन टेक्सचर को शट डाउन करना है. बहुत तगड़ा मार रहा है कैरन. इसका देखो ये देखो.
You had the instant TP to the back of site, information clearing things out. The rest of the team quickly execute.
4K मारा साले ने आते ही.
He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead.
भाई ये तो उल्टा हो रहा है चैट, जो मैंने तुम लोगों को बताया उसका उल्टा हो रहा है. Danger.
Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for GENG, and now ultis are there. Showstopper fired off, and no chance. No smokes for the way back.
मुंह पे मारा उसके.
To play with, still some flashes on Divide.
मुंह पे मारा उसके भाई.
Set up with a man disadvantage on a retake. Seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not banned.
मोनियट के मुंह पे मारा भाई.
GENG are even better in the 5v4s. Opener again.
Danger, danger.
Forsaken trying his best, but he's almost there. That is, and well, Lackey and Meteor combined might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick.
Actually, it was fastest, bro.
And you could just see the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. GENG getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows.
ये देखो सीधा मुंह पे मारा उसके.
Although that's already back
Actually not मुंह पे but पैर पे मारा.
Oh wow.
But सीधा उस पे ही मारा भाई.
Got them the spaces around prior, and then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
भाई 2 कोच है क्या इनके?
Crushing one for PaperX off rip. Because again,
like कर दो chat.
Weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to
डब्बे में
mix
मारा
it by
उसने.
with light shields and full
भाई पनौती हो गया क्या मेरे साथ?
because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much
रहा है बोल सकते हैं but वो entry दिला रहा है.
is riding high after several
Entry दिला रहा है.
investments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go. Maybe for the rest of this half. Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this PaperX side, seeing it early on in rounds. With a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. GENG winning out every competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one! And not 2! Damage, but no kills.
Monya!
Monya has a chance.
Monya bhai!
Into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet.
Oh my god, dude!
For the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way.
Bro, अगर ये मोनिया निकाल देता ना, इन लोग को एक अलग ही पावर आ जाती भाई. अलग ही वो आ जाता भाई, इनका मोराल अप हो जाता भाई.
They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from PaperX was good onto a couple of the players, but the deeper players were
भाई मोनिया भाई ने मार दिया था bro. निकाल देता उसको भी. Oh my god, क्या चल रहा है? Full trash talk, not even close.
Something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar. 7-2, GENG finding next to no struggles. Close opportunity for PaperX to clutch it, and this could have looked very different, but instead. They're on an eco. They've already lost something.
GENG for the win, Jimmy NHK or what? Sale.
Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down in the vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position. They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights. Karen up from above. There's not really an easy way to kill him. Maybe there is.
Okay, good trade.
All the defenses. Even still though,
still 2v3 हो गया. कुछ नहीं फायदा अभी भी.
Nade still available. They've been taking these.
भाई 7-5 कहाँ सोचा था? यहाँ 7-2 हो रहा है, वो भी उन लोगों के support में.
Looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for GENG. Another 3.
भाई split इन लोग से नहीं जम रहा है.
8-2.
नहीं जम रहा है इन लोगों को split.
And this is PaperX's map. They have lost 8 rounds in a row, other than the pistol in second round.
हाथ जोड़ के रिक्वेस्ट है तेरे से सेन को मत करियो सपोर्ट. भाई मैं तो सेंटिनल सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ. भाई लास्ट टाइम क्यों नहीं वर्क किया फिर बाद में पनौती मेरा गाइस? तभी भी तो मैं PaperX को सपोर्ट कर रहा था गाइस. तभी क्यों नहीं हुआ? बताओ. जीती ना तभी भी PaperX. मेरा नाम डालता हूँ.
Yeah, they come to the international stage and.
They might do one better.
Yeah. 13-4.
Split PaperX का पिक है. वही तो बोल रहा पर फिर भी नहीं जम रहा इनको. Hey! मोनिया भाई! मारो! Full bastard!
It looks like PaperX are set to finally put another round on the board. Long have they waited.
भर दे. Nice one.
Something
Something baby, something. Let's go. Well played baby. One more round. Come on बच्ची लोग.
Hell of a distance yet to
One
go.
more round.
Yeah, and again, it comes off some.
Let's go.
Out of Forsaken. Definitely had support.
मीर ने कमेंट डाला इनका एम नहीं लग रहा है समथिंग का. वैसे ही समथिंग ने मारा. वन टप्पा. मीर भाई ने कर लिया रिट्रैक्ट मैसेज. इजी पीजी. और समथिंग नहीं मारा.
Looking at 2 operators on the attack though. Obviously it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting for aggression here, and it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot though. Those ops are elsewhere.
That mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up, really swinging. I think he's currently 12 and 6-2 KD on the board and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. PaperX tried a mid push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught.
भाई अब mid पे नहीं होंगे, बार-बार mid पे तुमको लाडवा नहीं मिलेगा.
Reset for the later play, and GENG have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for PaperX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of so big within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those
भाई
smokes
4-8 तो कर ही सकते हैं भाई.
Deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture though might have a fight because they're so passive. The operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around in the other direction. A peek out from something.
देखा मीटियोर ने शायद उसको.
Won't matter too much for now.
Something को देखा मीटियोर ने.
Activate the dash. Something goes peeking.
Okay,
but now I'm just looking
information
at
मिल
that
गई मीटियोर
TP
को.
into the backside once more. It's been cleared
something को
out.
information मिल गई नसीब.
We'll be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
Oh, nice shot by Lakia as well. There's his 13.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for GENG
एक
to
back
get
off
a
side
move
जाके
on.
बैठा है, side में
Munchkin
घुस
has
रहे
to
लोग.
step out from that corner
Nice
and he's
one.
been caught. They need a dive on that spike and get it.
Nice one, bro. 4 seconds going
Four rounds
huge,
in the half.
baby.
It's not a death sentence like you said, Tom, but certainly nothing to celebrate. This is
चलो भाई, good half.
from GENG. Lakia
Good half,
leading the
भाई, good
charge,
half.
and plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that PaperX have got something special planned.
Good
for
half,
their
bro, good
attacks.
half, good half.
This was a really, really rough scenario for them to have to fight
Triple
back
peak
from.
हो गया भाई, line of fire में सारे
It
मर
is
गए.
definitely a
Good half.
troublesome position to
4
be
seconds
in.
तो save है actually
The
भाई.
fact is, there's
Cars
definitely
नहीं होगा
still
भाई.
opportunities. Even still though, you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from
इसलिए
him
बोलते
now.
हैं अटैक में ऑफ नहीं लेनी चाहिए. उन लोग की 2 ऑफ थी ना गाइस अटैक में. एक मीटियोर चला रहा था और एक टेक्सचर चला रहा था.
소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고.
2 ऑपरेटर थी भाई. मीटियोर ने वैंडल और ऑपरेटर दोनों ले रखे थे लास्ट राउंड की वजह से.
첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데.
스크립टेड है भाई, वाह स्क्रिप्टेड है.
에너지 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데 너무
2 ऑपरेटर ले रखी थी. एक टेक्सचर ने ले रखी थी और एक मीटियोर ने ले रखी थी.
잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
ओपा प्लस वैंडल था. हाँ वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. एक मीटियोर ने वैंडल और वो ले रखा था और टेक्सचर ने ना खाली ऑपरेटर ले रखा था. अबे पेपर एक्स के पनौती लगा रहा हूँ पर नहीं लग रहा है. लमाओ नहीं लगेगा पेपर एक्स. पेपर एक्स पे पनौती नहीं लगेगा भाई. पेपर एक्स जीतने वाले. आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है इस हाफ में आप जेंजी को सपोर्ट करें भाई. मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम लोगों को, ठीक है. मैं बताऊँ तुम लोगों को, ठीक है. अभी अटैक है, ठीक है. अटैक पेपर एक्स का अच्छा है, ठीक है. मैं तुम लोगों को कैलकुलेशन बताता हूँ. 1 मिनट रुको चैट. कनेक्शन डायरेक्ट टू द हिमाचल प्रदेश, हिमाचल से डायरेक्ट उत्तराखंड, उत्तराखंड से डायरेक्ट हिमालयास में कैलाश पर्वत. भगवान जी मेरे को कनेक्शन बताओ जल्दी 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 जल्दी. ठीक है वापस से आ रहा है इन्फॉर्मेशन, वापस आ रही है. कैलाश पर्वत से, कैलाश पर्वत टू हिमालयास, हिमालयस टू उत्तराखंड, उत्तराखंड टू हिमाचल प्रदेश, हिमाचल प्रदेश टू दिल्ली, दिल्ली से मुंबई, मुंबई से वसई. guys it's gonna be
last time facing off against
13-10.
PaperX. Now 4th time fantastic.
भाई
At least
it's gonna be 13-10.
First half 8-4
मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
left you.
13-10 है guys. मजाक नहीं कर
to
रहा हूँ.
close this map out. At least that's
13-10 in favor of PaperX. PaperX का comeback हो रहा है.
Attack side's about to be put to the test, and the big thing to write home about last time was something. Diving into sites. The
कल IPL Watchparty and DC करेगा. Only if I have
but that's never the name of the game with PaperX. In he goes. Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is perfect. Snake bite's even better. And with 1 HP.
Short 4 second by. 4 second.
The squad comes in to save.
Let's go. क्या हो गया एकदम. Meteor भाई बच्चे खाली. Meteor भाई घर है घर. Let's go मोनिया. बोला था चैट तुम लोगों को मैंने. ये लोग का भाई देखो, ये लोग भाई पिस्टल राउंड तो जीतते ही है, तो 2 राउंड जो है कंफर्म कर लो तो अभी 6 हो जाएगा इन लोग का. 2 राउंड क्या बोलते हैं इसके बाद चालू हो गया बाय राउंड एक हारेंगे और 9-7 होएगा ठीक है पेपर एक्स एक हारेगी बाय राउंड 9-7 होगा ठीक है उसके बाद ये लोग का भाई बाय आएगा पेपर एक्स का क्योंकि वो लोग पहले उसमें थे क्या बोलते हैं बोनस में बाय लेंगे और मारेंगे अभी ये वाला बोनस है ठीक है ये वाला जीतेंगे इसके बाद वाला हारेंगे
There's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner. Munyet, though, able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell to a snake bite after being... Oh! What is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with
nice
a
one.
goal or the
Monia
goal
bye.
to do such a thing. Karen, 1 versus 2. A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
Exactly, Harsh bhai.
Depends though, because PaperX, that's the thing. The blitz plays of PaperX have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility.
अच्छा तेरी मम्मी की जय क्या चीज़ बनाई?
अरे दूर हो जा. For now, at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away. The spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had. And well, there you
भाई गन मिल गई इसको. अभी दिक्कत है.
Yeah, we've got a bulldog to play with 100 HP. A paranoia still online. Both smokes. Timing is key. And they
शॉट दवाई लाल पांडे चैट क्या दवाई लाल पांडे
This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall.
ठीक है दवाई लाल पांडे आनी मोनिया सुरवे.
That's not going to feel great.
अभी मारेंगे सबको भाई टेंशन नहीं है.
Random engagements that ended up
अभी हेलो अक्षय अभी देखो चैट मैंने तुम लोगों को जो कैलकुलेशन बताया ये वाला हारेंगे ये लोग उन लोग का बाय राउंड है इन लोग का ना बोनस है ठीक है इनमें से कुछ लोगों ने बाय किया है कुछ लोगों ने बोनस रखा है ये वाला हारने वाला है ये वाला हारने वाला है
You've got Forsaken and Mind Freak down at 100.
अभी 9 होने वाला है जेंजी का 9 होने वाला
है. A little bit of trouble. Forsaken though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for GENG.
Danger spamming हो गई भाई.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in vent, this is an uncouth hole. 2 players.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Lakia. Signed, sealed, and delivered to this man.
Bro, हाथ में पिज़्ज़ा डिलीवरी दे दिया भाई वैसे kill delivery हो गई भाई.
Fighting form, and in a 5v3. That's another nail in the coffin for PaperX. Tagged up a little like a ranged fight, and what an adjustment from
बोला था ना हर्ष भाई बोला था
there's only 2 attackers
अपनी बोली बंदूक की गोली
chances are looking pretty slim.
एक बार बोल दिया खत्म.
Divide through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know the Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing.
ये 9 आएगा अभी इन लोग का बाय राउंड आएगा उस हिसाब से फिर चलेगा बाय राउंड में ये लोग जीतेंगे भाई मेरे को तो यार बैटिंग करनी चाहिए ऐसे तो
exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding on to a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. Well, it's not even needed. First one gets the job done.
एकदम accuracy के साथ दे रहा हूँ माला माल हो सकता है भाई लाइफ में.
Players alive, you know, it's a little scary because it feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, GENG haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, PaperX attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. They lose the 3rd round.
Flawless.
What's the issue? The issue is the damage.
What about this round? This round is going to be in favor of PaperX.
Constant reinvestment.
Completely in favor of PaperX.
Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with in that orb. Well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but
और ये बूम बाम बीम बीम बावासिर की क्रीम वेलकम टू माय अनदर लाइव स्ट्रीम मार 1 HP है वो मार क्या बात है Forsaken भाई
what PRX does these fast paced plays into the site as mentioned this was a weaker purchase they had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger now that you look towards the players of GENG in this 2v4 scenario Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well, although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture, but it's both shots landed by Mindfreak. He's been quiet so far, but popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
Well, this is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then GENG ran away with it. But here,
rounds में बैटिंग लगाओ full match बहुत लंबा हो गया.
A challenge
वही
with
तो बोल रहा हूँ.
many weaknesses.
देखो तो बैटिंग चालू कर दे. अबे real बैटिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ भाई लोग.
A couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving on the site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how
उनको लगा भाई मैं वो उसकी बैटिंग के बारे में
going on to their favored side. The B side.
उंगली वाली बैटिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Serious pressure.
Entry.
Half the team still waiting patiently. He gets away with murder. Brilliant from Caron. We talk about picking this player out play into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around the squad.
ये लोग left में क्यों नहीं देख सकते यार?
They were able to
What is this, a
revive
whole lobby or what?
because of the damage done early on.
Left क्यों नहीं देखा इन लोगों ने?
They really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by PRX as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if GENG picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mindfreak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's going to triple his kills, that'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mindfreak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something, though, like we talked about the duelists in this matchup, other than, I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fun. Mostly been those explosive plays from PRX.
ज्ञान मत दे तू जाके खेल ले मैक्स भाई आप तो बोले ना जिस हिसाब से आप मेरे हर एक गेम के पीछे ज्ञान देते आए हो ना उस हिसाब से तो आप बोले ना जबकि आपके पास तो पीसी भी नहीं होता भाई इतना दिमाग कैसे चलता है हम यहाँ पे कौन से राउंड में कौन सा गन ले ये नहीं सोच पाते
As you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers.
ये वाला राउंड भी जाने वाला है चैट अगर ये लोग ये सोच के खेले कि भाई जीतना है तो जीत सकते हैं अदरवाइज इन लोग ने यही सोच के खेला है वैसे भी कि इनको जीतना है क्योंकि कुछ लोगों ने बाय कर रखा है
Costly ruse perhaps Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for GENG as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play. Seekers still in play, and a few flashes here and there. 1, in fact, just on Divide. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get them something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for PRX,
ये वाला हार गया मैंने बोला ना ये मैंने बोला था ये देखो अभी ये सीन होने वाला है
You might have her trail, but it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly.
भाई ये वाला मैप गया चैट क्या है समझित वेलकम मेरा प्रेडिक्शन था 13-9 टू GENG मेरे को लग रहा है सही होगा मेरा प्रेडिक्शन
buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill. He's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies,
that's the thing. He's literally just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lack here in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. And you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mindfreak towards him. He had no plans to fight at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why GENG have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PRX, A lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site. And it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for PaperX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. There's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but GENG have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses.
Oh, shot यार. ये nice range क्या anti जाके anti flash दिया उसने anti गया और फिर भी गया.
Might start to panic, might make a mistake.
4 second पागल हो
The
गया.
smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be big! He actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown. Surely from me.
Wow, chat.
And ends it as well. 12-7.
Bye.
Looking over, as you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, Mitch? They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates, only the Blade Storm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, GENG have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows.
Bro!
And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Ooh, okay.
Shot.
Yeah, he put
अब
down
तो
early.
गया भाई ये वाला मैप गया GG chat ये वाला
A
मैप.
little bit, but the fact is, he underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expected. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Munya goes bouncing past him. Now there is a flank.
भाई इतना प्रेशर में खेल रहे हैं लोग अभी.
It seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down.
Hello, 144 hertz.
Okay, there it is. The start of the way back for this squad.
एक और राउंड जीतने के चांसेस हैं इनके ना.
To deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. GENG are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used. They found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. They've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, GENG are finally seeing some negative economic state. No, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of PaperX's early fight. This squad's gonna have to go back and reconsider, surely.
इसके बाद कौन सा है chat?
Direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although
उन लोग को जरूरत नहीं है ना, उन लोग लीड पे है ना ईशान, इसलिए उन लोग ने लिया नहीं. अभी जब ये लोग 2-3 मैच जीतेंगे ना, 2-3 राउंड जीतेंगे, तब इन लोग लेंगे.
Get rid of Meteor is
Time
a
out.
big pick.
Because that was looking like map control
and a man advantage for GENG. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
That cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost. Because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of PaperX's plans. The plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main, holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down. GENG have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside the pit. And what a mistake it was. Welcome to his world with Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to go.
15 seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Tom, but this would be exceptional.
Time.
Good luck to you, and good night.
Lotus.
Yeah, it just wasn't
Lotus. Let's go. Chat, by the way, सुनो. तुम्हारा भाई अब थोड़े तुम लोग को प्रेडिक्शन देना है अभी, ठीक है चैट? डेंजर वाला प्रेडिक्शन देने का तुम लोगों को.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on PRX, a player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big
अब मुझे बताओ
not
चैट.
just from the desk, but even from
First
the
map.
team themselves when they were being
अरे
interviewed.
first
And he
round
comes
कौन
out
जीतेगा?
fighting. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a
मैं सुसु कर गया
GENG
guys.
map.
मैं
13
सुसु
to
कर
8
गया.
doesn't sell it. This was
सुसु कर
convincing,
गया चैट.
and now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Lotus 13-6 PRX. भाई अपन बोलते रह जाते हैं, लोग होता ही नहीं.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
अगर हुआ तो फिर अच्छी बात है, नहीं तो भाई. सुपरस्टार यश भांचो, हिंदी डब्ड फुल एक्शन रोमांटिक मूवी, ब्यानसा देसी. डू यू सी दैट सो कॉल्ड पर्क्स न्यू मेंबर जिमी? ए हरामी शिवम मत कर भाई, तेरे वजह से फिर मेंबर नहीं बनेगा कोई. चला 100 रुपीज हार जाऊंगा नहीं तुम्हें. Let's see guys. बट जेनेटिक मेंबर नहीं, मॉड है ना. 13-11 कुछ नहीं भाई, मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम के लिए वेट कर रहा था। करो करो, हाँ मेंबर्स भाई, तुम लोगों को अगर नहीं पता तो भाई मैंने मेंबर्स ओनली के लिए वो बना के रखा है कि मैं ना करूँगा करके ऐसा, मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम एटलीस्ट कितनी मालूम है क्या, 4 times a month, which is too much, but still I will try.
जितनी वोट आएगी सारी SJP पे दबाएगी, जिसका चुनाव चिन्ह है दिल वाला कच्चा। देगी ये समाज, ये और देगी ये समाज, ये और वैसे वोटों का दिक्कत नहीं है। अपनी जो EVM मशीन है ना, वो मैंने नीचे से करवा दी है हैकर से हैक। जितनी वोट आएगी सारी SJP पे दबाएगी, जिसका चुनाव चिन्ह है दिल वाला कच्चा।
भाई ये देखो, ये बनेंगे मेयर, इस गांडू को देखो, ये बनेगा मेयर।
कैबिनेट में आओगे तो केस वापस ले लो, मैं बता रहा हूँ अभी भी, क्योंकि आगे जाके अगर मैं मेयर बन गया तो आपके लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा, समझ रहे हो? चलो देखते हैं। देखते वेखते नहीं है, पूरा देख लो, सुन लो और सूंघ भी लो। मेयर तो शेनिल ही बनेगा, और डर के रहना अगली बार से, तमीज से रहना जनता के आगे। इधर आओ शेनिल, इधर आओ। हाँ बोलो।
मावा के सामने
यार जब लोग कोने में क्यों बुलाते पता है?
क्यों बुलाते हैं?
जब उसे किसी बंदे को सूतना होता है। कैसे? ऐसे। चल तेरी
भाई कैसे मार रहा है भाई, कैसे मार रहा है भाई?
मेयर बनेगा
भाइयों,
औकात के बाहर जाएगा
भाइयों ये डीमंड X Pro है इसका नाम, ठीक है?
ओ भाई साहब ये स्कार्फ जरा हल्के पहनो, गला दब जाएगा आपका।
हाथ जोड़ के मेरी गुजारिश है, लाइट भाई, गोल्डी भाई, और जो भी सर्वर के बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं उनसे मेरी रिक्वेस्ट मांगा लो, ये जो डीमंड X Pro जैसे RDM प्लेयर्स है, इनको प्लीज कम्युनिटी से थोड़ा बैन किया जाए। ये OGs, ठीक है? मेरी गुजारिश है, ऐसे ये मुक्का आज मेरे को लगाया, कल आपको लगेगा।
कितना हरामी है ना ये, कितना हरामी है ये, कितना हरामी है ये। अरे मैंने वो उठा लिया, पहले ये था मेटल डिटेक्टर।
अच्छा हाँ ठीक है, फिर क्लियर है।
रुको एक सेकंड, रुको।
ओ उसने नीचे रखा, एकदम नीचे रखा उसने। इसने ना वो किसी को, ये किसी का देख के इसने नीचे रखा। ये किसका देखा था उस दिन, किसका देखा था इसने? ये 100 IQ कॉस्मिक का देखा था ना, वो देख के इसने ना फिर से किया।
अच्छा हाँ ठीक है, फिर क्लियर है।
रुको एक सेकंड, रुको।
ओ 200 लाइक कर दो गाइस।
क्या है?
डबल एक्शन रिवॉल्वर
कॉस्मिक का ना, मेरा कॉस्मिक का देख के इसने किया।
अरेस्ट करो।
Don't please going for the jump.
One उनका डाउन हो गया।
Okay, one is down. Second take care of fuel.
भाई जंप तो मैंने मेरी थी भाई, कुछ भी बोलो, अगर इसको ठोकता नहीं ना मैं तो एकदम प्रॉपर लैंडिंग हो रही थी जो भाई मेरे ना जंप की, प्रॉपर एकदम एक्यूरेट लैंडिंग हो रही थी। मजा आ गया मेरे को।
वो भी पता नहीं था मैं आपका
लॉस्ट द विजुअल्स। अरे नहीं वो गाइस शायद
समझ रहे हो गाइस, मेरे को पीछे जाना तो कैसे जाऊं मैं? Anyone can someone help me? Bro, fuck my life, no way.
इसने सब बनाया था, सब गया। सब बनाया था, सब गया।
हो गया मेरा आज का स्ट्रीम। अब मैं करूँगा कल इवेंट्स आने के बाद। अरे यार क्या चुतियापा क्या हूँ, क्या हगा हूँ मैं।
इसके बाद स्ट्रीम एंड हो गई थी। मीम देख लिया मैंने शिवम सारे। भाई 2 क्रेडिटेड आया मेरे को अभी, कितने हरामी है भाई। आज तुम सभी का लक की ये नाइस थंबनेल ब्रो, नाइस थंबनेल। एक्चुअली नाइस थंबनेल ब्रो। गाइस ये W है, ये W है चैट, कोई नहीं बोलेगा ये W नहीं है, ये W है गाइस, कंप्लीट W। भाई वरुण भाई अगर आप देख रहे हैं तो कृपया करके ये सब चीज़ें ना वो निकाल दे। सोवा मेन इज हेयर ये भी निकाल दे, ये सब कुछ निकाल दे, ऐसे ही रखे, खाली अच्छा लग रहा है, ऐसे ही अच्छा लग रहा है, समझ रहे हो? तो ये निकाल दो, सोवा ये वैलोरेंट लिखा हुआ है जो, और सोवा मेन इज हेयर वो भी निकाल दे। ओ भाई भाई क्या क्या ज़रूरत है भाई, क्या ज़रूरत है भाई? हर्ष खेल रहा है का काम भी तुमने AI ने ख़राब कर दिया। हर्ष खेल रहा है भाई का काम भी, ठीक है। मैं जाया करता था हर्ष खेल रहा है भाई के पास कि नहीं भाई मुझे वैलोरेंट की एक थंबनेल बनवा दो, हर्ष खेल रहा है भाई। अब मैं हर्ष खेल रहा है भाई के पास भी नहीं जाऊँगा। और ये क्या गांडूगिरी है? नहीं ये क्या गांडूगिरी है वो बताओ मुझे, ये क्या गांडूगिरी है मेरे को बताओ भाई। इसके जगह पे लगा दो ना वो। हर चीज में भाई, हर चीज में डाल दिया भाई मेरी शक्ल, हर चीज में। एक काम करो, तुम्हारे टट्टी में भी टट्टी करते हो वहां पे भी मेरी फोटो लगा दो। सोवा तो होना चाहिए था और वाइपर पे हर्ष। ये रॉक्स एक्चुअली ब्रो, गुड आइडिया ब्रो। ए वरुण इफ यू आर वाचिंग, ये कर देना, यहाँ पे हर्ष की शक्ल और यहाँ पे हर्ष ये मेरी शक्ल। सेक्सी नो, एकदम सेक्सी ब्रो। ये करेगा क्या भाई? थोड़ा फनी यू नो, फनी थोड़ा सा। ये मैच चालू हो गया।
They move to the A site. Here comes PRX diving a little quicker than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to beat
please, PRX win, please.
Anchored down, and they're winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Knife out, and Karen wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight.
पैसा गया मेरा, डूब गया पैसा।
Sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And that, well, PRX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions. What was that? 5v3 as they get into the site. They get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from GENG, but you always have to look at PRX and go, these are moments that you expect them to be able to convert. Not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same.
भाई क्या किस्मत है मेरी, क्या किस्मत है भाई। मेरे को पंडित ने इसलिए बोला है भाई, स्टॉक मार्केट में भी नहीं लगाने का भाई तेरे को, तो ऐसे ही बोला है मेरे को तो पंडित ने।
Well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online.
नहीं, मैं जितना PRX पे लगाया था उतना GENG पे लगा रखी कवर हो जाएगा।
It's keeping him in position. It's only
भाई
deducted about 10
एक काम
HP or
करता
so
हूँ।
because he was so low. So the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles.
सेकंड मैप राउंड 6 का जो विनर है वो GENG होगा, ये मैंने डाल दिया है। अभी GENG हारेगी, अभी GENG हारेगी,
For GENG, 2 players lost, not the end of the world.
अभी GENG हारेगी।
Yeah, could have been much worse. Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't
गेम
come
साउंड
to
बड़ा
fruition.
बड़ा।
Texture as well as one off a showstopper going
सेकंड
into
राउंड,
3,
सेकंड
so
मैप
especially
राउंड
on
6
this
का
map, it definitely
मैंने
is a
लगाया
little bit more
GENG
difficult for
पे।
challenge-
आई होप अभी
to
GENG
challenge
जीते।
for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an aid push.
आई होप
An
GENG जीते।
opportunity to find
कहाँ लगा रहा है
something there.
चैट, ये नहीं बता सकता मैं, सॉरी।
Well, this is where we are going to get the investment.
अभी आई होप GENG जीते
Forsaken
गाइस,
is already
थोड़े पैसे
bringing in
रिटर्न आए
enough.
मेरे।
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that.
100 डाला 180 रिटर्न
He's
आया।
just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're GENG, and a little bit of danger for Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tagged, Lackey is dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Devi the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. The reality is, though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Devi. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing and the same.
भाई क्या डेंजर गेम प्ले चल रहा है इन लोगों का।
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade.
किस्मत ही काम नहीं करती मेरी। ऊपर से शनि मेरे सर पे बैठा हुआ है भाई 2024 में। ये शॉट है। 1v3 ये वाला राउंड है लो का ये सीन में।
Player close is low. Devi and Mind Freak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3 and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise. It's Paper X the kill and the round. But at what cost?
Everything. Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for
भाई मत करिए सब तेरा सारा लग भाभी ढूंढने में खत्म हो गया है जिंदगी का actually
I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but
200 लाइक कर दो chat, let's go.
Extension, just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, wow, you can already see him smack talking. Well, it's not the only.
वो अभी भी गुस्से में है, अभी भी गुस्से में भाई वो एलेक्स। कि इकोनॉमी की भी माँ बहन एक हो गई और जा के लोग पहले उसके
to shut down the way back through for Paper X very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight.
हाँ साइलेंट फिर 50 भेज देगा क्या मेरे को?
Having done that extra work on it,
भेज देगा क्या साइलेंट?
I'm worried for Paper X. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, they don't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the
Karen बहुत सही मस्त मार रहा है।
Going to try and aggress. This is risky.
Danger मार रहा है bro.
Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost manages to catch one. Even still, though,
danger मार रहा है।
This is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse.
अरे लोग कैसे मर रहे हैं?
It's going from bad to worse for Paper X. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tab will definitely help them out, but it's not.
भाई लाकिया!
Too many bullets to dodge there.
भाई तू है डाकिया?
They break back immediately.
क्या पहुंचाया तूने खत उन लोगों के पास?
Them losing all their players. It's gonna hurt.
Danger! एकदम danger!
Yes, it absolutely is. Now you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only 1 found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on Paper X turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a team.
Hey guys, क्या लगाना
that's the exact time that GENG go for
मेरे को तो मैनेजर ने मना कर दिया है भाई 300 के ऊपर और नहीं लगा पाऊंगा
Odin being kept through, Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, Paper X have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karen aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back.
GENG guys.
Excellent.
इन लोग ने ना भाई इन लोग का कॉम बहुत सही है. But I really want Paper X to win.
Oh, open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it. He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkin. It's a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage.
My God, this guys, dude.
We did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with. And they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but GENG off to a flying start with it yet again. Yeah. It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for Paper X to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when GENG don't have money.
This is the 6th round, guys.
Yep. It's the play.
मेरा नाम लेके.
All time throughout the series. I like the pause.
तेरे नाम से ही तो सब मेरा चलता है भाई ढंग से.
Rough.
Lucky.
And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance again on this.
GG हो गया पेपर एक्स का मीर भाई आप रुकें आप टेंशन ना ले अब भी जीतेंगे भाई हम अब भी जीतेंगे भाई पेपर एक्स जीतेगी तुम टेंशन काहे ले रहे हो यार
In this round at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part.
इको राउंड है पेपर एक्स का नहीं अभी जो गया वो इको राउंड था अभी बाय राउंड है ना इसलिए तो टाइम आउट लिया उन लोगों ने भाई मेरे को चैट समझ में नहीं आ रहा है ये लोग अभी टाइम आउट लिया मतलब स्ट्रेटजी के साथ आएंगे और जीत के जाएंगे भाई अरे क्या किस्मत है रे भाई जेंजी पे लगाया था बे 6th राउंड का भाई क्या टट्टी है जिंदगी मेरा अरे बाबा
you're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen, because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face off against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea, again, using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets opened, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on GENG, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with the return from PRX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP.
Whoa, Chad!
PRX losing out on another good pace of pace. Managed to put the players on the back foot and filled in every gap that GENG were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. PRX had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that.
This is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammate's still rotating. Like he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. That was again another big round for PRX. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now Blade Storm is really all we could talk about, and they're just ready for his initial play. Almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, the thing is that's sending them elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think Monyet on the previous map was throwing out a few of those little feelers. The idea now is you can't play up against that ult. This ain't the round 4. Your Blade Storm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it, at least trading out the first. Karan, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily, because Karan was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some, well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for GENG, and 4 ultimates online.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, PRX have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but GENG are consistently
old match कौन जीता पुराना मैच मतलब लास्ट मैच ना वो GENG
finances are in their
भाई
favor.
बहुत सूत रहे भाई पेपर एक्स को मेरे को जीजी लग रहा है भाई फीलिंग आ रही है जीजी वाली
For the side of PRX, counter operator going to be invested into something. He's had a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Monyet.
You see the idea as well? We see the aggression, we try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A, because GENG are getting aggressive, giving PRX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PRX, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft. They can even drop a body. And they cannot.
भाई लाकिया भाई सिर्फ और सिर्फ ओडिन पेल रहा है गाइस
Something dropped. That's the op down, and he's looking for a little bit more. I don't
क्या
know
बात है
where
यार
they're going to
मम्मी
take
सॉरी
this
यार
on
मैं
the
तेरे
attack,
बर्थडे पे भी काम
I
कर
think
रहा
I know
हूँ
what the result will be regardless.
He's been quiet as well, and reposition.
मम्मी के बर्थडे में भी काम ही चल रहा है guys.
Will make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disrupted.
अबे ये लोग बहुत पिंच हो रहे हैं यार chat. समझ रहे हो? पिंच हो रहे हैं guys ये लोग.
It gets close for a matter of seconds, but GENG continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know. Yeah, second pause is going to be called for PRX at this point. I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, GENG have won, played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack.
हाथ नहीं बैठ रहा है ना. चलो जिम भाई ये मैच तो इंडिया वर्सेस नीदरलैंड जैसा लग रहा है.
No, I would say that's very bad. If you're a PRX
that's
fan.
Quite poor. Yeah, and the reality is for PRX, you're looking at the last time they played.
अब तो फीलिंग आ रही है कि बदला भी नहीं ले पाएंगे ये लोग अपना. भाई टूर्नामेंट में भी ओडियन अलाउड होता है. इतना गंदा गन है वो. मेरे को कॉम्पी में गुस्सा आता है. और भाई गन है ना भाई वो. इवेंचुअली भाई वो भी एक वेपन है. उसको यूज कर सकते हैं. घर वालों को भी टाइम दे दे. कैसे दूं यार. इतने कमिटमेंट से इतने काम है भाई. नहीं पता भाई.
Finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet dying on the attack, right? Often that's your job. But here we haven't seen those dive plays as consistently. At least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15
पनौती लिख दे भाई अभी. भाई मेरी क्या गलती है चैट.
No benefit for it. One guy goes
कल भी वर्क करता ना फिर पनौती वाला.
That guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that GENG are also willing to claim. Like they pushed.
भाई तुम लोग ये इतना याद रखो guys.
All the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep.
तो lower brackets भी है चैट. चिल मारो. अभी निकली नहीं है.
2 players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right. So like this is the thing. You even peek your head out and you go, "Oh, are they rubbled? Yep, they are. I'm dead."
एक राउंड जीतना मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई. बहुत ज़्यादा सही खेल रहे हो लोग.
They're going to push B. It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into nothing for the side of PRX. Forsaken trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake
Finally,
up. And that spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the C site once that door is closed.
Oh, HP कम हो गया उसका.
16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op and an aid. And there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down. Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle. I can make it winnable, but Texture's a little too quick.
I love it.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like
full W हो रहा है.
As a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
All right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for GENG. 8-1, Tom. Yeah. I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2.
Yeah.
It definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps were close. It looks like GENG have leveled
13 month था एक ही.
I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. GENG don't need them. That's actually the point where they don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the show. They got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim.
Match fix है क्या भाई? नहीं भाई.
There's no way he's
Oh my God.
It's a little messy. It's giving PRX a chance, Tom. They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia dropped, leaves Munchkin 1v3. If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP, and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. The swing is good. And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for PRX.
हार गया, बर्बाद हो गया. इतना गंदा क्यों हार रहे हैं
Gen G got to be feeling
अरे क्योंकि डिपेंड करता है यार, ऐसे मतलब वो नहीं होता.
I mean, that they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from something. Finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak Munchkin individually. First player peaks, dies. Second gets dinked. And it's only finally they reposition. I think we would have needed a new desk.
8-4 मेरे को मुश्किल लग रहा है, 10-2 लग रहा है मुझे.
It's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punch and bag with an
LED
screen.
9-3.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PRX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow them to set up
something,
try and get aggressive, but managed to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin. So he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank position. It's open. I think it's because Device having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mindfreak. The remaining players, a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he has denied the defusal, the spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Devi with an operator. First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy defusing, and he's done it up. There's no time left. Finally, PRX pull out the miracle rounds we've seen from them, but everybody.
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है 9-3 होने वाला ये.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before.
It is going to be 9-3.
They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PRX didn't have the pistol to help them out.
हाँ होता है, होने को कहीं से भी होगा यार comeback तो
4 rounds and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half,
like कर दो chat.
The Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong.
अरे attacking इन लोगों का अच्छा है रे, इन लोगों को भी बस कर लेना चाहिए कुछ.
A Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture.
What?
And his operator has been fierce.
Looks like they're going to go back into it. Is there a flash? Is there anything? No. No, it's
just
a
Texture को देखो guys.
Yet players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle.
लोग full pumped up हैं Texture and ये पूरा GENG.
Giving him another shot, and it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset though with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging for an 8-4 half. It looks like PRX
9-3 होगा मेरे को भी ये लग रहा है. 9-3 and the curse. Fuck. Let's go.
Let's see. Meteor's on his way in. Up close with a teammate.
9-3 and curse and let's
go. A lot of
go.
noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done.
Sure. बोला 9-3 and the curse guys. Curse. अरे 9-3 नहीं हुआ, sorry. 8-4 हो गया ना.
Some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
Yeah, it's almost identical to what we saw in the last half.
भाई उसको देखो, उसमें किसने देखा है?
Disgusting. I was thinking for a second.
भाई एकदम माइनर उससे पे उसने देख करके मारा है भाई.
That's how good Texture has been. But again,
भाई ये full भड़का है, full भड़का है ये.
Player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from PRX to at least get something.
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Devi, who had some words to say earlier.
I think it's like a stressful game. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart. And
आज
they
चार
kinda
मैंने
one
बोला
step
था
ahead,
easy
especially on
comeback
Lotus.
अब comeback होना चाहिए यार अब
Way,
comeback
way
होना
behind
चाहिए
them. Yeah, I think we were
कितना
taking
hertz का
too
monitor है
easy, I
उनका?
think.
360
I
होता है
mean, they did exactly what we were watching them, like in the VODs, like they play the same, like they are not scared, even though this, like, I think for some of them it's like their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they actually perform.
Monye going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded and Monye just popping off. Yeah, Parmar even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox. This guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
In India जैसे कि हर्ट्स है अगर कोई है तो कोई है No comeback जेंजी का मैप है भाई जेंजी ने उन लोगों के मैप में भी इनको हराया अभी इनके मैप में भी इनको हराएंगे easy peasy lemon squeezy
problem like just killing us or like punishing us over and over. And also Karan was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer, but I think he's probably like the top player in the league. I think he got MVP as well in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, insane. Yeah, maybe we go back and cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
Devi has certainly been cooking 15-9, exiting that first half, with the next closest player being something pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of PRX. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol, though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been. GENG looking like a competitor for the crown, and thus far we haven't seen the PRX that we know and love.
Planning to जाने का
This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great start from Monye. Already pushing aggressively on the other side. Is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there, and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but taken with a good trade.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PRX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top. Not spotted. Easy peasy. That's a 3K for Something. Looks like even he's starting to heat up.
That's exactly what they need. Just him having confidence. Because you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but that's always been his play style. Even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far.
बहुत ही बुरा लग रहा है.
Get that sniper into his hands. This game can definitely slip back. As said though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, GENG have been much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential for PRX. Now the follow-up looks easy. Very little.
अभी लोग का comeback होना चाहिए. अब होगा comeback.
If they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of PRX. But on the defense, they can keep distance. And with the buy that GENG have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Defiant will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Monye. Jump peak will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall.
Meteor की और Karen की HP भी कम है.
Really
निकल जाएगा. ये वाला निकल जाएगा. Bonus round
to
है
win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good run from PRX as they manage to bring things again back within 2. The fact is, it has been the buy rounds where GENG truly have been
हो जाएगा.
A level above.
अब भी buy round है उन लोग का है ना. इन लोग का अभी भी bonus round है. ये वाला हारने का chances है भाई.
Means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a blade storm, even if they lose the round. With how consistent he normally is.
13-8, Atang bhai.
I would definitely put stock in him finding at least
मैंने
the 2
सोचा था कि
orbs.
13-10
One
होएगा.
kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Munyet. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow
Bhai, bach
he
gaya,
gets
bhai,
out of
Munyet
there
bhai.
unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now the cross has already happened, so something now in a pretty deadly position. And honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get one.
Well, here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the side of GENG as they lose a player right off rip. And it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way, though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Divide, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage, and Divide walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might... Oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter.
Nice. Good comeback होएगा.
8-7.
Good comeback. Let's go. No jinx, bhai. No jinx. No banati. No jinx. मेरा fingers have been crossed. Fingers crossed, guys. देखो.
Yeah, I
Fingers
like
crossed,
the way
bhai.
they
Fingers
play it
crossed.
as well. After the initial spot, that there was at least one player lurking. They know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations.
Come on, bhai. अबे लोग अभी आ रहे line पे आ रहे.
Fantastic. 19.
ये वाला round भी जीतेंगे.
Topping the entire scoreboard
ये
right
round भी
now.
अपना है.
Something once more.
Eco round है उसका ऐसे भी इन
They
लोग.
know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to
Oh,
really
buddy,
put the pressure on early.
I don't mind this from GENG. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PRX, they have to be worried about the fight. You're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own. And again, he finds Texture. That's a big part of this take. They try to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead... They've been
Guns भी मिल गई ना उनको?
नहीं
मिली.
versus 3. Meteor's good position has been noted. As we said earlier, they
भाई
know
बहुत
that
अच्छा
trap
position
was
है
broken.
इसका.
They know there could be someone
Head
around
की बात
here.
है
That's
भाई,
why you see
बस.
Divide wait for Mindfreak, wait even for the plant to come through, while Munyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, PRX haven't made a move. Why haven't they? Why are they not trying to fight for any bit of control? And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
It looks like because they've spotted players near B and they're worried about their spawn, they're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect and he goes back with the pistol. He does it alone.
What?
Meteor's going to confirm the MasterCard Thrifty.
कांड फट गई भाई.
Firmly in the hands of PRX. Falls to 1 man.
1 man with 1 big gun and 1 medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what it's
लड़की
about
वाला
this guy.
होता है.
He knows he'll hit the shot. For some
भाई
reason,
क्या
when it's him
बकचोदी
at
है
2v2,
यार.
and he goes, okay, I've got the first one. He always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets
भाई मैं
it.
कुछ नहीं बोल रहा चैट. मैं कुछ नहीं
Every
बोल
time
रहा
I'm sat there going, I'm
मैं
ready
कुछ
to
नहीं बोल रहा हूँ
proceed,
भाई.
and then he gets the kill, and I'm like,
मैं कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा हूँ अब.
fine then. I
अब
guess
मैं
that
देखूंगा
was the
आराम से
right
मैच
play.
देखूंगा. गाइस कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा. सॉरी भाई लोग. सॉरी.
Uncouth,
सॉरी
but
भाई
it
लोग.
works
दिल
this
से
time.
सॉरी कुछ
Certainly
नहीं
caught his
बोलूंगा.
opponents off guard with GENG 9-7 and claiming that
तू
round.
शांत. हाँ मैं शांत हूँ चैट. मैं कुछ नहीं
PRX
बोलूंगा भाई लोग. सॉरी
witnesses
गाइस. सॉरी.
An operator in the hand of something.
Look at where he is.
It's not really an opping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash. That's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin, oh, the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the showstopper is again just, oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger. And now he realizes his mistake as the dive comes in from PRX. They've got a lot to work with.
The old Stoke should be, well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least, so they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first, almost onto the second. but PRX respond in turn. A back and forth so far in this second half. And they close the gap once again to just one round.
Well, that's the response and resurgence we wanted to see. This game, this map, and indeed this series
he would
is
have
hanging
killed
on a knife's
something
edge.
if he just shot the bullet. That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but, you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for PRX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen GENG win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got basically an all. It's a Yassine dash, but it works out for him. No punish, and the reposition gets him another kill. Swing out, coming in to the side. Just a second. Blink and you miss it as we're 9-9.
Yeah, they have somehow...
Bro, Monia going crazy, bro!
5-1 in this second half after what was basically... We were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they went 3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing. You don't really think at the time, because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like GENG just let the foot off the gas.
Like karo chat.
A few big plays.
Like karo guys, kuch nahi bolunga main guys, like karo.
Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it. The distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
Yeah, looks like they're looking at him too. Karen was trained in on that with Texture finding a field day. 2 HP left on Devi. He'll find it hard to get any impact from this point. A stray bullet, enough to take him down. But he's caught Karen off guard. The flash covers his retreat. No more flashes, and they don't regen anymore. An opportunity still. No, shut down. 2 versus 3 though. Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. They just fall back to enable the reload. Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot 1, but he's now just out to the classic. Classic. But Lakia's the one to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close, and it's a back and forth once again.
Really is like a pendulum swing.
Shit, bro. ये वाला बहुत ही ज़्यादा महंगा पड़ा इन लोगों को kill, हाँ? Mind Freak का kill.
Answer back by GENG, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with the final run.
Mind Freak का kill महंगा पड़ा रहे उनको.
GENG, they've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. GENG could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on Texture. Those could be very, very pivotal facts for us as PRX look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low in the corner. It's the Rocket to find him.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Devi, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but every member falls. GENG now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for PRX, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
Beginning of the end तो हो ही गया है, मेरे को भी feeling आ ही रहा है. ये वाला बहुत important था यार. काश something ने उसको मार दिया होता.
And again, it seems strange that 13-8 to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong score line, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And PRX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that PRX can do to surprise this GENG roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling
the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels who are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Stubborn.
GENG have got their number.
Arey
This round
yaar.
at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post runs, that's where GENG have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster.
तो इन्होंने
with
सी से
risks
पुश
taken.
करना चाहिए, एक पिक मिल जाएगा तो
Players
गन
brought
जा
back
जाएगी.
who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay.
हाँ वो भी
But
आ
to
रहा
go
है
into a
अंदर.
GENG roster
Read
that's
बहुत कर रहा
now
है.
playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match. Unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. The PRX are not dead. Not
क्या
down.
not dead भाई, खत्म है भाई अभी.
Definitely looking injured. The path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in the third map. A lot of win conditions. For GENG, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. PRX don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones. Whereas the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's
नहीं
gonna force
भाई
that player
नहीं,
out. The
वो
open
उसको
problem is
पूरा
Texture was covering it.
पूरा उसको
And
वो
now
किया
the push
यार.
on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for PRX, and it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall won't evade it. He's being caught, but oh, it's fake information. The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mindfreak as he's still alive, his HP recovering, but with something down. And Divai, very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the wraparound. Wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Divai needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Divai's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mindfreak can make it to Divai. If they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low.
गया
With 2 players still to root out. It might be too low. Divai just dodges that siege, but Mindfreak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8, a consistent showing from the side of GENG as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Yeah, it is another huge stage
भाई
of play for
कैसे
GENG.
यार.
At this stage that they wear the crown when it comes to Pacific. But that's not the crown they're
GG
going
यार,
for
GG यार,
anymore. They said it at the time. They
भाई
goal was
deserve
to
करते
make
वो
it
लोग.
to the
क्या
playoffs.
खेले वो
They
लोग,
made it,
क्या
and they
खेले.
continued to push forward in that upper
क्या
bracket.
खेले वो
The team
लोग
has
भाई.
said that last year didn't really do too much, didn't really give us much to be excited about, and then bringing together
क्या
a
खेले
mix of
भाई.
players that maybe many didn't expect to do well, definitely didn't expect to get this far. They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative
Lower
as they
bracket
face
cities, हाँ
Americas,
भाई.
and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
The second map.
क्या बोल रहे हैं Pacific hashtag वाले PRX
This was
stream
definitely a
भाई.
much better feeling.
भाई
from
क्या
the side of
खेले वो
PRX.
लोग ने,
They
one
earned
sided
their
दिया
way
उनको,
back
हाँ?
in
कुछ भी बोलो
from
शायद.
an 8-1
One sided
deficit
दिया उनको.
to a close scoreline in the
ये बार
end.
पनौती
But
भाई मैं
despite
क्या
that
पनौती
streak
गाइस,
of
वो लोग
rounds,
अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे, मेरे को
GENG
पनौती
take
बोल
the
रहे तुम
victory
लोग हैं.
thanks to map number 1.
मेरे को
PRX's
तुम लोग
pick
पनौती
where
बोल
they
रहे, वो
just
लोग
didn't
अच्छा नहीं
get
खेले
started.
गाइस.
And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For GENG, they get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to be in, and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
That's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run. You could even throw a Chinese team of
अब मेरे को
EDG
क्या लग रहा है
there as
गाइस,
well.
तुम लोग मेरे को
Making a
बताओ
run,
चैट,
PRX making a run.
genuinely
This
बताओ,
GENG squad though,
loud या
feels different.
loud या फिर
They
sentinels.
have so much depth to them in terms
मेरे
of
को feeling
individual
क्या आ रहा है
plays,
ना,
but they
PRX
have
and Sentinels
such a
जो है वो
solid
लोग
structure,
lower bracket में
great
खेलने वाले
trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up
क्या
from
बोलते हो
last year.
chat?
They look like different players, even
No
if they're
wonder
in different
time ऐसा लगा कि
roles, some
PRX
coming
control
from the
कर रही है
tier 2
map.
as well.
GENG just
They
better.
are an absolute joy to watch. And the fact is, I don't know where this ends for them. They could
Sentinel होगा ना?
genuinely be there lifting.
इधर lower bracket में?
It definitely feels
Lower
like
bracket
they
में
have a
Sentinels
long
होगा क्या
road
बताओ?
ahead of them.
या फिर
Hopefully no
upper bracket
bumps
में रहेगा?
in that
पूरा
road.
team अपना
And
best
the reality
दे।
is, you know,
One
Texture
लोग
for
देख
me,
रहे हैं, Jimmy के
certainly
बोलने
someone to
से
take
क्या ही
notes
हुआ?
on, because this guy, he
Exactly
was
पारस
good
भाई
before,
यार,
but
ये
now
लोग
on
नहीं
the
समझते।
international scene, up against some of the best
Don't
in the
support
world,
Sentinel, okay, please?
and he's leaving his mark. He's already left this mark.
जितवाना
And
है,
it could
Jimmy को
get
बोले
so
शांत
much
रहे।
more beneficial for this squad as they now
नहीं
get
नहीं
to
बताओ
watch
ना
their
guys,
opponents
Sentinels
play,
जो है
take
वो
those
upper
notes.
bracket में
I
रहेगी
really
या
put
नहीं
so
रहेगी?
much stock in that. I'm excited to see
Sentinels
what this
जीतेगी?
squad can do, Tom.
I
ठीक
think
है भाई।
I've loved the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other,
भाई
it's Munchkin elevating his teammates. Like I think that's such a huge compliment. Like you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually. Like all of these compliments, this is a nice thing. But to say he's
भाई
come in,
बहुत
as someone has
ही-
said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better. As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to
सदाक
hear
लव है
from.
मामू।
And I think that's the great
Sen
thing
upper
about this
में
team.
जाएगी
Look at
and
them on the
Gen G से
stage, look
हारेगी
at
for-
Texture, just having a great time.
with PRX
Everybody
से
like
हारेगी।
standing up, like bows and arrows. Like this is looking like a completely different squad. And
भाई
honestly,
क्या
I am so
danger scene हो
impressed
गया
with
ना
what
बट
we've seen.
भाई वो लोग क्या खेल रहे थे भाई, क्या खेल रहे थे वो लोग, मजाक है क्या भाई? क्या डेंजर स्कीम चल रहा था भाई वहाँ पे। अब मजा आएगा भाई, अभी सेंटिनल्स का मैच होगा ना, अभी समझ में आएगा अपने को कि क्या सीन है एक्चुअल में। भाई मेरे तो लुट गए पैसे भाई, कंगाल हो गया मैं। बहुत डेंजर था भाई, बहुत डेंजर खेले भाई।
La primera pregunta es que fue una partida en la que se hacen algunos cambios.
Ay,
por
¿qué
lado.
es?
¿Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan especialmente en este segundo mapa para que el cambio de
भाई
composición
चैट
no
तुम
le
लोग
afecte
क्या
a
कर रहे हो यार,
pueden
लड़की
cerrar
वाला
un
स्ट्रीम के लिए?
2-0.
अरे नहीं
Munchkin,
चाहिए
first
लड़की
of all,
वाला स्ट्रीम के लिए
congratulations. The
भाई,
first thing I want to ask you is,
ये वाला करना।
I want to know what goes behind the scenes.
ये वाला
when
कर
we get
विनायक,
to see
इसमें
that
हर्ष का
different
फोटो डालो और इसमें
composition
मेरा।
change on that second map. It
ये वाला
seems like
करना
you're
भाई।
slipping away, but you were able to take it back right at the end. So
इधर हर्ष
what
का
was the
फोटो यहाँ
purpose
पे
to
मेरा
make sure that map would go
मस्त
your way?
लगेगा।
로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 조합을 다시 한번 바꿔들고 왔는데 이제 젠지 선수들은 그거에 대해서 어떻게 풀어나가려고
भाई क्या कर दिया है
대처를
उसमें मेरा फोटो भाई।
갑자기 이렇게 따라잡히는 모습이 나오기도 했거든요.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에
First map मेरे को
사이퍼
क्यों
대처
feeling आ रही
방안에
है कि
대해서
it is
일단 첫
gonna
번째로
be loud?
이야기했었고요. 그리고 저희가 중반부터 좀
भाई मुझे feeling आ रही है चैट।
했던 거는 저희가
First map is gonna be loud guys।
저희끼리 커뮤니케이션이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같습니다.
Well, we're familiar with going up against compositions with Cypher, so first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when PaperX were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to, set it straight.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa
Sentinel 2-0
es
है।
que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones
भाई
de Cypher, el
first
enfoque
map
principal era
it's gonna
cómo
be
tenían que
loud
jugar en
guys।
contra de ese Cypher, y cuando PaperX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían arreglar y cerrar el mapa. Ahora, mientras más vemos GENG, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres.
जिमी भाई ट्रांसलेटर का आईडी मिल जाता तो है।
The brighter and the better you're looking.
भाई।
Closing it in a 2-0.
ओ भाई ये तो full BTS।
One of those teams that is able to be better.
अभी कोई मैच है खत्म है ना, मैच है ना अभी पारस भाई।
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을
भाई वो जल्दी नहीं खत्म हो गया मैच।
젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
भाई यार शिट क्यूट है ये। हाँ हाँ भाई लुट गए, हाँ लुट गए हम तेरी मोहब्बत में, तड़प तड़प के इस दिल से आंड निकलती रही, तुझको बना दी क्या रही, ऐसा गुनाह किया, लुट गए। ये ओ ओके 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 तभी तो वो टीवी पे है भाई। डेंजर सीन्स भाई, कैसे हम लोग हार सकते हैं। अभी मेरे को लग रहा है कि लाउड जीतेगी यार। क्या लगता है तुम लोग को? मेरे को तो लाउड लग रही है। क्या ले जैस भाई, वेलकम।
इधर आओ। अरे मैं तो बोल ही नहीं रहा हूँ। मेरे पीछे क्यों आ रहे हो? वो बोल रहा है वो बंदा।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ। ये ब्रायन बोल रहा है। चलो ब्रायन लेके चल। आओ।
हाँ आओ।
अल्लाह डोफा में
कौन है ये?
खड़े बोल।
ये 2 पैसे की आवाज है तेरा और गंदा है मतलब। इसको देखो ये क्या कर रहा है। एनपी अपडेट्स देखे क्या? सोल सिटी बाय AQRP क्या आया है भाई? सिटी हॉल अनाउंसमेंट इंट्रोड्यूसिंग फिशिंग लाइसेंस। हैप्पी बर्थडे। ओ ऋषित भाई का बर्थडे है क्या? नाउ यू ऑल नो ऋषित, राइट? ही इज लाइक द सीक्रेट सॉस दैट मेक्स आवर क्रू शाइन. He is the one you go to when you need a boost of motivation or a helping hand to navigate through tricky situations. Seriously, he is the MVP of support around here. And let's not forget his superpower, excelling at everything he does. भाई ऋषित भाई तो है भाई. ऋषित भाई ने हमेशा भाई सपोर्ट तो दिखाया भाई, कुछ भी बोलो. हर चीज में ऋषित भाई ने सपोर्ट तो दिखाया है. डब्ल्यू है ऋषित. भाई ये क्या है यार, ये कौन है? ये मेरे को पक्का लग रहा है अवनीत कौर है और उसके साथ बकचोदी कर दी है. गाइस जस्ट लुक एट दिस. अब मैं इसके बारे में क्या बोलूँ चैट में इसके बारे में? बोलो, बताओ. नहीं बताओ गाइस. भाई अवनीत कौर के उसमें बकचोदी कर डाली.
अंडा ले लो, आलू ले लो.
Jealous people, jealous of my business. 50 crore business.
और क्या चाहिए भाई जीवन में? ओ माय गॉड भी भाई थिक थाई. ये मेरी थिक थाई दिख रही है तुम लोगों को? अच्छा नहीं उसमें, सॉरी. मैं अपनी थाई देख रहा था. लॉल. माफिया भाई क्या कर रहे हैं? माफिया भाई चेकिंग आउट गर्ल्स फ्रॉम बैक. हाँ
ओए स्ट्राइक
भाई.
अरे कोई ना अगले में गिरा देगी ये. अरे अच्छा खेल वीर भाई, शर्म करो. गिम्मी तुमसे अच्छा खेल लिया. ये तो पूरा ताकतवर हो तुम, अच्छे जान है तुम में. फेंको बॉल.
स्किन वाले बॉल्स नहीं कह रहे. नहीं अच्छा खेल, अच्छी. मुझे स्किन वाले बॉल्स खरीदने.
माफिया भाई चेकिंग आउट गर्ल्स फ्रॉम बैक. क्लरबरी क्या कर रही है? क्लरबरी
कराई, फिर डिहाइड्रेशन हुआ तो उल्टी आई, फिर उसका वजह से डिसेंट्री हुई तो थोड़ा सा वो गाट खराब कर दी सर मैंने रेंटल.
तो अभी आपने कुछ खाया है सर या नहीं खाया? अभी आपने
अभी थोड़ा खा लिया है, दूध भी पी लिया थोड़ा सा. वो कि खाने की वजह से
डॉक्टर ने बोला दूध ज्यादा पियो.
मेरे बॉडी में
ये दें आप, ये मैं आपको ये दे रहा हूं.
डेंजर थका हुआ
आप पानी ज्यादा से ज्यादा पिए फिलहाल, तो डिहाइड्रेशन नहीं होगा. हेलो.
टीम्स जो डिजर्व नहीं करती है टॉप 16 के लिए, वो मेरे को लगता है जो हिल बैटल करती है वो बिल्कुल डिजर्व नहीं करती है. मेरे को थोड़ा एग्रेसिव फन मज़ा आता है, पर जो हमको उसके चक्कर में भी हिल बैटल करना है क्योंकि प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं. तो मेरे हिसाब से तो वो टीम्स डिजर्व नहीं करती. वो टीम्स के नाम है जो डिजर्व नहीं करती है. एक CS स्पोर्ट्स, फिर टीम फॉरएवर, हाइड्रा स्पोर्ट्स जो हिल बैटल करती रहती है. OR भी हो गई उसमें से एक. ऐसी टीम जो अच्छा खेली थी बट क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाई तो वो थी RG मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि पंग उसमें अकेला था. मार भी रहा है, रोटेशन भी करा रहा है, एग्रेसिव खिला रहा है टीम को, फ्रंट ओपनिंग नॉक्स भी दे रहा है. तो मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा वो गेम देख के. टीम्स जो डिजर्व नहीं करती है टॉप 16 के लिए, वो मेरे को लगता है जो हिल बैटल करती है वो बिल्कुल डिजर्व नहीं करती. मेरे को थोड़ा एग्रेसिव फन मज़ा आता है, पर जो हमको उसके चक्कर में भी हिल बैटल करना है क्योंकि प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं.
Jimmy, to be honest, you need to start gym again. Gym मैंने किया था start. मेरा जिम स्टार्ट किया था मैंने अराउंड 3 साल पहले, जब लॉकडाउन स्टार्ट होने वाला था उसके थोड़ा टाइम पहले, एंड तभी मैंने स्टार्ट करा था मेरा जिम. एंड जैसे ही मैंने स्टार्ट करा आई वेंट अराउंड लाइक, नहीं हाँ बराबर स्टार्ट करा और मैं 1 महीना गया रहूँगा मुश्किल. हाँ, और मेरा अच्छा खासा बॉडी भी बना एंड लॉकडाउन हो गया. उसके बाद बीच में लॉकडाउन ख़त्म हुआ और वापस से मैंने ना सोचा कि चलो यार अभी ख़त्म हो गया है तो मैं जाता हूँ और वो करता हूँ. भाई गया मैंने ना 1 महीने का भरा. स्टार्टिंग में तो वो 6 महीने का भरा था, वो तो गया टट्टी हो गया उसमें. फिर बाद में मैंने 1 महीने का भरा, उसमें 500 रुपीज़ दिया था वो बंदे को. वो बंदा फिर से लॉकडाउन हो गया, वो बंदा भाग गया और ना पैसे मिले वापस और ना ही कुछ और. जीजी हो गया. नेक्स्ट वैलोरेंट स्ट्रीम कब है बोल दो, अभी तो थोड़ा तबीयत ख़राब है, मैं करके देता हूँ हर्ष और आपका. मैं अभी 1-2 दिन में करूँगा. भाई मैच चालू होने वाला है गाइस. जिम से बेटर योगा करो. अरे योगा तो क्या है, योगा तो अपन ऐसे मतलब जस्ट फॉर द मेंटल स्टेबिलिटी यू डू योगा, पर थोड़ा मेरे को बॉडी भी बना देगा, समझ रहे हो क्या. बॉडी जैसे चाहिए हुआ भाई, बहुत ज़रूरी है बॉडी. और पता है तुम लोग को एक और चीज़ है कि अगर मैंने अभी अगर स्टार्ट किया ना मैंने जिम, तो स्टार्टिंग के 1 या 2 हफ्ते मेरा जो बॉडी पेन करेगा और जो मैं थकूंगा ना हर चीज़ में, बस मेरा बॉडी खाली आराम करने को मांगेगा. लेग्स मारूंगा, बॉडी अपर बॉडी मारूंगा. भाई जो वाट लगने वाली है ना मेरी, हाँ बस बस पुरानी बातें भूल जा, पुलअप करने को झूल जा. अभी मैच चालू होगा. अभी बताओ गाइस, व्हाट इज द प्रेडिक्शन ऑफ द मेन हीमोग्लोबिन ऑफ द यूनिवर्स ऑफ यू गाइस. प्रेडिक्शन बताओ गाइस, जल्दी बताओ चैट. फर्स्ट राउंड कौन जीतेगा, सेंटिनल्स और लाउड. जिस हिसाब से टेंस भाई का एम है उस हिसाब से फर्स्ट राउंड तो सेंटिनल्स को ही जीतना चाहिए. डीएम जी भाई आप शांत रहे वालो तो या मैं जाऊँ तारीख की स्ट्रीम देखने. नहीं मैं शांत हूँ भाई, शांत हूँ. प्रिडिक्शन मांग रहा हूँ यार तुम लोगों को.
Welcome back everybody to day 6 of Masters Madrid. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with me and Hypog. We've had our first regional rematch already and let's get into the second. It is America Sentinels versus Loud and I believe Mimi the match
भाई Sentinels के साथ अलग ही प्यार है लोगों को. गजब प्यार है भाई Sentinels.
All 5 maps in the finals in America. Sentinels pulled it off there against Loud, but Loud has really leveled up at this event thus far. It should be a great match again.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of stumblings along the way. It is a concern for me that Loud have already kind of shown some bad tape here. Obviously with the permaban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same 3 maps before in the first match of the regional, but I wonder we're going to get that again here. But the thing is, Hypog, as you would know, Sentinels have played an obscene amount of games coming into this tournament. They continue to do so here in Madrid.
Yeah, a lot of tape, obviously, to go through. An opportunity there for Loud. They've already shown that you know, they're willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out a curveball and change something up. So there is actually a real opportunity with the break coming into the playoffs. Loud, have the upper hand.
They played less maps than some of these teams, but remember they were playing back-to-back. It was something like 12 hours of prep between playing Heretics to then play KC and beat them, and it was the same in Americas. They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined, but finally this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
I cannot wait to sleep. It means a lot. It's been really hard to have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we
तू
had
opponent को
pretty
कर
much.
भाई ठीक है भाई first map first
It's,
round
we didn't have a lot of turnaround
का
time to
first
deal with
map
that
का first round
strategically,
जो है वो
right?
loud
Especially
जीतेगी
in
बस
scrims, your jet
बस
lag,
chat
so
बस
many
is
challenges.
it good now
So having some time
is it
to
good chat
breathe
मैं
and
दिल से बोल रहा हूँ
be
loud
better
जीतेगी
equipped
first
to handle
map का
opponents studying
first
us
round
is
ठीक
huge
है
relief and
दिल से बोल रहा हूँ
confidence
because
boost
I
for the games
feel
ahead.
loud is too loud in front of Sentinels okay so
I mean, this
it's
is the
gonna
thing.
be
They've already
first
achieved
map
everything so far
first round
without
it's gonna
that
be
little bit of a
loud.
break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good this team is at counter-stratting. Against both Heretics and KC, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponent's tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time. And we saw that in Americas. When they went into playoffs, they further leveled up. This is a squad that when they really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual performances here,
Fnatic
Sassy a
should
little
come
bit
back
of a
in
concern,
Valorant.
but I think if there are going to be any change to the composition, the way that particularly Zek and Tens are both performing individually, there's room there to put them on anything potentially, and outside that, John QT as well, individually standing up so far here in Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about Tekken here because we say, yeah, Tens and Zek and Tekken.
Okay.
We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but there is no debate when it comes to these two. They are just the best right now in this tournament.
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well. They're a very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks, but the difference between them and maybe a team like PRX as a player like Forsaken per se, is it's always together, and it's always being really well integrated into John QT's system. When they go for these risks, when they go for these early fights, the rest of the team is calling around that. They hear Zek and say, hey, I want to make this play. Tens knows how to set him up, and the rest of the team adapts around that really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down on that, the support system here is really the difference. To have everybody here delivering individually, Zekin and Tens being the ones to lead the charge, it's terrifying to have to go up against them in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud, because they had a slow start. But Hypog, as you know, even when they had a slow start in the past, they always go really, really deep, and they managed to take it all the way sometimes.
Yeah, just got this playoffs form that they seem to, it's almost like the trump card. That comes out in the series that they need to deliver it, and I don't necessarily think they've shown that so far, but coming out and
let's go! Loud, OP!
The loss to GENG, but outside that, you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in? In particular, Les having another MVP-worthy performance, and you look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here, I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategies really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better than the rest of the season thus far. This is a Loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breach. They're obviously busting out the Euro in particular, but QCK's individual performance across all the duelists has been pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a great duelist or a great individual player, but somehow he's doing it.
Yeah, you guys mentioned Les already.
थोड़ा आराम करके आना चाहिए था. कैसे आराम करेगा भाई?
RP
stream भी मांगता है public को, ये भी मांगता है. कैसा
है? I want to look at this because this guy's stats have been ridiculous this tournament, but they are every time.
ये बंदे ने कहा खेला है भाई.
Member of this squad with Osmus out of the team. He's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelists in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is going to win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well because Les is more. So let's send it down to Mika Fabs.
Let's see.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. I'm curious how this level of synergy has been from like the beginnings of this roster all the way up here to Masters Madrid. What's that journey felt like? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente eu gostei que você estava ali mandando uma vibe bem legal. A gente quer saber, você está desde o início com a galera, com o time, e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia. a sinergia tá boa? Como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começअब a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tá no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo, staff nova, então a gente está planejando a longo prazo. Mas
मैं तो मस्त कॉफी बनाकर रख के आया हूँ ठंडी. अब मैं कुछ कॉफी वॉफी कुछ नहीं पीऊँगा. इससे कि मुझे नींद नहीं आएगा भाई.
Because we also have a new player. We are working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the
मेरा new बंडाना चाहिए.
Eager to see that next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
Thank you.
भाई यार एक मस्त गाना यार. ये खाना लेके आया क्या वो साथ में? हाँ बर्गर लेके आया वो. Hola, भाई ये चाहिए यार. इसका एंट्री अंगार है वे एंट्री. क्या एंट्री है बे इसका?
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the best in the world. And as it stands at this stage, it does feel like both of them have a great chance.
It's the new versus the old guard for Americas in this match. It's the third time they've played this year, and we're already into the veto. Like, these teams have a lot of similarities in their strengths, and I think we're going to expect to see maps like Sunset, maps like Icebox that was just picked that both these teams love to play. This, honestly, what we're getting already is a bit of a rematch of that finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, yeah, with Sunset to round things out. Concern, a massive
ओए
concern
लोग का ऑलरेडी वीटो हो गया वहाँ पे.
very polarizing.
बताया नहीं वीटो वाला सेशन हाँ? लेट हो रहा होगा इन लोग को लगता है.
Last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely slap loud.
Sentinel ने ब्रीज बैन किया, लाउड ने लोटस, Sentinel ने स्प्लिट लिया है. लाउड पिक्स डिफेंस, लाउड ने आइसबॉक्स लिया है, अटैक लिया है.
So much of it is Zekken, and so much of it is also
Decider is
John QT.
Sunset.
It feels like his calling is perfect on the defensive side of that map, on how this team sets up. This first map is going to be a challenge for Loud.
Yeah, just how close do you think this will be though? Because the first match we saw today, very, very one-sided. Also what we expected, but Hypog,
बात तो सही बोली है.
I'll be honest. I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series. I think now maybe looking to reinvent themselves once again. And that bounce-back factor, I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
Yeah, the question for me is what has Loud changed? Because they haven't had
Bro,
to
if you want to
really
take
show
rest,
their
you can
split
take
since that
rest
grand
at
final.
afternoon.
So there has been a bit of time to kind of look back, see what went wrong there. But even the best teams haven't been able to beat SEN there. I look more towards the rest of this pool. I think Icebox and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the Breach and the Phoenix, the other playing the Gecko composition. Both have these great retakes. Both have really cool ideas for how they take space on the map. Really hoping we get there.
Yeah, and I also, you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps in
Sadak bhai, kaise? Sadak
bhai. He's going up against Sadak. You know,
Sadak ने क्या मस्त हाथ में लिखा हुआ है ओम साई राम लिखा हुआ है.
The agent select, how much pressure do you think is going to be on his shoulders?
Well, no surprise to see the compositions come out, but I do think it is a little bit concerning Sassy's performance in areas.
कल से watch party कर ले और सुबह highlight डाल दे.
It's another one of those familiar opponents, very, very comfortable ground, and obviously regionally, Sassy's performances were above what we've seen so far in Madrid.
Sentinels are starting on the attack. A lot of this comp is built around how in the mid-round they take space for Zekken. I think shutting down Zekken has to be a priority for Loud. He is looking like the best player in the event right now. And if he can keep that up in this one, if he can get the openers for Sentinels, give John Keith those options in the mid-round, the way they've been able to for most of this tournament, it's going to be really tough for Loud to recover.
Yeah, well,
watching
been told that Brand and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So here they are, over to you guys.
Extremely true. We have so much influence and power, actually, over Riot Games here at the caster desk. But excited to get started. Well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it, at least. In the regional finals, these two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, we were talking about the game, but, you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. That was, you know, El Clasico. And now maybe to pass into the torch over to this one. We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many, many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation. GENG looks scary. You do not want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, PRX no pushovers.
danger PC
hoती होगी this is a
सारे Intel होंगे
100% लिख के देता that you have between these
सारे Intel होंगे मैं तुमको लिख के देता हूँ.
Last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with kickoff, stage 1, stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this, and then also all of the opportunities at Masters events or at Champions, where Loud and SEN, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win the thing.
I think every team does that's at this event as well. I mean, winning here in the playoffs, of course, you know, not in the danger zone just yet. There's not elimination on the line per se, but it does just, you know, stretch ever so deeper into that tournament, into Madrid. Gives you a really decent chance as well of lifting that trophy, lifting that title, which, you know, every team here is looking to do.
Now that we've got a little bit of time too, just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be electric. You look at the opening map, the analyst desk has talked about it, and then Icebox, yeah, Loud won that in the 3-2 victory that Sentinels ended up putting up. But Icebox was close, man.
Really close.
And Sunset too. There's no guarantees that that goes the way of SEN again if we do end up going to 3. SEN need a good start here, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously. Hypok was talking about that scoreline. It was devastating for SEN.
Kale Khurshid bhai,
let's
go first round chat. Finally match चालू हो गया भाई. कब से wait कर रहे?
Looking like they want to fight through it. They've got a flash ready and waiting. Potentially, no, just literally egoing the smoke. But Zelsis is going to be holding for this one. Jiggles it. Stray shots going wide here. Might be calling for reinforcements. And so far, a little bit of damage done. It looks like just a 10's not a re-clear. Going to be called for B main.
And 10's prepping the paranoia in case this Trailblazer caught
So
contact.
अरे नहीं सोया नहीं भाई.
But not necessarily going to start taking that territory with bodies. Instead, looking forwards to the fight.
Don't worry, Akshay.
Kawanzin did not use a frontline at the start of the round, so he's still got that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they decide to go over and commit to B. And Loud are re-exploring down there as well.
No, John QT.
But, well, John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through. But B side now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there. The nade, I guess, staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held, but he's got 3 targets to deal with. Luckily, Zell. Okay, Zekin right there. Vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will. Followed up in the end with the Snakebite post-mortem.
I love watching SEN set up these kind of little plays. You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes, where they would cook up some kind of post-plant aggression, and they've always got a different idea. Seriously, these players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one, a snakebite off contact.
मेरे पैसे आ गए chat. भाई कैसे अब मरे भाई वो?
Just trying to be proactive. Yeah, so that call in that mid push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think
Zealous will be like, both these teams classic खरीद तुम्हारी abilities भी बंदे मार देगी, वही तो.
Seeing it, we certainly hope so. Kurani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is SEN taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. John Cutie going down.
Welcome.
No longer has any offensive threat.
Ooh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tens is shortly behind him, but a flash repeat. Kawazin can't get too much more done. One player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
Tens का सब काम आएगा अभी.
And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about info as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners, need to be going for those proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize Sen to play a little slower, to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way, to try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map pushing on defense with utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when Sen end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though.
ये best teams है क्या? अरे bestest teams है भाई.
Control early, now setting their sights out into the A. Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team where are the reinforcements? There was a molly into the smoke and well, damage has been done. Vulnerable done. Sets it up for an easy one for Celsius. 3 versus 3.
ये bonus round में
मारा ना. Offering Sen another
मजा आ जाएगा
भाई.
Loud का दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा.
Not planted for Evan.
Loud जीतेगी ये तो 3v3 हो गया.
Sassy is pretty far away, but I think
gun मिल गया इन लोगों को.
I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
खाली सिर्फ 10s के पास है Bulldog.
Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it.
100k पे भाभी reveal भाई.
Yep, just hearing it. Tuck to the corner. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for them. Celsius traded, Pit going down. Tens 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a Bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite?
Bye! Let's go!
Great clutch there. Enormous round for Sen to be able
Danger!
to pick the momentum piling forwards for Sentinels
Already
as they
revealed,
win the
but
bonus and knock Loud's economy down.
Yet.
And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K
Not revealed yet.
And it's a 5v3.
This साल 100k
The stun
manifest
just
किया
comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up
भाई.
on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by the IGL.
Keep playing together.
Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comms there as well. Keep playing together. Fundies on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key. You know, Loud thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG.
Oh yeah.
It was a massacre.
No chances, no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs. Only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an extremely good team when they're on.
Sassy feeling the danger there. The dog spotting out too. John is so
much
wide. Yep.
That is so much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
Lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the Sheriffs, but use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snakebite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. The positioning's known and noted, and so 3 survive into it. Threes, 1 away now from the big critical ultimate on attack side. That showstopper.
100k में भाभी reveal नहीं, भाभी playing game stream मांगता है.
And this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be 1 away from having a broken economy again. And Sen are starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinel's utility usages when they get into a plant scenario. Zeken's holding nade to try to deny someone who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
Good one, yaar. Good one.
Oh, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb lineup that's all the way into mid there. You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other. And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper.
America, Vortex.
you're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid. If you're Loud. And that's, broadly speaking, what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in, though.
Dog right on cue there. At the minute mark. It's going to be broken for a bit of that mid-round information, but only shown by the one player, so... Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as a pointing them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for SEN, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull.
ये लोग यहाँ पे full ability waste कर रहे हैं अपना ability dump कर रहे हैं. I don't think so ये लोग घुसेंगे यहाँ पे.
Maybe to be granted to them. A bit of spray with the damage. The bullets go wide. This is such a difficult setup to break in.
20 seconds left.
What are they even going for here?
Bro,
slowing it down, but really time is going to be the worst enemy. It's a team flash. John QT there, close to the corner, cut wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Kabazine still anchoring. Tight to the corner. Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heaven plant. To wrap around. Now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven.
What is SEN? ऐसा क्यों नाम है? Sentinels नाम है.
Already repositioned up top.
इसके लिए उसका छोटा वो SEN. इतना देख के भी register नहीं हुआ मेरे को. अरे it's fine.
You're going to have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not faking that fight. They've won out the at least critical ones. Now, no more to Zelsis. Let's hold to it. Les is holding for it and watching for it.
5th round था ना ये.
That was really nicely done.
This
there
is
by
so
Loud.
not for me.
Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Cowanzine is at being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against 10s and Celsius. That's where you see the slower pace of SEN get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
Familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Not from Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper orb, though, too, is it keeps people in mid, because you could lurk through it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little more.
सद्दाक नहीं है भाई. साधक है. अरे कोई भी हो भाई.
Touch tips.
सद्दाक बोलूँगा मैं.
Handshake.
वो कौवा भाई भी तो कौवा है. कौन सी है ना भाई, तो कौवा भाई बुला रहा हूँ ना मैं उसको.
Huge ultimates too.
भाई तुम लोग के लिए बुलाता हूँ भाई, जिससे कि तुम लोग कंफ्यूज ना हो कौन क्या है. तुम लोग को भी याद हो भाई, मेरे को बाकी सब बराबर आता है.
It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. UCK shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto Heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Full to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything. No way. Just evades capture. Still low enough though. 10s now with TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol, but already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Zelsis is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a fly. 10 has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazine falling out.
Slowed
down to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Zelsis is here.
Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand, Sanak adjusts it and watching for it. 10's now 1v2, the double face is there. It's 2 years. Mr. Sadak himself, so with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it.
सीधा मुंह पे मारा उसके भाई.
We're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plant idea for aggression. Or a backup plan like Zelsis going for that late lurk. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, you can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw 10s at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud is shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Zelsis was hoping for.
Mid पूरा ही block कर दिया.
Retrieve it too.
Yeah. But it's a little lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium.
पूरा B खाली है भाई. B जाओ भाई लोग. बता रहा हूँ अभी से. फिर बाद में बोलोगे कि जिम्मी भाई ने ना बोला नहीं. जाओ B भागो.
If SEN get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there. SEN might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes.
But
all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Pretty clear call. That looks like was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is. Kill, claims.
John the
QT. Definitely there. Actually, laboured enough, but still. The trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Yuto, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default, but his team back and more. Look at that coordination on display. Sadak to weave his way into the site there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
Bro! That was a tricky round for SEN to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A, SEN are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet SEN come out on top anyway. Zelsis destroys that attempt to flood retake.
Zelsis पागल हो
pick up both players.
मैं एक बात बोलो अक्षय. Danger भाई, danger.
SEN, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it?
Actually.
That ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected, apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish onto John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. But they're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can,
Odin नहीं चलाते ये लोग लगता है नहीं चलाते भाई. Last game में Odin नहीं चली है.
Can worry about the rest of the map.
B भाई B खाली है भाई.
It's a very good read that John is playing solo A lot. That's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can mess with a little, but at the moment, Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round.
पता चल गया उसको कि mid पे है बंदा.
And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
And Brent, the spike is going towards A,
yeah.
which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Bhai,
quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
Bro,
They're
सारे लोग
faking
यहीं
like
पे.
it could be going towards B, blocking off Les's sight lines, but no one's budging.
No one's budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for Paranoia play that's being held around the back.
Khatam.
Close quarters, still doesn't win it out with a stinger, and the backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat.
Oh, Zelis is for the rescue.
Numbers.
What a swing and great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
D3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels. They know who they're up against.
And another round where SEN, it looks dangerous on the mini-map. You see them walking into the trap. QCK even manages to get one. But everyone on SEN is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the two times these teams played before, one was an extremely close split that Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline is that, the approach, the way that Sen's so patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud throw at them.
अभी ये Loud जीतेगी. लिख के ले लो
that
chat.
time having been the first team to qualify for playoffs has been used very wisely.
Oh yeah, rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel, and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew. They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that the shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with, because the economy has just never been in a good spot?
No. Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation. Fault line, that's just off the rip from Kawazin into market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. It looks like maybe it was just a setup B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les Kawazin's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on SEN is just quietly taking the timing through. And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I've got your trail.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock. You can see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give SEN an indicator. They do know that a male is going to be free, or not male, but Ropes itself.
Yeah, that Seeker went a long way before it hit Kawazin over in A Heaven. So SEN have a pretty good idea that that path to A Heaven is fairly uncontested. And the dog here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what SEN end up going for.
हाँ नहीं जाने का नहीं है भाई, देख के जाने का है भाई, 144 hertz देख के जाने का है.
Going into the rounds.
Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? Main. Lost control of this one. Questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
ये छोड़ दिया उन लोग ने, वो लोग कहाँ चले गए?
Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards Rafters. And yes, the time is low, but look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now?
फिर से हो जाए 5 try. बंटी भाई, ये इसमें टाइम आउट आएगा ना जाते करते.
बंटी भाई. Flying from Sassy.
ए भाई Sassy. Sassy भाग गया वहाँ से करके.
Still John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they've got to expect the Sassy's there. No, it's a half clearance.
Yeah, Sassy
not enough 2 years TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up, but Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray, but already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Brett, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for.
यहाँ पे इन लोगों का एक टाइम आउट आएगा ना.
Timing could not have been more perfect.
क्योंकि 10-10 सेकंड में चालू हो रहा है. हर एक राउंड.
It's a masterclass.
मतलब एक राउंड खत्म होने के बाद.
Running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels split. Their beliefs confirmed every time we watch.
Easy.
Now heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens evacuating, has a Paranoia still left to play for, but the mollies are really clearing him out of position. Looks like a pivot.
Mobile, though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. For John. Tens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well. Any sort of idea. He was just watching the case. It was in mid 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Drop to the floor, drop to the deck. Less.
Nice one, yeah. Nice one, bro.
Yeah, and it's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens.
Nice one, actually nice one.
That's how Kawazin ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for SEN. it must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
Hopefully have that experience in spades. Oh my!
Shot!
Let loose there. There is the trade online from Kawazin. He followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of 10s drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazin just taking a white peek by himself, man! Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's back up there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now exactly what Loud ordered.
ये इसका prediction मेरे को क्या लग रहा है मालूम है chat 8-4 क्या लगता है ये 9-3 maybe
SEN,
9-3 maybe 9-3
pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that. Loud. Great awareness, knowing that SEN are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor, gets shut down by his former squad.
And so SEN, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. The showstopper for QCK can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
कल आता फिर
Clean with the rounds that are available to them now.
अभी तो मैच खत्म होने वाला है
A lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players that's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tense is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the op though, the call's been made to contact in through B main. So SEN have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Ult forwards. Rookie goes wide.
Bro.
And now no value to be found there. Out wide once more. Still QCK's on a swivel. Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the open.
Aye.
The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like SEN have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying down, but Tui's is disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazin out wide. The reset forward. Rolling Bunter. Lifts him up in the air, sky high. And then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, but the aftershock is elite. Kawazin on for so much more. An ace on the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap, he's going to be out wide, he's going to be forced wide, knows it. Info, gathered now, but another stick now, less finally to trust. Maintained in his teammate, maintained in him, might be punished. A tap, out, force with a jiggle. John QT, balls of steel.
Bye, John the QT! Bro!
Kawazin was forced to reload in the middle of that. And John took the timing as Kawazin reloaded. Les was still on the spike. Unbelievable timing from John. And Kawazin had done so much. More than anyone could have been asked to do. But the timing on that, of when to take the fight in the 1v2
Igel on top. Hello, Vidhi. Bhai saab, kya danger scene tha wo.
Absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier. Let's find out what he was
Bhai
expecting going into this matchup.
मेरे को लगा हार गए ये वाला round. Same तेरी तरह कहला. Thank you यार तुषार भाई. Love you यार.
Definitely did a lot of mistakes.
Bro, actually भाई मेरे जैसा खेला उसने. But I would have done the same actual thing, dude. बंटी भाई chat में क्या भी कर सकते हैं अपन. Wait, we could have done, I could have done the same actual thing, dude. भाई मेरा तो actual में भाई time यही है भाई. This is what I do every time, bro. भाई एकदम मेरे ऐसा कह रहा भाई. कुछ सीखो इनसे जिम भाई. क्या कुछ सीखो? This is how I play, brother. What is this you on the car? What is this? भाई का डेंजर भाई वो देख के तो मेरे को खुश हो गया भाई. मैं यार निश भाई गोइंग क्रेजी और व्हाट? निश भाई क्या कर रहे हो यार निश भाई? जिमी क्यूटी बोलते भाई निश भाई यार ऑलवेज देयर भाई। क्या हो गया है भाई निश भाई? गजब हो क्या? गाइस कैन वी हैव सम हार्ट्स फॉर निश भाई? थैंक यू सो मच निश भाई फॉर द 501 का शकन ऑन गूगल पे। भाई शकुन ही नहीं, शकन बंधाने का नहीं, शकन बंधाने का बोलते हैं हाँ। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द शकन बंडाना गैंग। थैंक यू सो मच यार, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 501 ऑन गूगल पे। मैनेजर रानी तेरी मेरी कहानी। मैच चालू हो गया।
All the questions placed onto their split. Why do teams keep letting it through? Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Sir, small support from this
coming
brother.
to this perma-banning Lotus.
Yuri bye.
Sends Lotus looks good.
Love you yaar.
You have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody.
Hello Rock, how are you? Welcome.
Still got some people really far away from the action.
Hi.
Real fast refight.
अभी मेरे को लग रहा है, as per the calculation of the main hemoglobin of the universe, this round is of Sentinels bro. Let's go.
A bit unintentional there, maybe just a bit rushed from
4v3 होते.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Like, okay, well,
Manager Rani मिल गई Manager Rani को.
For Loud. They lost track a little bit of where Kalanzine and Tuis could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info.
निश भाई, भाई,
for the Loud players to turn things around.
मैच देखने दोगे कि नहीं?
Gonna be punished.
Guys, Nish bhai with another 673 rupees on Google Pay.
Clearing areas of the map.
673?
Making sure
Hello?
Don't offer anyone.
Nish bhai.
Methodical.
Guys, W and some hearts,
yaar. Loud right now.
Yuri bhai going crazy like hell.
Gain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazine. Less a
chance.
Fight back. Here it is.
Nice bhai, nice cover.
Fire 10s from the wrap around. 2 years running all the way through. He knows the time's against him. So pistol round does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels again. Just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be.
Nish bhai, thank you so much यार. मेरे को लग रहा है कि PS5 आने ही वाला यार. कल हम guys count करेंगे कि हमारा टोटल कितना हुआ है.
Lovely from tens.
मतलब कल आज काउंट करूंगा रात को और कल बताऊंगा वैसा कि हमारा कितना हुआ है टोटल इन फॉर PS5. भाई PS5 ले लेंगे भाई. ये साल के एंड तक तो मेरे को लगता है जमा हो जाएगा. कौन सा राउंड है ये? 10, 11, 12.
Trips though to stop them in their tracks.
13, 14वां राउंड है ना ये.
Broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as thinking that's just a wide.
पहली गेम कौन सी खेलेगा? भाई obviously भाई अगर GTA 6 आया तो GTA 6 definitely.
Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities.
Nish bhai!
Sarak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach.
500 के दो कर दिए निश भाई. 1000 रुपए का सुपर चैट गूगल पे. Another 1000. निश भाई. निश भाई क्या कर रहे हो निश भाई?
It's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over.
मैच देखो के लिए निश भाई. ऐसे आप झटके देते जा रहे हो. Back to back. Thank you so much यार. Thank you so much. Thank you so much यार.
Back online. It's going to be.
यहाँ पे मैं मैनेजर रानी को भेजते जा रहा हूँ back to back.
There it is. They'll be calling out now that they could have been.
PS5 coming soon भाई. PS5 का तो भाई मैंने 24 साल से वेट किया है भाई लोग. जेडी भाई क्या हाल है? Thank you 10 months.
There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult still. It's a bit of run and gun.
Easy. John Cutie मारेगा. Let's go.
The sidearm. Why not?
Cutie में Cutie. John Cutie.
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from Sen. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. It's really solid setup. beautiful.
Cutie में cutie, John cutie.
Happening all over the place for SEN on this map. They've refined it so well.
भाई ये वाला अपना है, ये वाला अपना है guys.
Smacked of desperation.
Bloodline का फोन आ रहा है.
11 with only
Hello
sheriffs to
Bloodline.
work with. This one is a GG.
आ रहा हूँ.
It's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly
PS5
contested.
और Dyson Air Wrap. Dyson क्या होता है
It's
भाई?
not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
Okay नहीं कर रहा.
Sisyphus level fight.
One-sided win हो रहा है ये Sentinels का. हाँ ये वाला जीत सकता. अभी जाके आराम है.
Both of these teams
अब
quite
थोड़ा
favored
अच्छा
on
लग
the
रहा है कि
attack
भाई
side.
अभी ये वाला
Sunset
मैप
now
जो
give
है
the edge to Sentinels.
खत्म हुआ है करके.
Yeah.
और इसमें हमारा
Do win on that second map to extend the
अच्छा
series.
प्रदर्शन
Looks
निकल
dire
के आया
still.
है.
Anything can happen. Team like Loud being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that
अगर
experience.
GTA 6
Maybe
आने से
rally
पहले मेरा
themselves here.
PS5
A
आता
few more
है.
though. Openings not going to be given to them. Defensive setup Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
भाई ये वाला भी जीत गए.
Yeah, everything looks.
सर गोल नहीं डाला. Actually मैंने गोल हटा दिया था.
About it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the
मैंने गोल हटा दिया था actually फ्यूरी भाई क्योंकि ना मेरा पहले गोल था अराउंड 14,000 था उसके ऊपर आपने ही कितना सुपर चैट कर दिया 2 दिन में तो अराउंड अभी मुझे लगता है कि क्या होना चाहिए 18 या 19 या 20,000 के आसपास.
Some levels of perfection on this map.
मैंने गोल हटा दिया था क्योंकि 1-2 जन ने आके ना बकचोदी करी थी चैट में आके.
True
तो फिर मेरे को ना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था तो मैंने हटा दिया.
Into the hearts of anybody else because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
हरामी लोग थे. सर नेक्स्ट मंथ पक्का. नेक्स्ट मंथ PS5 नहीं नेक्स्ट मंथ तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा भाई. मेरे को ऐसा था कि मैं लास्ट ये क्या बोलते हैं जीत गए गाइस. मैं अराउंड
knocked by their losses, reclearance called here with a flash.
साल एंड होने से पहले ले लो.
Good one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah, very important
तब तक आ जाएगी.
SEN are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog. So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
HP कम है थोड़ी सी. नहीं कौवा भाई की HP बी खा लिया भाई लोग जाओ. बी जाओ भाई बी जाओ. गुस्सो इज्जत वाड़ी में फुल गुस्सो.
Same scoreline that they did.
Flash rifle. Bloody hell, that's a lot of damage in the retreat.
क्या खाली किया है भाई.
Celsius just swinging wide, a bit of running and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud. Into the site, will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so.
लड़कियों के बाल स्ट्रेट करने के वस्तु है.
Here for SEN. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up. 1 second here for TENS.
चलो guys, GG. Can we have some GGs in the chat? Many more coming soon.
For now.
Love you, yaar. Very bye.
There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time.
GGs guys, GGs.
A crucial kill.
Celsius
falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control. Partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. Attack from John QT, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites. Plenty of util here. So Loud.
हग्गू ही हूँ मैं एक नंबर का. हगलेश.
How to play that fully, just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final. Where SEN won.
Good night, Prakash bhai.
But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
Hair straightener रहता है क्या? मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा चैट. मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा.
It's a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, you know. Yeah, SEN didn't have as much util available to them, but still.
इतना ही समझा लो आप बोले बिना नहीं मारोगे. Sorry भाई लोग sorry.
We've seen them pull off.
This game I will be this like this.
We've seen them lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there. Just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers who's going to offset that mechanical advantage. A team like Sentinel have with players like Second, like TENS. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here,
expensive होता है normal hair straightener
to dwindle.
चे मैं दिलाऊंगा तुझे. Tension मत ले.
Trip in their face.
जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ने दे बस. जो चाहिए.
Should have known it was there. Surely if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards. It is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities.
Let's go, Chad! GG!
Does get the one onto Celsius.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though.
Let's go! GG, Chad! अब तो डालो GG भाई, अब तो डालो.
The double face in the air. That is what Two of our top teams here in playoffs. Sentinels are primed and ready. This is the team angry.
Let's go!
That was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG.
वापस बोला तो लाउड हारी भाई सच्ची में का सीन है कह रहे मेरा मेरी जबान का सच्ची में सीन है क्या चैट मेरे को फीलिंग आ रही है
We'll send it to a quick break on the other side of things. Plenty more action where that came from.
सच्ची में सीन है भाई मेरे जबान का भाई मेरे को पक्का लग रहा है भाई शिट बे मेरा किस्मत और जबान दोनों एक जैसा है साला दोनों टट्टी की
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem.
लगता है 12 बजे वॉच पार्टी खत्म आज सीएस के आरबी विनर बता दे
So you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
CSK will be the winner guys
Preposterous amount of panos. That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get
जी
iPhone
जी
15 Pro.
बोलते हैं one more match guys one more match
Only on Verizon.
map 2 जस्ट सेइंग जो कंपनी का एयर रैप मैनेजर कह रही है वो तेरे पास PS5 जितना है नहीं भाई माफ़ करें मुझे मैं PS5 में जिंदा रहना चाहता हूँ मैनेजर जी आपका मन हो जब भी मन हो आप घर आ सकती हैं कभी भी खेल सकती है आपका मन हो घर लेके जाना है घर लेके जाके खेलो कोई दिक्कत नहीं क्योंकि कैसा है ना PS5 में से धुआं हवा निकलता है ऐसे बाहर निकलता है उसके अंदर पंखा होता है तो उससे आप अपना ऐसे करके ना बाल ना सुखा भी सकते हैं और स्ट्रेट भी कर सकते हैं तो एक में दो हो जाएगा હવે આપણે કાલે મળીએ ओके अरे ब्लड लाइन ने बुलाया था सॉरी ब्लड लाइन के इस पे जाते ए वो कहाँ है कहाँ है रे ब्लड लाइन
ए गाली ने को गाली
गांडू ब्लड लाइन गांडू
ए गो गाली ने को
रुक जा तू किधर रुक
यार आप इतना गांडू गांडू क्यों बोलने लग गए हो यार क्या हो गया
यार क्योंकि आप हो यार आप भाई
आप आरपी में भी सबको ऐसे बोलते रहते
ब्लड लाइन भाई आपको रोस्ट करते हुए मैंने एक हाईलाइट आ रही है आपकी रोस्ट करते हुए
Fuck you bro
रोस्ट इन द सेंस आपकी हल्की सी पूरे हाईलाइट में मतलब ऑब्वियसली आपको पूरी हाईलाइट थोड़ी डेडिकेटेड
पता चला पूरी डेडिकेटेड गाली देते हुए कि वो निकाल रहा है
नहीं तो व्यूज नहीं आएंगे मुझे फिर तो पूरी नहीं एक छोटा पार्ट है मतलब छोटा नहीं मेन पार्ट है वो
अच्छा
मेन पार्ट है वो मेन पार्ट में आपको आपका वो डाला है सर आ रही गुजराती हाँ मुँह तो गुजराती चू
भाई यार बहुत बदतमीज तो आप एक सेकंड रुक मैं एक मिनट
हाँ आपने तो गुजराती भाई अब बताओ जाए इस चैट मेरे को ऐसा फीलिंग आ रहा है कि थर्ड मैप का विनर सेकंड में ओ शिट ए गाइस कोई मेरे को एक बात क्या हाल है पार्थ वेलकम ए चैट घंटे का गुज्जू है बस ये एक्टिंग करता है व्यूज के लिए अबे भाई हरामी परमार किस गुजराती में आता है भाई बामणा बॉयज बामणा बॉयज भाई बामणा बॉयज गुजरात लड़की अब तो जाएगा थर्ड मैप अरे गलती से भाई थर्ड मैप का विनर हो गया भाई नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो गलती से मैंने निकाल दिया थर्ड मैप गाइस, वो नहीं होने वाला, नहीं होएगा नहीं होएगा नहीं होएगा चैट, नहीं होएगा। नहीं थर्ड मैप आएगा ही नहीं गाइस, थर्ड मैप आएगा ही नहीं, वो गलती से मैंने निकाला। आप लोग बताओ चैट, सेकंड मैप का विनर कौन है, सेंटिनल्स या फिर लाउड? मैं सेंटिनल्स पे 100 की पत्ती न्यौछावर करता हूँ। 100 की पत्ती न्यौछावर करता हूँ।
What about Warzone मोबाइल? भाई इतना मतलब मैं क्या बताऊँ, इतना गंदा
भाई मेरे इसमें ना Warzone मोबाइल नहीं चलने वाला भाई, बता रहा हूँ मैं। मैंने पता है
चल भी जाएगा ना तो भी नहीं चलेगा, वो अच्छा ऑप्टिमाइज नहीं है।
अरे ऑप्टिमाइज्ड है, वो बैकग्राउंड स्ट्रीमिंग का है उसका सीन, समझ रहा है? हाँ उसका बैकग्राउंड स्ट्रीमिंग का वो है स्कीम उसमें, तो वो चलेगा अच्छी तरीके से भाई। बहुत सारे इसमें ना वो लैग हो रहा है, समझ रहा है? मैं तेरे को बताता हूँ, मेरा फ़ोन है ना iPhone 11 है, तो मेरे इसमें तो नहीं चल रहा है, एकदम ही टट्टी है, मेरे को नया फ़ोन लेना पड़ेगा क्योंकि मेरे फ़ोन का ना वो भी चला गया है, क्या बोलते हैं स्पीकर, तो मुझे सुनाई नहीं देता
है ना, जो जहाँ पे कान ईयर पीस बोल रहा है ना, ईयर पीस
लोडू, स्पीकर फ़ोन का स्पीकर।
अच्छा वो कैसे चला गया तेरा? और डालो भाई, कितना मना किया है कि मत लेके जाओ बाथरूम में।
बाथरूम में
क्या
नहीं, कचरा गया है उसमें, कचरा।
कैसे चला गया कचरा?
बिकॉज उसके अंदर कचरा गया है, कैसा गया है वो नहीं, कचरा गया छे।
अच्छा
हाँ समझे?
मुझे लगा कुछ
मैप चालू हो गया भाई लोग, मैप चालू हो गया।
The decisions of the individual
नहीं
कास्टिंग चल रही है भाई, कास्टिंग चल रही है।
नहीं चालू 15 Pro नेक्स्ट मंथ। 15 Pro तो भाई
15 Pro लियो वरना कुछ मत लियो, जिमी पहले सुन
भाई 15 Pro भाई पैसे तेरा प्यो देने वाला है।
अबे सेव करना,
सेविंग ही चल रही है फिलहाल। सेविंग किसकी चल रही है मालूम है? PS5 की सेविंग चल रही है भाई जी। तेरा भाई लेगा PS5, उसके बाद ही सांस लेने वाला हूँ मैं।
नहीं है PS5 बेनिफिट।
क्या बेनिफिट नहीं है? GTA 6 आएगी ना तो तेरा पप्पा भी लेगा PS5, समझ रहे?
अरे बाबा मेरी बात सुनोगे आप
भाई, वॉचिंग जाएगी, अंगार मुतेगी वॉचिंग।
हाँ पता है मुझे, GTA 6 के लिए एक नया PS लॉन्च होगा, PS5 Pro, वो लूंगा मैं।
तो तुझे क्या लगता है, नहीं तुझे क्या लगता है कि तो PS5 में नहीं चलेगी, ऐसा बोल रहे तू? GTA 6
तो आप प्रो लो, प्रो नया लो ना, सीधा पुराना क्यों खरीद रहे हो? तो सेव करते रहो
तो सेव अभी देखो, मैं सेव करते रहूंगा, सेव करते फिर मैं ना देखूंगा कि अगर इन केस इन जनरल कहीं पर भी ऐसा हो रहा है जहाँ पर भी अपने को इसका फायदा हो रहा है कि तो हाँ जरूरत है, फिर उठा लेने का पट से।
हाँ तो कर सकता है, वरना फिर सेव करने का और सीधा और सेव करते रहने का और सीधा प्रो उठाने का, समझ रहा है? क्योंकि प्रो
अरे प्रो नहीं वो कौन सा है जिसमें स्लिम वाला आया है मैटर?
नहीं ये सब मत ले नहीं सही है वो।
फोन में इन्वेस्ट करने से अच्छा गोप्रो है।
अब भाई गोप्रो की जरूरत नहीं है भाई, नहीं है जरूरत।
नहीं गोप्रो पे मैं ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट करने का सोच नहीं रहा हूँ, ऑल्दो मैं उसमें से कंटेंट
किसने बोला?
क्या
ऐसा कहीं से सुनाई दिया एग्जैक्टली मेरे राइट वाले कान से?
भाई मैंने बोला एग्जैक्ट PS5 के बाद नया गोल iPhone 16 Pro Max Ultra HD 4K।
मैं तो 17 Pro लूंगा भाई अगले साल।
अच्छे है। आप जाके पहले मुंह धोआओ, ठीक है?
कमा लूं।
YouTube से तो कुछ नहीं आता, YouTube से आता है बाबा जी का ठिंगा।
नहीं भाई, मेंबर और सुपर चैट से तो आते हैं यार थोड़ा बहुत।
मेरे को नहीं आते ना, आपको आते होंगे। मेरे मेंबर्स ही कितने हैं चेक करो, एक बार चेक करता हूँ, वेट। आपके मेंबर पहले बताओ।
मेरे 180 समथिंग है।
बाप रे 180 मेंबर्स।
हाँ
मेरे मेंबर चेक करता हूँ, ठीक है?
तेरे तो ज्यादा ही होंगे।
थू 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 थू।
क्यों थू क्यों कर रहा है?
नजर ना लगे ना किसी की, इसीलिए।
कितने?
235।
हाँ मेंबर बना भाई हो, ठीक है? मेरा बोलना नहीं।
ठीक है अरे इंटरव्यू सुनना था यार।
इंटरव्यू गया भाई। कंदेरो हो रहा है बस।
भाई क्या बोला? चैट सुना इसका? सुना कि नहीं चैट? क्या बोला?
कंदेरो पंदेरो क्यों?
रेसिस्ट भाई लोग, रेसिस्ट। अबे पागल है क्या? गाना बज रहा है, गाने के लिरिक्स है ये
भाई। ब्लड लाइन एल गाइस, एल ब्लड लाइन कर दो चैट। नहीं रेसिस्ट बन रहा है भाई। क्यों रे भाई? तेरा कोई बोलता है क्या रे वहाँ पे आके क्या कर रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, अंदर बंदर, ऐसा कोई बोलता है क्या तेरे को? तेरे इधर आके बोलता है क्या कोई? काय को बोल रहा है तू उनके बारे में कुछ?
चुप रे
एल ब्लड लाइन एल
भाई, कोई एल नहीं।
Obviously, previously, Les has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but
चालू हो गया मैच, चालू हो गया।
I don't know, I just don't get it.
ब्लडलाइन भाई अपने दिल पे हाथ रख के बताओ कि फर्स्ट राउंड कौन जीतेगा, सेंटिनल्स या फिर?
मैं अपने दिल पे हाथ रख के कहता हूँ सेंटिनल जीत रही है पहला राउंड। सेंटिनल क्लासिक गॉड है।
ये उन लोग का वो देखो, उन लोग ने सोवा लिया, कौवा भाई ने। कौवा भाई सोवा मस्त खेलते हैं।
देख लो भाई लोग, अब ये नहीं है रेसिस्ट, साले कौवा बुला रहे थे उसे।
अरे उसका नाम है कवानजीन भाई, उसके लिए कौवा भाई समझ रहा है। और नहीं बट इन लोग का डबल इनिशिएटर सेटअप है, इनका डबल इनिशिएटर सेटअप है।
तो वो देख रहे हैं मैप विन परसेंटेज देख रहे हो कितना लाउड का भाई। ओ
भाई ये मेरे को डर लग रहा है भाई। कौवा भाई बहुत डेंजर खेलते हैं, मजाक नहीं कर रहा। बाद में मीम्स एंड कंटेंट देख लेना।
Sentinel's gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home
भाई कौवा भाई बहुत डेंजर खेलते हैं वो सोवा।
and I have faith in the
मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
but the question is, Bren and Saito,
तुम हो कमाल, तुम बेमिसाल, तुम लाजवाब,
गर्ल्स वर्जन ऑफ
आयशा, ऐसी हसीन हो जिसको छू लो उसको हसीन कर दो। तुम सोचती हो दुनिया
ये है क्या?
क्यों खराब हो आयशा, तुम चाहती हो तुमको रंग हर जिंदगी में भर दो।
They are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that Sen's composition is extraordinarily good against Louds too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately,
ये लाउड ने क्या चाटा मारा।
they can come out with another
तू आगे कैसे चल रहा है इतना? ट्विच पे देख रहा है क्या?
It's not going to help. Sassy going down there at the start of the round.
रुक,
You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting.
इतना डब्बा 45 की भाई।
नहीं तो तेरा को स्ट्रीम है कैसे नॉर्डन वाला है, किस वाला कौन सा वाला है तेरा?
Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact.
जा शांति रख 2 मिनट।
It's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't
बहुत
have
डेंजर
that
सीन चल रहा
to
है इधर।
deny. So just gamble in the wrong way here.
Sadak, flash through, he's playing anti. Where's the follow-up? There is the...
Oh!
Just rips away to it and Frenzy in his hands. The backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but Second still standing his ground that he's earned himself. Dart dodged. Another play being set up as well. Tens with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Zekin to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot dart. It's good for the damage. Ten's going to be forced out wide. Tens.
Tens Bakchodi!
With his son, surely not needs.
Let's go Tens Baba! Tens Baba! 2v3 ले लिया बकचोदी करते करते।
Give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he has to take
भाई Tens तो रोबोट है भाई।
Yeah, he's forced to
भाई Tens ने क्या क्लच निकाला यार।
because of how they're positioned.
Who are they picking? Who are they picking?
ओ भाई देख रहा है क्या बोल रहा है? सुना कि नहीं?
Players on Loud are so talented, and Tens is just
Bloodline.
owning them.
You man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular.
ये देखो डिफेंड ही हो गया।
Basically all of this.
No, पटेली मार रहा है भाई।
The actual shots that Tens has been hitting, the moments.
भाई क्या पटेली मारा रे उसने चैट?
Unbelievable.
मस्त पटेली लगा, अच्छा लगा मेरे को
But he's
पटेली।
not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra.
Who are they peeking, bro? Who are they peeking?
The rifling's just been superb.
Well, it's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper wall
अबे तुषार क्या बोल रहा है?
to break the wingman, to deny the plan,
क्या बोल रहा है
to
तुषार?
fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen of just taking a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, TenZ, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting. 2 years. Top of the bridge, brings him down. Still one step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If TenZ had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like GENG have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that SEN hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp, it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
So the purpose of that Dizzy is just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for SEN, all grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for TenZ to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, TenZ is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that GENG were using. It's so good.
Yeah, choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off plan. Now here for Sassy, Util a little bit delayed. So yep, it's down, close to the quarters. Down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus second. Still, gets into the position for it. And TenZ is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-plan. Util, keen and eager to take the fight. He's ripped Kawazine's.
Kiski side hai Jimmy?
Off.
Loud.
Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation.
Public ne mana kiya bolne ko kuch bhi, iske liye Loud.
His team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now UCK finally.
Jimmy just now had mutton biryani. Want some? Kya bol raha bhai? Main veg hu.
The one needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling, waiting out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadek, pushed back and away, and a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players. Remaining just in time.
ये समझ सकते हैं guys. ये वाला round समझ सकते हैं. Understandable है.
Flash re-clear, but I can see that SEN is starting to add more stuff into
Understandable है. ये understandable है कि भाई ये.
The pathing that the Dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much in the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from SEN.
Calm the mouse.
Veg. हाँ मैं veg हूँ भाई.
Okay, there we go. Zekin looking for a readjustment early.
कब का छोड़ दिया भाई मैंने.
And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what's really going wrong for them. Knife not broken. Tags on to 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2 is using his high tide to make it difficult for SEN to clear out that area?
भाई.
Wing of the map.
Zealous अभी भी A पे ही है. Information निकाल रहा है कि क्या?
So I'm waiting for the high tide to now fade. So you're going to be using again. Flash Dizzy.
ये लोग यहाँ पे एक पिक लेके मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है कि ये भागेंगे?
Somebody was holding that aggressively.
हाँ. Zealous information निकाल रहा है बस. Zealous A का पूरा site लेगा और उसके बाद vegetarian बन गया. हाँ भाई कब का?
I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2 E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plant down and get Sassy his ult.
December start
is going to confirm, I think, that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch?
4 महीना. 4 या 5 महीना.
Onto Zekin.
December या November क्या?
Looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
Bet लगाना नहीं भाई.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
So 3 on him.
उसोरे भाई. बोला था मैंने यही जाएंगे ये लोग.
Shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto Les. Nano swarm.
यार 10 का HP कम है.
Yeah. TenZ lucky to be alive, facing top right.
Nice ray, John Cutie.
Taken out cleanly. Now TenZ is going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy with that ult, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that down for him though, and there wasn't anybody waiting available. But still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the things here. Loud using that util. All available for them, but it's a crossfire set of Sentinels and they punish that swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim. cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK.
अंडा खाने वाले नहीं
Over
अंडा
the
भी
top, the
नहीं
rope.
खाता.
Zeltis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it.
Nice यार, nice round यार, nice round chat, nice round भाई लोग, nice round.
Sad situation for him to be in.
Loud भाई, nice round.
Push the furthest forward on the A last.
समझ रहे हो chat? समझ रहे हो? Loud भाई, nice round, loud, nice round भाई.
From the previous round, Sen were coming, or Zekken specifically,
Loud भाई, nice.
on the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide.
उन लोग का अभी save round है, loud
Players
का.
need to be able to hide and not have to face, break cove and fight while the mollies are online. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
Freaking money here. QCK, 3K in the bank. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the sheriff will have to do, and it will. Sassy. Taken the hell out.
क्या shot मारा बे उसने?
Really, they've got nothing to try and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis here towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs to defend this gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. Sen have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this.
खाली less क्या ही buy है?
Some serious danger.
इसमें इन लोगों के पास.
Holding on to the
Less नहीं buy किया हुआ है बस.
There, flasher into the back dart. Oh my!
Nice.
Exactly the position that was coming from. So Kawasi didn't really stand a chance up with the armor.
Nice escape. Second buy.
Second survives. Flank attempt from QCK.
Okay. इसने आवाज सुना.
Watching, but they're gonna get distracted.
They are distracted now. The pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT is there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. Not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Scream, bro.
Yeah, that is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get hurt. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutia. Watch for.
And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know, he's only one man in that kind of situation. So now what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any
यार वो उसने शॉट मारा ना वो उसकी वजह से सीन हुआ चैट
you know, trying to fight
वो शॉट की वजह से सीन हुआ
utility setups
वो शॉट का ही सीन था
he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played despite people doubting his jet ability and the other big takeaway I think from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe we might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Like I said, just trying to gather, gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple.
ये वाला मुझे लग रहा है guys neck to neck जाएगा game. Very neck to neck.
Danger. Both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this.
खालिया घुसो भाई लोग घुसो.
4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
No.
Telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely.
घुसो
They've
ना भाई
managed to get
लोग.
into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing. And now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
ये उन पे information नहीं है.
Drone. Oh, maybe just catching.
वो information नहीं है उन पे information नहीं है.
I think they've got all the info they need though.
Yeah, they now. QCK pushed up deep like this. Look at it. You can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward. Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. 2 versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. He's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe.
No, man, no.
But no.
Nada.
Stick there from Sadak.
Nada.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally.
30,
Especially coming out of the Loud Gen G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin. I think SEN should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over. The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often. Dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And SEN are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressively.
Easy win Sentinels. Margin by.
I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right? Split from SEN is perfection. Not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping SEN. They've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did SEN even have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
Like it.
They won the pistol both times, and then they just dominated the game. So I think this might be their first one.
Drop down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round.
अरे मैंने 10 लाख करोड़ दिए हैं भाई लाख का स्पेलिंग तो ढंग से लिख मार्जिन 10 लाख करोड़ लाख का स्पेलिंग अच्छे से लिख तूने क्या लिखा है लक्स लिखा है लक्स साबुन होता है
Yeah, I mean I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information, and yet that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But SEN are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2 puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see, it was only 2.
कुछ बोलने का ही नहीं है मेरे को तो अभी ये मैं कोई ऐसा कुछ रिएक्शन ही नहीं दे रहा मैं अभी.
On away now from the ult. Knife not being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekin with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map, the other side of things. Still with that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wild still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Bit committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud. Winning out, 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have
छोटा भीम ब्लड भाई की
so quick.
हाँ बोलो
तू
देख रहा है कितना नेक टू नेक चल रहा है.
हाँ चल तो रहा ही है.
I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantage situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just decided to set that one. Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Zelsis
अकेले में मजा आता है देखने को. फिर इसे चिक-चिक होते हैं. आवाज बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक बहुत आता है.
Should be the round what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by SEN. Sassy.
Okay.
Rash movement.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that, skipping and hopping over around the side. Cowers it. Do they want to dive and dash?
कौवा भाई को कर दिया डिटेन.
This is bodyguard. Doesn't. Sentinels over.
Has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a flip drop down on top of it. Lockdown though should push him out of position.
Plan de de bachchi. Plan de
go down with the ship. He might just opt to getting detained. QCK. He's trapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up, but he's spammed onto the top right of his position. Dropping down. Crucial kill here onto the flank. Celsius cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play.
अबे QC के क्या कर रहा था वहाँ पे?
Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions, and they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, we're waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove, now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels.
लोग ने क्या दिमाग लगा के खेल रहे थे लोग?
How players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazine in 2 years. That is just disgusting.
That looked like
भाई मैं क्यों बोलता हूँ?
Sen were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazine, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board.
भाई यार.
About that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazine just hit some really nice counter spam through the.
टट्टी हूँ यार मैं. 1 minute guys.
Shot on a jump peak.
Sometimes it be like that. Yeah. Loud. Only creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to predict.
Middle over to no command. Plant. Oh, hello. Counter spam. Kawazine dropped. Still have to worry about this operator.
That was actually through mid.
No way! He skewered them. Tense dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell he's being picked up. And now, plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Celsius. Traded though. Dropped down. And John QT again isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be heard. And yes, Les is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to
अरे
the
sexy वो तो गलती से बोल दिया था यार.
Started on this map.
भाई उसने क्या मस्त शॉट मारा यार. Loud ने.
Takes an early angle.
Loud
Hits
best.
the shot. And then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up.
भाई ये देखो यार उसके पैर में लगा है भाई.
That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekin's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
किस्मत क्या है भाई?
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Kawazine.
Just to mix it up. If QCK gets spotted now, still, he's rattled off the shots. Ended up using the dash. Where has that kill come from? I mean, unless this is pushed up on literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care. Worth a damn!
What a beautiful bait and switch setup from Kawazine and Les as well. Such an unusual one with this over-opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
Yeah.
Pod and poked the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game. And he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Celsius has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave Celsius with the killjoy utility on A, Celsius plays it really safe. And John just took a
Harry Potter.
Decided he liked the idea of stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
But this guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but you can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And now Sen on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get 10s up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash. Actually, not in the right spot.
Really deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the re-peek. Dizzy shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekin wins it out, though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage. They've got Loud. Not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. Already you can see it at deep
पूरा
position.
साइड छीन लिया उनके मुंह से.
Maybe Sen could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death setup. This time, though, Thrash taking that first contact. Celsius winning that fight, the adjustment, and snapped to the side. Retaking out this operator just becomes a dire situation. A mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. Why not? He can do it.
मैं जो बोलता हूँ उसका उल्टा ही चोता है. अभी समझ में आ गया मेरे को.
Over and around, spotted, one, Sassy dropped, Sadak now, but time surely working against in the jump spot, the jiggle John QT, trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through, that is a match played.
मैं कसम से पनौती हूँ चैट, कसम से ब्रो, कसम से पनौती हूँ चैट. अभी जस्ट मैंने लाउड बोल रहा हूँ, लाउड का साइड लेके बोला कि क्या मार रहे हैं लोग, और भाई उसने हक दिया और राउंड जीत गए लोग सेंटिनल्स. भाई लोग चैट. ब्रो क्या काली जबान का आदमी हूँ मैं.
They're trying to get aggressive in post-plant situations and stop them before they get into retake spots. Sen are backing off and trying to play post-plant utility. But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double op, QCK and Cowan team.
Kidding me. You are kidding me. Top of the rafters. QCK is obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything. At least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out, no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting too. And nail! But you're up against Cowards in John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
भाई ये लाउड वाले क्या मार रहे बे? लाउड वाले क्या मार रहे? लाउड वाले क्या मार रहे गाइस?
88 health to his name. He just needs.
लाउड वाले क्या मार रहे? चैट क्या मार रहे? लाउड वाले क्या मार रहे? लाउड वाले बहुत डेंजर मारते भाई, बहुत डेंजर. बेस्ट प्लेयर इन द वर्ल्ड लाउड. पूरा टीम ही बेस्ट है भाई. बेस्ट टीम इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ द मेन हीमोग्लोबिन.
Sen will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation when his heart was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting the third on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get Sen up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's good stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. I believe he's got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Bye, sup.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up?
Right वाले को बोल रहा हूँ भाई, right वाले को बोल रहा हूँ. Harry Potter जैसा दिख रहा है.
I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT America, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the
Timeout लिया क्या? हाँ. नहीं half time है ना?
Bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure.
Timeout बोल रहा हूँ.
First of all, buy Loud bundle, and thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
L बोल रहा है L.
The bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle, but listen, 7-5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very. Honestly, a huge one. And Sen have won every pistol so far in this series. So, if they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time.
Loud. I want Loud to win this round, guys. Actually, trust me, guys. I want Loud to win this fucking round.
On the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. prior rounds, teammates dancing and dicing with death, but with that jiggle, always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Zekken, dash, activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that. Sadak's called that pause in the round.
And holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken's already re-cleared this
area.
Zekken
सोच रहा है आगे जाऊं नहीं जाऊं, आगे जाऊं नहीं जाऊं.
Zekken's now going to be pushing to this one and done angle. Now that the dash that we talking about prior is gone. Loud, what do they have to clear this one? Bodies might do it, surely. Ghost moment, not getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1, drop down, Zelsis taking up space back towards the backside of yellow. I need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash, repeat, timing, needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements, jump, spot, and peek. Less, he's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. It's the only way he goes down to it. It leaves it just up to Less. 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper.
They should know that Less is this week. This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right click business. Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them at the beginning of this round. Did not. And Zelsis has pulled it back with some great supportive utility.
Danger schemes, bro.
Sen really abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo play.
Chat. Nice one, chat. Nice one. Nice one.
Also.
Nice one, bhai. Nice one.
Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Zelsis to tuck into yellow.
Nice!
And like I said, Brent, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back
जल्दी खत्म कैसे हो रहा है भाई? थर्ड मैप तक तो जाना चाहिए. भाई ऐसे मत
बोलो यार.
advantage,
especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the jump, spots, just baited out for a shot wide, and QCK
bait कर दिया उसको.
Really realized that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah.
Danger bait हो गया भाई.
That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the Molly once more for the plan, so pulling that util out.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the outlaw.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, Tens seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground. And he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now.
इसके ऊपर एक outlaw भी है यार.
Like you said, a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. Still opportunities and danger here.
स्पैम में पड़ गई. ये घूम के आएगा, वो घूम के आएगा. उसको पता नहीं है, उसको पता नहीं है, पता नहीं है. No.
All about the
okay. Andrei,
And the gamble, the wrap around here of Tens has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Less does he even acknowledge it. The reload is heard here. Close quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here in the first place. Knife tags it. Knows the rock positioning as the wall fades.
Chat.
The head is collected.
That is a crucial one for Tens to win. What a play. I mean, both Less and Tens getting value out of the play that they went for. But for Tens to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure.
ये वाला ना जॉन क्यूटी का मस्त था भाई. Tens the savior भाई. Tens ने कितने rounds निकाले ऐसे करके. भाई danger.
And despite Sen winning,
अबे ये कौन है? अबे ये कौन है?
Really expensive. Yes, they
बाल देखो इसके.
Optix
इसका मैप पिक है ये लाउड का.
Start to this half. Yeah. SEN win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far, and instead they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak. But cheeky there with the peaks over the top here, just trying to play on top of 410.
Danger ये लोग कूदते हैं ना ये लाउड वाले क्या कूद के फूट खेल रहे हैं भाई.
Spike. Let's get this plan down.
गेंडा स्वामी. अबे तुषार तू मरवाएगा मुझे.
A little bit of damage done.
Damage
Not
बढ़िया.
too bad. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2Es ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Nice cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from SEN just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. Tens out wide and open. Man, this is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting fish in a barrel. You can see SEN had no idea there that
danger, huh? ये danger था यार. ये danger था.
It turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots.
Danger, huh? ये तो danger था chat.
Loud.
Actually danger था
those
ये
kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half. They're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're SEN here cooking up a
आओ चाटा खाओ, next आओ चाटा खाओ, वही तो
flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what SEN are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, 2Es heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
Early turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow all the way through. Stuns, probably being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forwards. Are they going to expect this? QCK is already behind the man, already behind him, playing up with the rest of his team! And 3 players fall just like that, dropped to the ground, to your knees, if you are Tens in this case, and Celsius, poor Celsius. 1v4, last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save, just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and SEN are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and SEN were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded SEN. But on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud space, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round re-clear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was, though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot.
एक मिनट chat.
The buy in this round, very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. The danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. The trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash re-peek as well with a Dizzy, but
तुम्हारा team है क्या?
As well, it just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Teams in through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, really sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loud here. I mean, they've just picked them apart. It's methodical in nature.
क्या मार रहे भाई
As
लोग?
I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key
किस पे लगा रहा है
ultimates.
जीवी?
Locked down
अबे
that
साले
facility
साइलेंट
for
लगा नहीं रहा भाई.
And sometimes it can be such
भाई
flowchart
बहुत डेंजर
valorant
खेल
on
रहे
this
हैं
map.
लोग. भाई ऐसे ऐसे खेल रहे रहेंगे तो लगता है मैं साइलेंट लगाऊंगा. भाई बहुत डेंजर खेल रहे हैं लोग, बहुत डेंजर खेल रहे हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा डेंजर खेल रहे हैं.
In times gone by, but
मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये वाला गेम लाउड जीतेगी, ये वाला
you
मैच.
have the opportunity to
और
go
ये
and take a
जाएगा.
little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's
भाई देखो
lockdown
देखो 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 फुल भाई.
to really give yourself a free post plant situation. And that's where you need to see SEN fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here, and Zeken's already picked up the operator. Still got
Sentinels ने
time
timeout
to
लिया
get
है
rid
भाई.
of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards.
बहुत डेंजर खेल रही है भाई.
But I think getting Zeken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent, but it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round.
नहीं बे साइलेंट नहीं लगाया लाउड पे, कुछ भी नहीं लगाया भाई.
Take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but you know, there's two key areas if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective here that Sadak would want to be using.
भाई बहुत
One
डेंजर खेल
is
रहे
over
हैं.
towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with
10-7 डिफिकल्ट है अभी सेंटिनल्स जीतना. मैनेजर है चैट में. होगी भाई. हेलो मैनेजर.
Sadak, he's a good enough IGL.
Are you there?
Coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the start.
बर्गर खाता खाता
He might
खेल
just
रहा
send
है.
it with like, I don't know,
कौन बर्गर खाते खाते खेल रहा है?
you know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zeken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zeken to get value with the operator. I mean, he smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
You can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zeken the idea that, you know, only the Lurker is here, so he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was actually.
ये लोग पूरा अभी साइड कंट्रोल लेने का मतलब वो क्या बोलते हैं साइड होल्ड करने का ट्राई करेंगे अभी. सेंटिनल वाले जो लोग का साइड जा रहा है आत्म से ये लोग सब अल्टीमेट यूटिलिटीज के साथ घुस रहे हैं अंदर. अभी ए का फुल प्लानिंग चल रहा है भाई.
Allowed overcooking this a little, using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site.
It's if Zeken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but
They're
they're
going back to A.
They're going back to A.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender
वो
with
लोग
this
भी घुस
spot.
रहे हैं, वो भी लोग भी जा रहे हैं.
Forwards though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide. And they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about.
भाई क्या प्लानिंग है बे इन लोगों की. क्या प्लानिंग किया इन लोगों ने डेंजर वाला.
And there's nothing you could do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zeken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one.
भाई बहुत डेंजर है, बहुत डेंजर.
So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call to Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
काफी.
I can't believe it. I mean, how
सेव करना पड़ेगा next round.
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the
भाई
right
ये
jumps
थर्ड
on the
मैप पे
right
नहीं
hand,
जाना
he's got a
चाहिए,
great spot.
खत्म करो
But
उसको.
also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through,
मेरे को आ रही है
Sassy's
नींद.
using Thrash.
बहुत डेंजर
They
वाली
don't
वो भी.
think about,
भाई ईशान.
are they ending A here because there's a
गया भाई
lurker
मैं.
giving them that
पूरा दिन
info?
से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ. 12 घंटे होने को आएंगे अभी थोड़े टाइम में.
And Loud, they are pulling
3
away,
बजे 12 घंटे हो
looking
जाएंगे.
better here on Icebox. Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got the sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis.
अब इन लोग का बाय नहीं बाय फिर से आया इनका
towards the reckoning.
This is where Zekan was positioned in the
तो वैसे पहले खत्म हो जाएगा अरे हो जाए तो बढ़िया है यार नींद से मिले मुझे
really nothing else behind it. No flash clear. Just the one bit of util that was broken almost immediately with the slow down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing.
लोग का भी समझ में आ रहा है.
It doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. Louder just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zekan is still worried about a lurker on A.
There's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup, so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect a player above him. And around the back. Oh! What an adjustment! Flicks to the side, luckily 2 years still there. Not a reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online. A stun here, up and away. Updraft all around. And Sentinels. Wow. Grasp it in the midst of all of that.
That's wild.
Lol.
The defense utility, though, was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the plant position too. Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. It's stumped Loud.
Yeah.
Loud ले जाएगी वाला round अभी देखना.
Dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekan wasn't
ये हो रहा है एक round अगर इन लोग ले भी रहे था
see it.
वो लोग और 2 round खींचे अपने side में.
Knife retagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone trying to play an aggressive position.
Observer camera ही घुमाता रहेगा actually.
There's no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. Well, forward. It's
Bro,
Messi.
क्या किया
Messi.
इसने?
Looks like Zekan is still here and collects. With 2 on the board now, maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advanced position. It's been one of the first times. Yet Sadak says, not quite. Does something to say about it. Does bring it into a 3v3 now. With that util finally respected. Sadak pushed away once more, and it's about bleeding it out. Another tap online. This
ये
time
लोग कहीं और जाके plant करेंगे. Plant ही नहीं करने देते हम.
Over the top. Second back into the fight. Hello. Not quite seeing that one over the top. Below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did. Swinging at precisely the right moments. So they're not out of it just yet. Not a long shot.
भाई
rounds have been lovely from Sen.
क्या सीन है मेरे को तो भाई कुछ बोलना ही नहीं है अब.
We'll see this from Zekan's perspective again. They hit 2 great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash.
काय को बोला वत्सल काय को बोला
Fight Loud. But Loud don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels.
This is aggressive. Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Celsius was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kalanzine gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tens is holding knife for anything like that.
Yeah, for Loud, I mean, they're trying to bait out these aggressive reclears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but...
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible for Sen to find them. And Zekan...
You've seen it, he is exposed though, you are right. Many chances for him to be swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he still has a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps there away from it. Go for the re-swing now across. He saws him over the road, but he couldn't adjust the game in time. Celsius spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin, though, will not be pushed back and away. And QCK is his time to come alive. Over the top of rafters. Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK, trade it.
My
Now
God.
sticking though already there. That's going to be the wingman, putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping a hop over to the top. And well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
That's incredible! Dude, Wingman does not take additional damage from the pit being there, and they just assumed they did. They didn't deal with Wingman the entire time.
भाई Wingman बचा लिया। तो वही सोचो प्लांट किसने किया? अरे डिफ्यूज कौन कर रहा था?
Vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the Wingman is, he doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is.
Bro, yes!
He does not care.
Bro! Sliggy losing his mind.
Nice! Oh my goodness.
Keep guns. Off back rafter if you can get it. Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected.
Bro, Wingman.
Things here, but Sen wrestling off the rounds now.
उसको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ा।
Even here. One step away from 11 to 11.
And yeah, Sen's ult bank is just huge. They found so much more value out of being able to hide the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zeken's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it into A. Now, Zeken didn't use his dash again. Important to note that one, because now as that U2 goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one with the count to spam. A tap from Sadak. Himself into the cove, locked down.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not
ये
positioned.
वाला राउंड लाउड हो जाएगा।
Yes, it doesn't
ये
go
वाला
as
राउंड
deep,
लाउड हो जाएगा।
but Zelsis is going to make sure
अभी ये लोग पूरा प्लांट के लिए ही खेलने वाले।
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zeken just wants to take up the straight up fight, attack. Baiting it out now, Nade, a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Lau, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek, tens, pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it, they don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap with the rifle, or praise. Praying from 2 years. Sentinels, barely there with 2 seconds just over.
They look in control though of these retake situations.
कास्टिंग करना भाई, मैं सोच रहा हूँ कास्टिंग करूँ, फिर मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि भाई अगर मैं कुछ बोल दूंगा और हार गई तो फिर अलग बकचोदी। भाई बहुत भाई डबल कास्टिंग का ओवरलैप हो जाएगा भाई।
From Zelsis, teams have come up with protocols to
भाई
be able to deal with the
डेंजर
lockdowns
भाई।
towards screens. They have a player up
भाई मेरे
aggressive.
तो
They
भाई
have some kind of, you know, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not on aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper.
This is so
Now, we've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's held with
तो भाई ऐसा नहीं चलेगा।
This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was ours completely until this streak of 4. Can't count Sen out.
No, you can't. We were singing the praises of Louder there. International
अबे हाँ टाइम आउट का तो भाई है ही भाई 11-11 हो गया है भाई टाइम आउट इन लोग अभी देखना
right. I mean, Sentinels
पूरा वो बिगड़ जाता
been
है
slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long.
मोमेंटम बिगाड़ते हैं भाई ये लोग टाइम आउट लेके
Bringing it to a team like Loud, 11-11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with a Thrash.
And all of this without Zeken really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Ups down, only sees the turret.
Missed the turret actually.
Yeah.
Turret का तो गया ही नहीं भाई.
Drone, utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit.
नहीं हो पाएगा अब
second. Where are you going?
ना सब कुछ रहता है भाई. पूरा दिन देखा ना आपने कैसा गया मेरा.
Hell for yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy updraft dash, but he cannot escape it. Sadak was hot on the heels, set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK again lurking up through, spots it out with a nano swarms broken, both of them.
Celsius
Go
has time
call
to
to
try
gaya
to
hoga,
disrupt
100%.
this. Les gets dropped. So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Backstab to nikal diya bhai.
Backside gained. Plan for Sadak. Not to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. This is going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favoured counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot, just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. It's bot flash play. Tens, man! He's taking it to him. Damage done though. Had the knife out. Wasn't expecting that follow-up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. Have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking, half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low face. And that is up to 12 now for Sentinels. This is an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team. On this map in particular, I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in 2.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the SEN retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now.
भाई ये वाला मैं तो बोलूँगा कि टेंस की वजह से निकला है गेम, है ना? टेंस की वजह से निकला ये वाला राउंड, मैं तो बोलूँगा. उसने सोवा और उसको मारा ना.
Communication, just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and SEN 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point and set up a date with GENG.
Aggressive. Here it is. Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Updraft and away. Back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that SEN are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Plan. Not to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud, again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was SEN who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but no, because not going to expect Kawazin. And he's still here, alive and kicking. Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime on the
अरे भाई.
Finally, Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long. And we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble.
भाई क्या चल रहा है bro ये?
A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams.
Swastik भाई क्या danger जा रहा है ना match? Danger ना Swastik भाई? उठी गया तो Loud ले जाएगी feeling आ रही है. मेरे को भी यही था feeling भाई Loud ले जाएगी. क्या जा रहा है भाई ये match?
Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0.
भाई अगर ये
initial match
third map पे जाएगा यार ये.
Fought back immediately by SEN in the
यार भाई
finals.
नींद भी नहीं पूरी होगी मेरे तो ऐसे.
Bomb burn. I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around.
मैं तो सो गया था अभी नींद खुली.
Getting aggressive. The question is, SEN gonna pushed away from this now to Dizzy. Didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place. Stand here from Sentinels.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover.
2v2 ही है वैसे तो.
Do they know that everybody is here?
भरोसा नहीं है 2 इसका भाई abilities.
John picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Doubled up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Put on one to win with Celsius dropping. John QT sends the nade, flying, the molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does, it's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the one angle, but over the top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just slipping away. But Loud, after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. SEN kept at 12. Zekan is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
no loud. They set their sights over towards B. That's no way. The spam. Very close. Tagging him up. Draft over the top. That's QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner.
Low chat, lag gaye.
More where that came from. So the rest of his team, this is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but Tens dealt with. Dropped.
By third round.
Retake with the up. It's a fairy tale moment for Zekin. It will have to be, and he doesn't expect it. They're up there.
चलो guys, 45 minutes की बकचोदी और करेंगे. Stream पे 45 minutes बकचोदी और करेंगे.
But for a moment, I thought SEN were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud.
45 minutes और बकचोदी करेंगे chat.
Huge from Sadak and the rest of the
एक और गेम होगा ना, best of 3, best of
putting the doubters to bed.
ये है ना क्या बोलते हैं, best of 3 है. तो 2 मैच जीतना पड़ेगा इन लोगों को. एक सेंटिनल ने जीता, एक लॉर्ड ने जीता. तभी एक और है दोनों में से एक टीम को एक और मैच जीतना पड़ेगा, तभी ये लोग स्टे कर पाएंगे. गुड नाइट भाई. मेरे को तो यही लगा था कि भाई होगा यार. मुझे तो ये लगा था कि भाई जीत जाएंगे वाला. इसके लिए मैंने बोला चलो सही है यार. पर ये तो भाई अलग ही और रुका दिया भाई इसने. तू नहीं देखेगा तो जीत जाएगी अपनी टीम. अरे बीच में से ऐसे बंद कर दूंगा तो फिर से अच्छा लगेगा. इसके लिए शिल सेन ने अच्छा कमबैक दिया था ये वाले में. भाई निकाल लेते यार ये लोग. क्या बकचोदी है भाई. आप ही ले कुछ भाई. जे भी तुझे पनौती बोल रही है. बाय द वे पता है केजरीवाल को अरेस्ट किया है ईडी ने. ईडी कौन है? केजरीवाल अरेस्ट हो गया. बीसी जा भाई. क्या भाई. ब्लड द लाइन, ब्लड लाइन. क्या लवड़ेलाल झालेले आहे. काय करायचं आता.
आप गाली मत
भाई. देखे हो कि नहीं क्या हो गया यार ब्लड लाइन भाई.
भाई मैंने तो बोला था कि लाउड जीतनी चाहिए वाला मैप, क्योंकि फाइनल डिसाइडर मैप में ज्यादा मजा आएगा देखने.
अरे क्या ज्यादा मजा आएगा. तुम भाई पूरा दिन सोते हो भाई. भाई तुम्हारी आवाज रोज मैं सुनता हूँ भाई. तुम्हारी इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरी पे भाई आज ये हो गया एकदम भारी भारी आवाज में नींद से उठा हूँ लौड़ा लहसन हो गया है. भाई हम लोग को नींद नहीं मिलता है ना भाई. हम 3 बजे से स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं. पता भी है कि नहीं तुमको
भाई.
क्या मजाक है क्या.
ना तू जल्दी.
हाँ
आज जल्दी आया ना तू लाइव.
तो क्या.
हाँ मैं भी आऊंगा. पर मैं तो कल आज मतलब आज फैक्ट्री जा रहा हूँ अपना. तो शायद से मैं आपको बोलने ना आ पाऊँ कि मेरे अपार्टमेंट में आज ये लड़की थी.
क्या क्या बोला. फिर से बोल. क्या बोलता है रे पागल जैसा कुछ भी.
मैंने बोला मैं फैक्ट्री जा रहा हूँ ना.
हाँ
आज.
हाँ
तो शायद से मैं आपको आरपी में ये ना बोल सकूँ आज कि मैं अपार्टमेंट में इसके साथ हूँ उसके साथ हूँ.
अच्छा. तो और क्या बोलोगे.
कुछ नहीं भाई. मिस करियो मेरे को यार. मेंबर बढ़वाइयो मेरे. और क्या सब्सक्राइबर बढ़वाइयो
भाई. सब्सक्राइबर बढ़ाने के लिए स्ट्रीम और मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. घर पे ऐसे अंडे देते देते अंडे देते देते नहीं बढ़ती है सब्सक्राइबर्स. सही बोला कि नहीं चैट.
अंडे कौन से अंडे दे रहा हूँ मैं. पागल है क्या भाई. तू घर में घुस के देख तेरे को हालत पता चल जाएगी क्या हो रखी है भाई.
अंडे दे रहे हो. अंडे बड़े बड़े
भाई.
सोने के अंडे
लगी बढ़िया.
ऐसा लग रहा है डिसाइडर भी लाउड ले जाएगी और डिसअपॉइंटमेंट में सोना पड़ेगा आज भाई. आज तो मेरे को डिसअपॉइंटमेंट में भी नींद आ जाएगी. इतना मैं नींद में हूँ भाई. कि मैं डिसअपॉइंटमेंट में भी मेरे को नींद आ जाएगी, मैं इतना उसमें हूँ।
वॉरज़ोन मोबाइल तरनजोत ऑप्टिमाइज नहीं है भाई, वो बहुत क्रैश हो रही है, बार बार क्रैश हो रही होगी
भाई, बहुत डेंजर सीन हो गया। पूछ तो सही उसको वो ठीक है या नहीं। तो ठीक है ब्लड लाइन भाई, यार ब्लड लाइन ठीक ही है।
अबे मेरे घर में रेनोवेशन चल रहा है ना।
हाँ वो मेरे को पता है जे, अरे ये इसको
हाँ,
भाई
तो
मेरे को मालूम है इसके घर में रेनोवेशन चल रहा है।
उसके चक्कर में बहुत स्केड्यूल फक हो गया है बहुत ज्यादा।
भाई क्या बोलेगा अभी ऐसे सब टाइम पे। तू तेरे भाई तू एक काम करना, तेरा पीसी वीसी सेटअप तेरे रूम में भी हो रहा है क्या रेनोवेशन?
मेरे रूम में नहीं ब्रो, देख मैं तेरे को बताता हूँ।
तो भाई तेरे रूम में नहीं हो रहा तो करना, भले आवाज आ रही हो तो।
अरे सुन तो ले, भले आवाज।
जी मैं कल एग्जाम में बोर्ड्स का ब्लेसिंग दे दे भाई, आशीर्वाद भव, नाम रोशन करियो, नाक मत कटाइयो।
मेरे घर में बालकनी वाला जो एरिया है ना पूरा,
हाँ,
और वो मॉम डैड का रूम वो पूरा खुला हुआ है, समझ रहा है, A to Z खुला हुआ है पूरा घर। तो देर उसमें कोई दीवार वीवार कुछ भी नहीं है ऐसा वैसा। तो मैं रात भर ऐसा, मतलब मैं सुबह सोता हूँ, मैं जगता हूँ रात में।
क्यों आवाज आती है इसलिए?
भाई फॉर सेफ्टी पर्पसेस यार, कुछ नहीं पता भाई आजकल के जमाने का, बहन चो कब कौन घुसा है चोर घर खुला हुआ देख के। तो मैं पूरा रात भर से मतलब अपना बालकनी का गेट खोल के रखता हूँ और
हाँ।
जगह रहता हूँ मैं। फिर जब सुबह सब लोग जग जाते हैं और लेबर वेबर आ जाते हैं तब सोता हूँ फिर मैं।
बराबर समझ में आया मेरे को सब कुछ तेरा स्कीम।
हाँ तो वही प्रॉब्लम है। अब फिर लेबर आती है, फिर वो खटपट खटपट होता है ना, तो नींद के लौड़े लग जाते हैं, बिकॉज पूरे दिन भर वो ठुक 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 की आवाज आ रही होती है। तो बहुत स्केड्यूल पूरा थोड़ा फक हो चुका है भाई, गंदा वाला स्केड्यूल हो गया है पूरा।
डेंजर।
अब मम्मी पापा को थोड़ी बोलूंगा कि जगह रहो देखो रात भर, ऐसे थोड़ी बोलूंगा भाई।
अरे
मैं
बट तेरे को जब भी चांस मिलता है तभी स्ट्रीम मार लेने की भाई।
भाई मैं करता हूँ यार। अब मैं आज जैसे मैं जल्दी लाइव आया, ठीक है, बहन चो जैसे ही लाइव गया वैसे ही बिजली चली गई। एक तो पता नहीं बिजली का क्या दिक्कत है भाई मेरे से, भगवान ही जाने भाई। कुछ ही दिन की बात है बस।
Thanks so much if I got 95 above, will super chat 95,500 for sure। मेहताब भाई आपको 95 नहीं 97 आने वाले हैं।
अभी जैसे आज भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा,
मैंने बोला
आज मेरे को फैक्ट्री जाना है पापा के साथ।
हाँ बराबर।
और वहीं रुकना है रात रात भर वहीं रुकना है।
भाई बहुत
सुबह
दिक्कत
आऊंगा
है रे, मतलब फिर तो
घर पे। हाँ यार स्ट्रीमिंग का स्केड्यूल का थोड़ा बीटीओ रखा है रे अभी।
पता है तेरे को एक चीज मैं बताऊं, मेरे को मेरा ऐसा है, मतलब आई डोंट नो बाकी सारे स्ट्रीमर्स का ऐसा होता होगा या नहीं होता होगा, बट मेरा अगर मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग टाइम पे नहीं होती ना, मतलब अगर मेरी स्ट्रीमिंग
अच्छा नहीं लगता तेरे को?
मेरे को बीटी होती है, अच्छा तो दूर की बात।
हाँ सेम हेयर भाई, बीटी होती है। मेरा मूड देखेगा जब बिजली
मतलब
चली जाती है तो।
भाई बट फिर भी कितना काम लग रहा है, ठीक है। मेरी कौन सी वाली बीटी वाली होती है मालूम है क्या? एंजाइटी लेवल वाली बीटी।
नहीं उतना
भाई कि मेरा स्ट्रीम नहीं हो पा रहा है, क्योंकि अगर मेरा काम टाइम पे नहीं होता ना मेरे को बहुत बुरा लगता है, बहुत बुरा लगता है। और अगर मेरे को बुरा लगता है ना तो बहुत बुरा होता है।
अबे पर तेरी लाइफ में अभी सिर्फ और सिर्फ यूट्यूब है ना, समझ रहा है ना तू कैसे
तुझे
मैं क्या
लगता
बता रहा
है
हूँ।
मेरे भाई बहुत बहुत
यूट्यूब एज इन जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज है वो सारी की सारी तो अपने यूट्यूब से कंप्लीट कर रहा है, करेक्ट?
हाँ वो है, बट साथ साथ में कैसा होता है ना कि
तो मेरे पे यूट्यूब के लिए भी अलावा भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज है ना, समझ रहा है? बहुत
बट
भाई
मेरे को ऐसा है कि मेरे को
नहीं हो पा रहा
यूट्यूब के
भाई।
साथ साथ है ना, मेरे को मैं कितनी चीज ऐसा सेक्रीफाइस करनी पड़ती है ऐसा मेरे को यूट्यूब के लिए।
हाँ वो
मतलब
है।
मेरे को ऐसा है कि मैं एक बार के लिए यूट्यूब के लिए चीजें सेक्रीफाइस कर सकता हूँ, जैसे कि अभी जैसे कि मेरा फैमिली में, हाँ जैसे कि मेरा फैमिली मम्मी का है ना बर्थडे है, तो फिर बाद में मेरे को ऐसा होता है कि पहली बात तो काम में मेरे को याद ही नहीं रहता है, इस बार भी याद नहीं था, मैं भूल गया था, मेरे को पापा ने याद दिलाया। फिर बाद में आज सुबह से मैंने कुछ नहीं किया घर वालों के लिए, कुछ नहीं, मतलब मैं 3 बजे से तो स्ट्रीम ही कर रहा था, मैंने क्या किया, कुछ नहीं किया घर वालों के लिए। मैं उठा ही कितना, अराउंड 10 बजे उठा और मैं एडिट करने बैठ गया वीडियो। 3 बजे तक मैंने एडिट करी, अरे 2:30 बजे तक, ठीक है। उसी बीच मैंने नहा भी लिया फॉर 15 मिनट्स में और वापस एडिट करने बैठ गया। 2:30 बजे तक सब कुछ हुआ और बाद में 3 बजे स्ट्रीम चालू करके कुछ नहीं किया मैंने फैमिली के लिए।
भाई मेरे से तो स्केड्यूल ही मैनेज नहीं हो रहा है भाई।
वही दिक्कत है तेरा सबसे बड़ा।
मेरे से तो नहीं हो पा रहा है शेड्यूल मैनेज, क्योंकि भाई
वही है ना, मेरा ऐसा है कि अगर मेरे से शेड्यूल
ये
मैनेज नहीं
एज
होता
भी
है
ऐसी है
ना,
ना कि पापा अकेले नहीं कर सकते ब्रो, कितना करेंगे भाई।
नहीं मेरा ऐसा है कि अगर मेरा शेड्यूल मैनेज नहीं हो रहा है ना, तो मेरे स्ट्रीमिंग शेड्यूल को जो चीज़ आ रही है ना, मेरे दिक्कत दे रही है, मैं सबको एलिमिनेट कर देता हूँ। मेरा ऐसा है,
मैं नहीं कर सकता।
मैच चालू हो गया।
Here we go into the pistol. 3 players.
नो लाइफर बोल रहा है तेरे को, ब्लड देख ले भाई, मैं नो लाइफर ही सही भाई।
A little like split. Cautious on the attacking side.
कवन भाई
फ्री हो जब आंटी को अच्छे वाले धाबे ले जाए।
कोई नहीं यार, आपकी जल्दी बुक पे मैं थोड़ा पानी दे दूंगा।
Dart doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken? There must be
a bit of geometry maybe.
Yeah.
चाहिए पानी चाहिए कवन?
Just a little safe pocket in the corner.
ब्रिजेर में देख रहे हो?
Really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind
राम जी
this
वाला
segment of
टैटू
the Viper wall.
देखता हूँ।
For him to be able to maneuver later on.
ये बकबक करता रहेगा साला,
Presence of it. The door shut down.
There.
Sadak is watching it.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner, like I said.
2E's
on split, the loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the sentinel.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Look at
Padi
the
kya
Sadak running and wading away backwards, running and gunning with the
wild.
frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left and he still managed to land that shot. So play disadvantage here for Sentinels, get themselves the sight. Will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
I'd have so much utility on rifle rounds to be able to deny plants from going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash pushing them away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now
By
Sadak's
HP
all the
low
way
in
behind them.
sabki.
Dizzy. Tap onto it. It's going to be
Ye
alerting the
wala
attention of these Sentinels players
loud le
back
jayegi.
and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these loud players, just too elite.
Well handled there on the pistol for
कोई
Loud.
वैसी मेहनत से सब होगा, बस रेस्ट लिया कर सही से।
Dismantled
कोशिश
EDG.
तो पूरी होती है यार लेने की, पर मिल नहीं पाती है।
Was watching for the
भाई आज तो मेरे साथ स्कैम हो गया भाई, इतना बिजी था मैं, इतना बिजी था एंड तक, ठीक है, कि मेरे को पूरे दिन से मैं भूल ही गया कि मुझे पट्टी करनी है, ठीक है। स्ट्रीम चालू होने का टाइम हो गया और मैं पट्टी कर रहा हूँ मस्त, और मैसेज कर रहा हूँ पट्टी कर रहा हूँ, भाई लोग रुक जाओ यार, रुक जाओ, पट्टी कर रहा हूँ मैं।
Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Directions you take it into looks like mid.
तो जब ये भाई सोएंगे
Initial goal, slow and steady.
Loud के एक player
It's a
मेरे
real gamble,
मैंने
though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen,
tattoo
they're going to
देखा।
give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have
हाथ में
the ult
ओम
online
साई
at the
राम
end
का
of this. It's
tattoo
gone and picked up the ult.
रेस्ट करना जरूरी है, बात तुझे तब समझ आएगी जब तेरी बॉडी थक चुकी होगी।
Breaking the door with the pistols.
कर लेंगे।
Trying to avoid notifying Loud. They have forced up into this. Dizzy wide with the flash. It's all connected together. QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid. That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just again creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Brad, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a look. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
40 seconds, barely. Just drifting away here. Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but like still going to try and do it otherwise. Firing them down as well. The bullet tag's just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadak to get that one, but a plan. Now down here for Sen, no pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan, but do they really want to do this?
अभी इन लोग ने force buy किया है क्या?
Could want to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up with a deep smoke after really forcing Loud to push forwards into this one. A tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage though. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Diffusing now, Sadak onto half.
HP कम है,
down, sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers. That's why.
भाई क्या हो रहा है?
Sadak's on the defuse. He got headshot by a stinger, and he just tanked it.
Yeah, did not care.
He just shrugged it off. And look at this. You see the stars sprinkling up around his head. he's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation.
बहुत danger.
And
बहुत danger
throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it. But, wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Doesn't really matter about divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Zelsis and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean, he already does for it.
तो उसे समझने की एक्टिंग करता है अरे नहीं नहीं समझ रहा हूं अभी देखना कल तो मैं मस्त रेस्ट अभी सोऊंगा तो मस्त सीधा अच्छा खासा रेस्ट
It's difficult to assess in hindsight because we're only seeing it having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
Yeah, you think if it works out, SEN get on the other foot when it comes to the ult cycle. Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in. That's the first time that SEN have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time. And Icebox.
अभी
तीसरा राउंड इनका होता है where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
And interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years is opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team. Does have to worry about 1 or 2 of the angles though. Being swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into
बहुत ही बुरा हाल है भाई.
Leaning on his history as a duelist player there, Tuiz, and he's absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate Tens being up top though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time? Still
This
waiting
is bizarre.
for it. It is bizarre. It's a flash. Repeat now out wide. What is that? Kerosene. He was leaping across. Paranoia. Tap from Tens with the movement. Not enough bullets. Still, QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now, he looks out back up. Could play into this one with the ult. Might even choose to do so. Makes a real difference here, but Sassy does have his ult back online. Picks up from Prior, and here it is, the second round of things. Thrash. Spawn. Broken to pieces.
चलो पता तो चल गया at least.
But still, who does want to just try and take a fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot. And just walking right over him, QCK. There is that tray with the pop flash now. In and out and through, but still the util in his hands caught lacking and slacking.
But QCK did not go for the right? So Loud still have it available to them into the next. They decided not to invest. Thought they weren't favored enough.
भाई मैं कुछ खाने को देख के आता हूँ guys, ठीक है? 2 मिनट दो guys.
So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from Tens.
Oh yeah.
His omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but he's just that guy when it comes to this map on the omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and Kawanzine holding over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. And SEN trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives SEN some information.
Good night, Siddharth. Good night, brother. देख के जा भाई.
Yeah, force out the
अगर एग्जाम नहीं है तो या फिर कुछ important काम नहीं है तो.
Trouble is with the door being
जबरदस्ती
in the face. It does force SEN to just go back, double back, break it, throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and Kawanzine.
You can hear it. He's lacking the info. He's jump spotting. He's punished for it.
Danger.
Tens has cleared out the whole of elbow with his ult.
Danger.
Or theft as well. Give that additional confirmation. Now the smoke's going to be dropped down. Lay it down. Will be the plant. Someone's getting themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. Don't count Loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together. Nade. Ooh, it's a bit of a blunder. Can't swing into that one. It was anticipated for it. Paranoia in front of it. Sada. Yeah, playmaker there. And he does not. Drop down. Now a flash of their own. Tens repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable. Snake bite. Goodness me.
Everyone on loud saving. Yeah. They just don't even want to get back into this. Sure. But James then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. SEN have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor.
अच्छा हुआ
early
at least economic का तो सोचा इन लोगों ने
advantage that Loud had to work with. It's getting chipped away at here.
I mean, this is
really
essentially.
कुछ तो सोचा economic का.
I mean, two of the players can't be buying.
Yeah. And look, just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK, and it's all due to that freeze that John calls into the round.
पैसा तो है.
They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through. Different combination with a Util being used. This time, Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
ये Friday आ गया क्या? पता ही नहीं चलता भाई. Day कैसे जाते हैं?
Sentinels quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B.
Hence भाई कैडी याद करके मारोगे. ये क्या बात होगी भाई? कैडी को क्यों याद करके मारेंगे वो?
We're looking for an orb on Zelsis. Online, we'll be able to go for the B pop.
Oh, it sounds so wrong, yaar. Vinayak bhai, sharam aati hai.
It's not as important against the Cyclones comp.
It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side. Though when his retake starts to come online for Loud.
Yeah, he's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in, wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top. Now a reflank from mid, but already it's traded equally.
भाई उनका उसने ना
actually here from John
smoker निकाल दिया भाई.
Yeah, he has to potentially get
smoker निकाल दिया
the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah, Paranoid's there, and he does catch it. QCK just alive no longer. Deep cam round the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight. Force him away. 10 to win that. Get out of here. Still no tap on Twitter. Pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking.
भाई चलो भाई, at least round आया वो.
No.
Round आया भाई.
What a bonkers round. What is that?
अबे कैडी चीज है उनका नाम भाई, जैस भाई, कैडी चीज.
Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch 10s earlier. Let's go. But the flank coming from John, and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Bizarre set of circumstances. We're hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
I would also suggest Jimmy to just Smurf account से JTR race देखना चाहिए. अभी भी time है high sensi पर.
Let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he
Silent game पे ध्यान दे.
Thunder online.
Second, an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the rolling thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they can expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, Tens will be spotted into this one and done. Spot the QCK through the wall. Favored for it. That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken, John.
QT, bro. This is QT, bro.
Versus two tagged up by the knife, but just a tap onto the head. Spots it now, Zelsis. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic in nature. Does he have it? I don't know. I don't know. Did he get onto it in time?
It's so close.
Oh my goodness.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And despite John's best efforts, Sadak's able to win that one in the 1v1.
No way.
What?
A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it. Oh, gonna be kicking himself. He can't offer
दूसरे side से peek कर लेता यार.
Sadak wasn't even sure.
Oh my.
दूसरे साइड से पीक कर लेता क्या चला जाता भाई.
I mean, the economy's taking a bit of a tumble. Some weird dodgy buys across the board.
Kanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult. Second and tens are looking to try to explore mid again.
Ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pincer some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid as a nade. Watched it. Celtics still here. JoQT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back of the side, just spots the elbow. Just spots the elbow and tens. Looking this way, that way. Didn't know where the players were going to be coming from. Sassy, last one left. Could have been granted one extra, gets the one, backs out, 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets, didn't opt to reload, didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant. Everyone on Loud is so grouped.
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Also online here for Sadek, but he doesn't really find a time to use it with dark reveals or Sassy has to pull off an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away now. Wide! Sassy! A beastly performance against the former team. Silencing the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a dagger to the heart of Loud. Unbelievable. I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away.
Danger!
His positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud enough thinking.
As a player, we needed to see a big step up. He was Norden 6 when it comes to those first kills, the first deaths last map.
क्या भी 1v4 निकाला उसने.
Good game. Free fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down.
इसलिए कहता हूँ भाई बाल ना होना तो ज़्यादा दिमाग चलता है.
Massive round up. Still left reeling myself. Flash clearance. Snakebite to respond.
And Loud are going exploring through mid. If SEN back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do.
मैं भी निकाल दूँगा guys बाल. मेरा फिर तो भाई Einstein जैसा चलेगा. Einstein जैसा. Einstein जैसा बाल चलेगा. Einstein.
Cleared. Now crossfire. Set up forward of neural theft. Everybody scattered to the winds. Loud realise it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now. Just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, the util flying forwards here. Not enough to push away the plan though. So still, spike down and out. Oh. Hello, QCK. No turn on the fire. It shouldn't be too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap. QCK, hello. Rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man.
He got caught by it, though.
Just trying to time it, yeah. Detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable, though. Now, man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away, and he's back into him, and here it is. The follow-up.
Scheme.
With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God. It's an effort.
It's unbelievable how close these
Einstein
rounds
की
are
पिक
getting,
देखी है. हाँ. अरे तो दिमाग Einstein जैसा चलेगा. उसके तो बहुत बाल थे भाई.
They've got rifles. They're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels.
भाई बहुत मच्छर काट रहे हैं. तारी मानी ढिंगली.
We've had some rounds go down to defuses. With a fraction
तो गंजा हुआ तो कैसा लगेगा? मैं हुआ हूँ कितनी बार.
We've had a 1v3 played by
बहुत मच्छर काट रहे हैं यार.
Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on SEN's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of SEN. Hot start.
वो वाला करना है यार. हर्ष के साथ वाला.
And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping
Loud ने टाइम आउट ले लिया है मेरे को अभी इसके बाद से Loud जीते
GCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's less actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually we're expecting less to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B. And SEN have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup though, again being run here from Loud as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up the back of it now. 2 years this time.
Good job, side
strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
Zels is getting the ult online. Counter Sadak.
भाई इन लोग को ना basic वाला करना चाहिए chat. क्या
बोलते हैं? Rip it anyway.
Direct घुसना चाहिए. इतना time waste नहीं करना चाहिए.
Wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Second in position, breaking. This for the dart. Now a plant. It's the next layer of this one. Sentinels. Do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the site. Hunter's Fury. There's the connection. Second falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. 10 up top.
अब मत लेना peek भाई, please.
Has the ult now for classic reposition. Ult into the back of the site could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance, 10's sticking the plow. Not quite already. The ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets sassy, doesn't give him anything. Still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down to the final moments. All the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
Same again. Same thing again.
Gecko थोड़ा ज़्यादा OP हो गया प्लान करने में. Exactly. उन लोगों का कैसा हो रहा है कि वो लोग प्लान Gecko की वजह से कर रहे हैं ना, तो वो लोग एक एक्स्ट्रा एंगल देख पा रहे हैं आफ्टर प्लांट. मतलब वाइल प्लांटिंग एक एक्स्ट्रा एंगल अपना रिपोजिशन कर पा रहे हैं. उस वजह से उन लोगों को वो एक एडवांटेज हो रही है. पर ये मैंने क्यों बोला, क्योंकि मैं सबसे बड़ा गांडू आदमी हूँ. गांडू मैंने क्यों बोला ये?
One of the things they were doing on the AoE takes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post-plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
मुंबई सर्वर में कॉम्पी नहीं चल रहा है जिमिश भाई. अरे भाई घुस सकते डायरेक्ट अंदर यार. क्या तुम भी?
All these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because SEN get out to such a hot start in every half, this time they actually have to grind their way back into echoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy too.
Ridiculous recovery.
भाई इन लोगों का छोड़ो. मैं काय को चूतिया हूँ मैं. मैं काय को बोल रहा हूँ इतना.
Same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them though, just holding the angle.
कुछ बोलने वाला था यार, epic चीज बोलने वाला था, but ठीक है. बोलूँ क्या चैट, बोलूँ क्या नहीं बोलो, बोलूँ कि नहीं चैट.
Okay, he's found something. Maybe just hearing a footstep, but none of the flash is connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels though, like to have an open sight. 2 years is really feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but can Loud do anything about it? Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers. There's danger in abundance, but still with the rifles. Holy!
It's 10s again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post-plant position. Over towards A-Link, swings around, gets 3, and saves the rest of his team.
मैं बोल रहा था कि उन लोगों ने टाइम आउट लिया, उसके बाद भी इन लोगों का मोमेंटम नहीं खराब हुआ. ये लोग और मोरल डाउन हो गया होगा इनका.
Post-plant to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post-plant positions. And 10's bails
क्या चल रहा है भाई, बहुत डेंजर सीन चल रहा है अभी.
Fantastically playing from similar spots.
Deep cross map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regenerated the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. GCK should be alive as well. He's got some backup from the rest of it. Plan now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Yeah, Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in, flooded.
Hitting as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Be seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one. Dizzy tagging away. Second spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order Util layered on top of each other, and they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away, spraying them down with the rifles gained. And that is Loud up to a 5 round. A 5, you can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome round. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. I think Loud need really to get back into this.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these two teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Sou o Cauãzinho, sou iniciador.
Momentum वाला बोला कि भाई
senti muito bem. A EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem. Então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje, que tá muito boa. Então acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar assim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp. Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash. Perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida. Quero agradecer muito, principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, que me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês fãs que continuem confiando na gente, a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos tentar conquistar.
Let's go, guys.
É isso, tamo junto.
Frankie Mangaro, Frankie.
Strong praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinel's team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. Tens has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
It's back and out. Still open towards his back.
Okay. So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle. Onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away. QCK!
That's unreal.
He's blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here.
तू मंगा रहा है मैनेजर ने मैं मंगा रहा हूँ यार.
Touch close.
मैनेजर पे तू बार-बार लोड डालने का.
Him down, John. Can't do much. So Loud with that pistol round.
Yo भाई.
Back in.
Very nice, bhai. Very nice.
Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. Sen are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill, though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away. Maybe benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. To clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards. Yeah. As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well. Just for Spike to be dropped down, laid down. Snake bite.
It looks like Sen going to send utility here. Trying to save it.
See if they can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinel's thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the Sen retakes on A once we have rifles online.
भाई अगर ये finals में आई ना, watching आसमान छुएगी.
I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. It could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A retakes.
Bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back.
GG लग रहा है मुझे अब. मेरे भी feeling यही आ रही है.
This guy is frying. I mean, he's 20-10 currently. In the top. Another score. At the top here, though. Tap and a face. That contact play style. Finally punishment in place.
गंदा मेरा मुंह है, guys.
What a spray from Zelsis. They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the paranoia onto a spot that TenZ is often liking to play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken, though. They know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one. No way. Did they spot a hint of 2 E's? Was there that question mark on the minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Still util now. TenZ right behind them. Sent out the paranoia, and there is that swing, and that's a spike going to be dropped down. Most of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
This flank from Sen has worked beautifully, but the Loud players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that paranoia was coming from. It's left Les in a 1v3. In a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
15 seconds left in the round. Impossible scenario.
10 seconds
बहुत दिक्कत हो रहा है जीवन में मेरे को अभी यार. बहुत तकलीफ आ रही है भाई.
Trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
Oh, finally.
Might be Sentinels.
मेरे को लगा मर गया है वो छोड़ेगा.
Play and set up into this one. How many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main.
Yeah.
Hard flanking through the back.
30 seconds left.
Giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that.
John QT है शायद. है ना? John QT है शायद.
Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Danger.
It's not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now. TP, full line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and shucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around a Rosie. Zekken can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post. We saw a lot of it from Sen.
Sassy.
Here it comes.
Sassy.
Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilised a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all down. Wingman! He's been stopped in his tracks. Half tapped. Sassy. No more to room. No more to
भाई wingman ने कर लिया था already. थोड़ा सा बचा था खाली.
Featured just
विंगमैन ने थोड़ा सा कर दिया था, हल्का सा बचा था, मतलब माइनर. Bro, it took so much of time for Sassy to deploy the wingman. अगर Sassy ने और थोड़ी देर पहले किया होता ना guys, हो गया होता. अगर हल्का सा थोड़ा पहले किया होता ना तो हो गया होता भाई. हल्का सा थोड़ी देर पहले किया होता भाई. This was good round. हाँ भाई, हल्का सा थोड़ा टाइम पहले किया होता तो. वो जितना उसने स्ट्रगल किया ना करने में, वो स्ट्रगल उससे जरा वो माइनस हो जाता ना बस हो जाता.
Is there going to be some kind of trigger
भाई ये
that gets SEN going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam.
वाइबर का थूकता रास्ते. नहीं उस टाइम पे नहीं, जब वो ऐसे कर रहा था ना,
just rely on the camera.
वो थूक हटने के बाद की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Trip for market because SEN were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does. And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, where's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
No, Rolling Thunder now though. You can feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. Tens. Okay. And away, back to the corner actually.
Not away.
Even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight to them. Flash. Force to set it up. That's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out. Defense. This time, reign supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defending.
समझ कुछ नहीं आ रहा, बस देखने में मजा आ रहा है, इसलिए कहते हैं सैन भाई.
Still is able to survive and get a kill.
RP के साथ ये भी देखो, valorant is
nobody would be silly enough. Nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with tens.
He goes for it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. He's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a nice edge. One of the only rounds really that just goes entirely the way of SEN.
Organized है because वो लोग क्या मतलब अभी
Yeah, this is devastating. Once SEN start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Yes, Vinay.
Seen him do it.
जब तक Watchparty चल रहा है तब तक होगी.
He dealt with flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made really out towards Alba. Now Zekan should be able to get himself out of there with a sack. Oh, he didn't clear him.
Oh
that's
my
nasty.
God.
All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the SEN players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke though.
Sassy was holding the corner, and like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
SEN calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play.
उसको लग रहा है कि स्मोक में बंदा है.
20 seconds. Going for a re-hit.
Zelsis is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first phase coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. The one with the rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds for the lead here. Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that
एक बार मेरी टांग पे
spot.
आके बैठ गया. एक बार भाई मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ. जब मैं देख रहा हूँ
I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have actually. But they call a pause in the round there, right? On their attack side, but there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate, because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main, he's got a trip for market, and the players over in A-Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are SEN going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? this is...
Call, we go. Don't be scared. Let's go. Good.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, SEN building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Yeah. So this next rifle round, it's a perfectly timed tactical timeout. Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important, pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it, after investing ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and SEN are basically, at that point, just on a coronation march.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're going straight up.
The upper round 2 of the playoffs.
360 में तो मार ही रहा है ना वो.
So this is a must-win for Loud.
Put everything into it. Luckily, a few ults being earned. So that run it back. I mean, it feels like QCK.
ये वाला Loud जीतेगी guys. ये वाला round Loud जीतेगी. Full planning के साथ आई है 100%.
All the kills he's been getting.
Loud जीतेगी.
The orbs funneled into him, but has he been able to
full
find
झकास planning के साथ आई है Loud.
That's the thing. Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife at the start of the round from Celsius. Right, so Loud have to start a little further back, but they don't give away that there's 2 players over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I noticed somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
Bhai.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there. Right inside the smoke. I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it. Door being broken down. They're going to try and fight two, and Nail for control of it. The nade down. How does second get 2?
भाई नेड ओपी हो गया भाई उसका.
QCK forced to.
अरे मैं टोपी हूँ यार, मैं काय को बोल रहा हूँ बीच में.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. SEN have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
The smoke was in the way at the top section of mid. It might already be just close with the rocket, but no, has to respect it, wondering if
अब वो 10 जैसा वहाँ जाके बैठ रहा है ऊपर.
Potential avenue. So a free plan here. Loud.
And some players in potential positions to play a nice post plan too. You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from SEN, which is the main part of it. But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper.
उसने वहाँ पे drone किया, उसको पता नहीं है.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. Get around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tenses forwards, he wins his fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now to showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. I don't know where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Again, clears the one, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking, all the bullets, second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team. Despite the heroics of Sadak, not enough.
Oh, bhai sahab.
Look at that, 0.37.
Oh, bhai sahab,
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh, bhai sahab.
How on earth are SEN even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. QCK is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud
bro,
have
danger, bro, danger.
SEN are still finding their way through. And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. There's the money. Dire Straits. Take it alone out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock at the top cam position used early. That's just a trio.
क्या ही हो रहा है भाई?
GT who's had that cam at the top section of mid. And Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weapon is just so advantage towards Sentinels.
अरे
Loud have finally got a better
सदाक ने वहाँ
macro
पे
idea.
अपना ड्रोन डाला, उसको ड्रोन से इन्फॉर्मेशन ही नहीं मिला कुछ.
Too late. 2 players.
कोई भी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं मिला उसको.
Tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello.
उस वजह से सीन हुआ और कुछ नहीं.
Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal. That was John's.
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
SEN couldn't figure out how, which direction to go in, I guess. And Tuiz is here ready to pick up Celsius. All good.
Okay.
All good.
And
what a recovery. The Mastercard Thrifty coming through could not have been a better timing for it.
Thrifty
By all rights, that should have been Sentinel's favored to go up to series point. And instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear they finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map. Otherwise, John's just been watching with a trip.
The main control, the pivot from SEN. Yeah, you are right. Losing control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, Sadak, world-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud, though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what SEN have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like SEN want to try to take the game to them, perhaps. We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A. And Zekan set up for an earlier fight, something he hasn't done at all.
Maybe waiting for the acknowledgement of the knife to go for a bit of a flash play to Dizzy, all combined. They are broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map.
Okay, standby.
Just to make
no
it feel like
worries.
there's presence, where there
Sleep
isn't
well.
there.
Good night. Take care.
Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto the market trip, but no dice. Still remains up.
And so John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Zekan go for the repick there with the
उसको
thrash.
मालूम पड़ गया information मिला उसको.
Zekan's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Kalanzine was bigging him up at the halftime, you know, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths, they have managed to neutralize the star player of SEN.
बस अब almost खत्म होने आया silent game.
They need more.
Hopefully.
They dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Jumping around. Drone hears it. Has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. Tens onto that high ground approach. He has found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one. And a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow.
Sassy.
Backside, clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, run and gun with a Spectre. Ult denied. 2 years. He's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely. No way.
Oh my! Another round where every player on SEN hits the deck and they win it anyway. I was looking at the minimap the whole time at 2 easy positioning. He looked his way fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba, going around the world, and he was way out of time.
Bro, dude.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction.
Can't believe it.
But it's better to be lucky than good, and damn if Tens isn't both.
And this is it, potentially. Precipice of defeat for Loud. UCK. Sliver of an angle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, Les. These are matters into his own hands. Yeah. Look at this deep lurk.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
Goal, Celsius. Wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Les did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner, got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. But this time Loud. One's on top here, 5. Alive. Junkie might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy of SEN. It feels like SEN are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
He's commenting the entire time. You can see it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
To
discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that SEN had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs the rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
We are going to be headed into,
oh my God,
the final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards. It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make, and even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble, SEN gambling over towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sonic's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction. Trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from SEN. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Cow is
अरे यार ये वाला राउंड जाएगा चैट
online if he chooses to expend
मैं
it.
खत्म करवाओ यार ये वाला राउंड नहीं जीत पाएंगे लोग
SEN is forcing out those
because save round है ना कुछ नहीं हो सकता.
I'll say that they could close it out here.
No one to break, no one to deal with it, but it's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, going wide. One player falls, a tap now forces out the snake bites. Have to be utilized here. Kawazin still has the ult, surely. There's no danger, surely he tends. Doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through. Rifles. Save the day. John would potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
I believe for a moment there.
भाई यार ये OT जाएगा अभी यार.
We're just running
into
the
अभी तक गया नहीं यार. अच्छा मतलब हाँ वैसे.
That's pretty good awareness from Sadek as well. It's difficult to see in that spot. And this time the rifles are able to find their mark. And the spam is good. They used the pit. A timeout taken.
I don't want this OT yaar.
A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Bro, now they are going to plan something.
Both teams just set to simmer.
Oh bhai.
Kawanzine has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they want to use that little elbow passage that Les was able to find for them in round 22.
भाई कब सोएगा बंटी भाई?
A lot of the game plan has still been working.
करना पड़ता है बंटी भाई.
John's been able to find so much value from this cypher setup.
मैं कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा.
You know, if you hit an unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again. On the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the cash.
हो जाए इसके बाद बंटी भाई ये खत्म हो जाने वाला है अभी खत्म ही होने वाला है. हो जाए इसके बाद.
Into the mix. One round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled, or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from Tui's to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main.
Planning तो ये जाने का है.
Maybe even hoping that Zek and Osasi would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Second Assassin, you're not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen G in the uppers.
इनको मालूम पड़ जाए ना बस कि
no dice on that early trap.
The deep drone not broken. You can feel it palpable in
Hello?
there. I mean, thick with tension.
Hello?
Tense. Tiniest of angles,
Hello?
tiniest of chances, but he gets it. Altered up, stunned up, will be brought down in the end, so the trade is online here. The call is made for SEN to scatter, backing away, part of the retake here. Sadak is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving SEN an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend, though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike? Here it is. QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Dizzy. Oh! This play gets caught into the wall there. Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played. Spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time. Running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate? 2 years! Nails them to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time
welcome.
have to sing true. They have to ring true, but it will
अरे
not
इसकी
happen.
माँ का भविष्यवाणी ड्रीम सर्वलिंग भूत भविष्य वर्तमान बदलिंग
Crawling. These late adjustments
Maki.
on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able
Chale, Rowdy,
to
bye.
to
Welcome,
overtime have just been marvelous.
Marvelous.
And this, with Tens being able to get the first kill onto Less to start
मगज
with,
नो अट्ठा થઈ
but
ગયેલા
the punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what Tens was able to do to them over towards B as he
चला गया रे
teleported into the
बाबा
corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. So no craziness just yet, as Loud swapped to the defense.
आओ यार
That's right.
Remember, SEN were trying to set up the mid lurk quite a lot. Threat.
Too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away.
मैं वही सोचूं मेरे को लगा दो आया क्या मैं वही सोचूं
Looks propped up.
Yeah, going for their defensive setup where 2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they
जी
frequently
भाई पहचाना क्या क्या है कैसे हो एनएस भाई
This time though, he's got backup from Kawanzin.
यार
Dizzy off the cam contact. 2Es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Brent. Trying to set up this mid-lurk of A main distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazin away. He might be able to react in time though.
मैंने अगर नाम बोला तो तुम बहुत हंसते हो जानता हूँ तुमको don't worry
So now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2 years just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel. The pathing over to the top. Plant. Actually going down here, but any sort of util. After shock, breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snake bite drop down Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawazin, he understood it as a win con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years, fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face, no util Sentinels. Barreling through, finding their own timings. Gifted with it, spamming through. Sadak left in a 1v2.
And second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. And face together. Sentinels on 13.
Marking.
They have pulled that one back from the brink.
भाई मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ ये सदाक का भरोसा नहीं है
got players ready to throw utility.
मेरी फट गई थी 1 सेकंड के लिए
Pressure on the plant.
सदाक का भरोसा नहीं है भाई
You saw Kawanzin just
1v2 भी
over
कर
the
दे
top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant.
आज मजा आया आपके साथ आरपी करके अरे मुझे ही मजा आया यार ब्रो
And it gave SEN
साइफर खेल गया
opportunity.
भाई इतना
They're up on match series point.
The tiniest of differences can snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point. map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here. It's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got
मेरा Frankie भी खत्म हो गया, इसका OT खत्म नहीं हुआ.
He's going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen SEN in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the two spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep, though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Takes his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it, indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat. Zekken, he's found his slice. Sadek removed, and now confusion. It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults and util has to be used now to clear it back through, but the spike's been dropped down, and time against them entirely. Pop flash play. Watch for two to stand, and two potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now, tapping it out, but there is no chance. There is no hope.
Let's go! GG's chat.
SEN look incredible here.
क्या खेला है भाई, क्या खेला है ब्रो इन लोगों ने. अब मैं बोलेगा भाई, क्या खेला है भाई लोग, इन लोगों ने क्या खेला है. इन लोग मेरा वेट कर रहे थे कि मैं फ्रैंकी खाऊं, मैं खाना खाऊंगा तभी इन लोग का मन करेगा कि ये लोग जीते. भाई बेस्ट लोग है भाई.
Sassy's 1v3 absolutely instrumental in getting them into a winning
position. Good job, भाई, good job.
John called a great game.
Loud को भेज दिया भाई नीचे.
It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking a long road in tournaments like this. But
bye.
For the moment, on top in this regional rivalry.
On top. All the recent times, and of course, I mean, you're going to see the
भाई danger खेला भाई, danger भाई लोग, danger. Like मारो इसी बात पे भाई.
Familiar with each other. But Sentinels have earned their spot now. Second round of playoffs. Matchup against GENG.
भाई कुछ भी बोलो guys, Tens ने बहुत किया.
Awesome one to look forward to. I think especially just a head-to-head that I'm instantly thinking of is Tens v Karen.
Oh yeah,
because both of them with outrageous aim. Tens the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but
Karen with the movement.
Yeah,
I mean, that guy is he's just skilled through and through.
भाई Tens ने बहुत कुछ किया guys.
It's going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
It really is.
And all that time
being able to, you know, get 2 playoffs as the
danger
number 1
by
squad
danger.
after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system. Paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups.
क्या बंटी भाई गए क्या, बंटी भाई करने गए क्या?
And I think what we saw
बंटी
being
भाई
able to capitalize on split to such
ये upper bracket था ना, हाँ?
and then on sunset
lower bracket के कल होंगे.
It was really working, and it was different things that were working as well. We didn't really get to see that A retake coming out with all of the flash dizzy combos.
Yeah, these teams are constantly evolving their game plans. They're not going to stay stagnant like you're saying. They're constantly going to be adjusting what to look for here, but so tightly matched between both of these teams. I mean, SEN barely able to get it over the line in that OT. What an absolute world-class series as well. I thought map 1, I mean, we might have just been chalked, man. Yeah. Early finish for the day, but no, wasn't the case as well. And we're just getting the players ready for an interview down on this.
कल आरपी स्ट्रीम में मिलता है. यस यस ब्रदर, फुल इंसेन लेवल गेम प्ले था यार. काइडी का देख स्ट्रीम, क्या कर रही है काइडी, तारी मानी काइडी.
We could make a Tekken, maybe we could do like a Tekken and Street Fighter channel.
भाई 44,000 views आ रहे हैं केडी को.
Both of these teams playing their heart out today, and SEN also showcasing that even on some of their weaker maps like Icebox,
we don't play tomorrow. We play the day after. The Red Bull kicked in.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, close to matching these maps as well.
No, we do. We play GENG.
We'll be going through all the flowchart points. I think at this point. Listen, where's Sassy getting down? Has he got mic'd up?
चलो bye bye guys. चलो, I think that is all for today. मिलते हैं guys आप लोगों को अगली लाइव स्ट्रीम पे. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन एंड आई होप यू गाइस एंजॉय टुडेज लाइव स्ट्रीम. हमने 2 लाइव स्ट्रीम करी आज, बहुत हेक्टिक दिन था बट डेफिनेटली मज़ा आया मुझे भी. एंड आई होप आप लोगों को भी मज़ा आया होगा. अगर आप लोगों को मज़ा आया तो प्लीज़ 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 दोनों लाइव स्ट्रीम्स पे जाके कमेंट कर देना एंड इंस्टाग्राम पे फॉलो कर देना. एंड या थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द ह्यूज सपोर्ट. अरे बंटी भाई अभी करते हैं आओ बंटी भाई का करते हैं फटाफट. क्या है फ्लिप द कॉइन. अभी आएगा बंटी भाई इसका है हेड्स. क्या किस अभी आएगा हेड्स. चलो 2 में से 1 मिला हेड्स. 3 में से 1 मिला हेड्स. 4 में से 2 मिला टेल्स. 5 में से 3 मिला चिष्टा. भाई सीन्स हो गए भाई. आज तो मज़ा आया बट मेरे को लगता है अभी कल भी मैच है क्या. मेरे को देखना दो एक बार. कल मेरे को सुबह उठ के फिर थंबनेल बनाना पड़ेगा यार. क्या बात है. एक मिनट VLR.GG कल कितना मैच है. दो मैचेस है ना कल 8:30 से 11:30 नहीं. ओके पेपर एक्स वर्सेस लाउड है और जेंजी वर्सेस ठीक है. चलो फिर कल का दिन हमारे को और एक हेक्टिक दिन है. मैं कल 3 बजे आरपी स्टार्ट कर दूंगा चैट. कल का एक और दिन है जो काफ़ी हेक्टिक होगा. आरपी स्टार्ट कर दूंगा मैं 3 बजे के आसपास. फिर 23rd को एंड 24th को हमारा हेक्टिक दिन नहीं होगा. हो भी सकता है यार. मेरे को तो ऐसा लग रहा है होगा शायद क्योंकि BO5 होगा ना तो होगा. बट जैसा भी होगा जो भी होगा हम कंटिन्यू करेंगे एंड वी विल बी स्ट्रीमिंग. आई डोंट वांट टू स्किप एनी स्ट्रीम चाहे वो आरपी की हो या फिर मैच की हो वॉच पार्टी की. बिकॉज मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत सारे मेरे व्यूअर्स हैं जो वेट करते हैं. तो आई डोंट वांट टू. ओके बंटी भाई नो इश्यूज़. तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि आई वांट कि मैं सब लोगों के लिए स्ट्रीम करूं. ठीक है. तो यार लड़की बनने वाला था ना तो टाइम ही नहीं मिला यार. और मैनेजर भी अलाउ नहीं कर रही भाई. तो या तो एक भी स्ट्रीम ना मिस हो जाए बस मेरे को यही है होपफुली. तो मैं थोड़ा रेस्ट ले लूँगा. अच्छा खासा रेस्ट लेता हूँ. चलो ठीक है. चलो गाइस सी यू बाय बाय टेक केयर लव यू गाइस एंड आई विल सी यू गाइस टुमारो in the afternoon 3 p.m. on YouTube RP and then we will be streaming from 8 to यही टाइम तक वॉच पार्टी. ठीक है. चलो गाइस टेक केयर सी यू लव यू गाइस बाय. मिलता है आप लोगों को कल. ठीक है. बाय चैट बाय.